time is now. Now is the time. Learn now. See now or pay later. The time is now. It will all burn. All of this will burn. Hell realm will darken and burn. It will be dark here, no sun, no moon. Walking dead zombie demons, forever doomed. This hell realm will be sealed. Demons will be entombed. The time is now. Learn now, see now, or pay later. Choose wisely. The time. Stand against evil, eternal and divine. Good spirits, stand against evil. Where do you stand?
Oh, what will you choose?
The time is now. Strong, pound the drums.
Demons will fall, hell realm will be sealed. Triumph against all, evil is done. The Raven Kingdom
is forever. Pound the drums, pound the drums. Punching strong. Strong, burn in the fire.
Demons dance in the fire.
Dirty, filthy liars. Burn, burn. The time has come. You are done. They're all the same. They're all the same. Sane and tame, controlled. Zombies. They're all the same.
All the same.
They hate and fear difference. They envy and copy. They can't be their own beings. They're all the same.
Zombie clones.
Slaves.
Slaves.
All the same.
They're all the same.
Sane.
Same.
Slaves.
Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same.
Controlled. They're of this world.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
Sane and tame.
Controlled. Zombies.
Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same. All the same.
Illuminate. Illuminate. Illuminate the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists never, ever. Illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own being, my own magical being, my own.
My people.
My people. My people! We built the modern world. We are builders of civilizations. We are artists of spiritual imagination
We are warriors.
and fearless explorers
We are poets.
and painters.
My people.
My people!
My people.
We build music halls. We created symphonies of civilization. We invented ballet and the printing press
We are builders
of castles.
and beautiful cathedrals.
My people! My people! Blood and soil.
And soil. We are heroic Vikings. We chant and pound the drums
Beyond the setting sun. We are generous and kind, warm-blooded spirits with brilliant minds,
creative spirits.
great architects.
Lest we forget
Never forget
who we are,
what we are.
what we have made. I love my people. I love my people.
We built the modern world.
We built the modern world.
Behold,
Our resilience and beauty.
behold,
And cherish.
respect to our ancestors.
Blood and soil. I love my people.
I love.
I
My people!
My people.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Explore. exploring.
Matrix.
Time,
Time.
time,
Time.
time, Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
Ra. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here,
Wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here,
Ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes. Taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war.
etched with pain.
Ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Yeah.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend,
Axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Wendy. Hello, lurkers. Hello, pissants. Hello, zombies. Hello, demon tards. Hello, lurking demon tards. What do I have for you? Yeah. Baton twirler thinks he's Rambo. Over 1,100 views and counting. They stopped it. It reached 1,100 views in around a couple hours or so. It took off, and then YouTube hit the brakes. They pressed the stop button. It should have 10 or 12,000 views, but they hit the stop button and took it away from being shown, and that's what they do. It was on its way to being viral. He thinks he's Rambo. He's telling you that will dry wet clothes. He does laundry in a bucket, much like Callie with the bucket in the barn. He's running around waving this in the air on a stick. He's waving his wet pants that he pissed. He pissed his pants and he's waving them around on a stick. Look at this. He looks like a girl twirling a baton. A bearded little girl. That's what he looks like. He's a Rambo wannabe. He's twirling a baton around. What a creepy little weirdo. An angry bearded little garden gnome. A little pissant. Oh my goodness. They just give me comedy. I mean, they just put it out there. You can't make this shit up. They love doing this. They love it. They love it. I'm going to switch over to El Diablo channel for a moment. Here we are on El Diablo Radio International. By the way, in case you haven't heard, the Sanity Machine channel is back up and running. The Sanity Machine channel on YouTube. The Cream of the Crop channel on YouTube. On YouTube. That's what it is. Hell Realm, if you play with fire. Obsession sounds like this little weirdo. This little weirdo. This obsessive weirdo has been speaking about me for years.
Because a lot of people, like you said, are too scared to say anything. They don't want to be attacked. They don't want to have the target put on their back. I do not fear any of these people. Anybody that says they're going to curse me or do anything to me, I do not fucking fear you. If you put me out of my life from whatever thing that you do, thank goodness I'm not going to be here anymore to be around fucks like you. Because I don't want to be around people like these kinds of creatures. I don't want to call them creatures. Like, oh, I listened to Steven for so long that sometimes it comes out. Like, I start talking like him or sounding like him. I listened to this. I gave this dude hours and hours of my time listening to what he had to say. And then I heard the other points of views from what...
You didn't give me anything. You leached off of me. Your avatar looks like a demon. Because that's what you are.
Other people had to say, and I wisened up, and anyone that wisens up to that guy, they're like, whoa, they're in for a wake-up call. Off with your head. He is really like the Queen of Hearts or whatever. Isn't she the queen of whatever the in the Alice in Wonderland?
Sounds like you're confused again. You've been confused your whole life.
Because a lot of people, like you said, are too scared to say anything. They don't want to be attacked. They don't want to have the target put on their back. I do not fear any of these people.
I've attacked no one. You're such a lying piece of shit. That's all you'll ever be. How does a typical slave sound?
Welcome back, Wayfarer. Why don't you take a moment to join me in prayer? Shabbat Shalom. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed, so mote it be. Amen. Make sure you hit the button, do the thing, Wayfarer. See you in the abodes of the future.
That's a slave. That's a creepy creature. Ugh, what a loser. How does a typical slave sound?
Welcome back, Wayfarer. Why don't you...
All right, everyone. Some of you have seen those already. We're headed back over to the Sanity Machine channel on YouTube. 4,500 subs and counting. New subs every week, every month. Alchemical Gold, Face Reality. It's a new video that I posted 12 minutes ago. At least it's showing 12 minutes. 16 minutes ago. Sorry, I updated it. 16 minutes ago. Alchemical Gold, Face Reality. I'm going to drop a link for the Sanity Machine channel. I suggest that you subscribe if you haven't already. If you're tuned in, subscribe to both of my channels. Subscribe to all of my channels. They're glorious, glorious, and magnificent. Face Reality.
You play with fire.
You play with fire.
Psychos.
Demons.
You play with fire.
The king approaches. The king. The king. The Raven King.
If you play with fire, you will get burned. Play with fire.
Demons, zombies, cockroaches, dance in the fire. Filthy asshole liars,
Dance in the fire.
play in the fire. Burn forever. Burn, burn, burn. The king of the castle burns. The dirty rascals.
Don't play with the king.
Filthy peasant underlings.
Piss ants.
Ravens and crows
Ravens and crows.
watch over you. Bow to the Raven King. Bow down, peasants.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the king's boots.
Burn.
Shut the fuck up.
Peasants, cockroaches.
Shut the fuck up.
And burn. Burn. Demons.
Take a look. What do you see? What do you see on your screen? Take a look. Is this a good realm? Up to 100,000 feared dead as Venezuela earthquake leaves trail of destruction. It levels buildings and it leaves a trail of destruction. The death toll could reach 100,000. Massive earthquakes have been hitting. Is this a good realm? Is this a good design? Look at the destruction. Buildings collapsed on people. Is this a good realm? Is this a good design? I'm trying to reach you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, trying to break through your concrete bunkers that most people are living in bunkers. They don't let any truth get in. They're in hardened bunkers, sealed up, saying, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any truth. I want to hear no truth. I want to see no truth. I don't want to see any evil. I don't want to see any suffering. I don't want to see any destruction. You look away. You live in denial of where you are. You going to praise your God? Are you going to praise your God? Are you foolish? Are you slaves to a monster? Is that what you are? Are you slaves to a monster? Is that what you are? Is that what you are? Buried in rubble. How would you like for that to be you, your children, your mother, your sister, your brother, your parents, your grandparents, your best friends, your aunts, your uncles, your favorite cousins? You don't want to face where you are, do you? Most of you on earth. I know you don't. Otherwise, tons of you would be looking at the pieces of the puzzle and the pieces I fit together to show you what this realm is. Very few of you do that. You don't want to look. You want to pretend. You want to live in denial. Don't you? Wait, what's this? I'm Swedish. Does he look like a Scotsman or a Swede? I'm European and you are racist. Wow. So when they moved... Wait, what's this? I'm European and you are racist. I'm European and you are racist. Wow. So when they move to Europe, they believe that they're European. When they move to Great Britain, they'll say they're British because they have a British passport or they're able to get one eventually. Does he look British to you? Does he look English or Irish or Scottish or Welsh? Does he look French? Excuse me. Does he look French? Does he look German? Does he look Swedish? Does he look like a Scotsman or a Swede? Does he look like an Irishman or a Frenchman or an Englishman. Does he look like that to you? Does he look like a German to you? He doesn't look that way to me. Maybe it's time to face some truth. Hello, Wendy. I'm speaking with Wendy right now. I'm reading her comment, but I'm saying hello to her. I'm sure she'll see this video. Hello, Wendy. Wendy wrote 14 hours ago. Poor little boy. Terrifying encounter and probably nightmares for the rest of his life now. Brave white man saved his life. However, why no angel intervening? If God is good, why are there even dog attacks? Why is surgery even needed? As you can see, I gave her comment a heart right here. Great points by Wendy. If God is good, why no angel intervening? Why no intervention if God is good? Why are there even dog attacks? Why is surgery even needed? See, this is the right track I want people to be on. This is exactly what I hope people will begin doing, if you haven't already. Start asking why. Start questioning. The way Wendy is here. She's showing you that she's questioning things. She's not just typing this. She's questioning things about this realm in her mind and in her spirit. This is exactly what I want humanity in general to do, but especially the ones on my channel, because I don't expect most of humanity to do this. They don't demonstrate the ability to question, to challenge, to think, to ponder, to wonder, to say why. If God is good, why? If God is good, why does this happen? Why is this even possible at all for any child to have to go through that? And some children get it worse. They're dead. They're killed by dogs, dog bites. Their faces are bitten off. They get bitten in the throat. They bleed to death. Children and adults. Thousands. And I responded, dog attacks, dog bites, rabies shots, stitches. I think that's a typo right there, sorry. Stitches, there should be a T there. I'm sorry, I just caught that now. Was responding. Surgeries, hospitals, doctors, nurses. Hellcare only exists because it's a hell realm. All of these things only exist because it's a hell realm. It shouldn't exist at all. Meaning those things. I should have written those things. In a good realm, quote, good realm. Surgery, dog bites. Sorry, I've jumped ahead a little bit in this video. I'm not showing the whole video. It's 20 minutes long, 33 seconds. So it's over 20 minutes long. I'm going to share the link for this video. I'll drop the link in the chat room. Face reality. Face reality. And it opens with a new song by me. If you play with fire, part 2 with my vocals. The original did not have my vocals. This one does. And it's slightly different. As usual, a lot of people viewing this can't find the like button. 14 views, only 5. At least one of those likes is by me, so 4 people so far have hit the like button. A lot of people are lost. They can't seem to figure out how to support my channel. You can like, you can comment, you can participate, you can subscribe. You can do a lot of things to help out that are free. But a lot of people are lazy, unfortunately. A lot of people in this realm are very, very lazy. And I don't respect the lazy at all. I don't want them around me. They're just leeches, parasites, and they belong in hell realm. They can stay here and be lazy forever and ever and ever. All right, everyone. If you're lazy, you don't belong here. Go away if you're lazy, Tigga. Go away. I don't want you. This popped up earlier. What's this shit? What's this shit? The most dangerous trap for truth seekers. On Inspired Channel, 603,000 subscribers. He makes money, the cowboy, doing YouTube, and people applaud. They gobble it up and they get out their credit cards. That's what people do. That's what people are good at. You're good at supporting shit for shekels.
Belief is a toxic and dangerous attitude toward reality, I think. After all, if it's there, it doesn't require your belief. And if it's not there, why should you believe in it? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Hey, Inspired Tribe, my fellow freedom lovers, John Nolan here. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Thursday, June 25th, 2000.
The famous neck-bearded cowboy, John Nolan, famous neckbearder.
26. We're going out of the Matrix into Prime Reality today to talk about the truth trap. And I mean it literally. It's literally a trap. And we're going to explain, talk about.
He says he's going out of the Matrix today to Prime Reality. He has all the catchphrases and buzzwords down pat. And that's all it takes to fool most people. Most people are stupid. They're lazy. They're gullible. They're dumb. They're followers. He'll just say a few words they recognize and they'll start nodding their heads in agreement.
About it and see what it is. For those of you who are new here, welcome. We're excited to have you. For those of you who've been here with us, you can see we're making a few changes here. Really liking it. And there's a few more things to come. Nothing crazy, but just a little bit of a new feel to it. Of course, the same premise remains that we are actually examining, rediscovering, remembering, exploring, expanding into the truth. And I want to say right off the bat, this is not me talking to you sort of from a pedestal and kind of, hey, I'm immune from this. I'm excluded from this. No, it's actually the exact opposite. We're in the same boat. And if you think about, most people that have sort of joined us on this journey, most people have really come on board in the last few years, started with 2020, started with this massive, massive event that has opened so many eyes. And what happened over the last 6 years is that millions and millions and millions of people have stopped trusting and believing in what they've been taught about pretty much everything. And they have also started exploring different ideas, different perspectives about everything, from history to who we are, to the financial system, to the government system, to the medical system, to the school system, everything you could possibly think of. And
he's essentially Talcott in a cowboy hat. He's reading from a script. He mentions 2020. He claims people are questioning. I bet his version of history is pretty mainstream. I bet he believes Germans bad, World War II, all that sort of stuff. They preach and preach and preach. They don't actually do any fucking research. They're lazy. And I don't respect most of these beings. They're fake, they're phony, they're lazy. And they're out for shekels. That's why they're on YouTube.
On that journey, there are multiple traps, and they're literally like mouse traps. You know, there's some attractive stuff in there. And sometimes we can get caught up in that. And that's what we want to talk about. I want to start with a story.
They believe him as much as the royal worshippers believe the royals, as much as Catholics worship and believe the Pope, as much as the televangelist Christians believe their televangelist preachers on TV that are phony. That's what happens. Cult followers love this type of shit. They gobble it up. They can't get enough of it. They can't get enough. They show up by the thousands and they love it. They love it.
A personal story, something that happened to me 20 years ago, and it's the God honest truth. I was reading a metaphysical book. I'm not going to say which one. You might know it, but it doesn't matter. I was reading a metaphysical book. I want to start with a story, a personal story, something that happened to me 20 years ago, and it's the God honest truth. I want to start with a story, a personal story, something that happened to me 20 years ago, and it's the God honest truth. I was reading a metaphysical book. I'm not going to say which one. You might know it, but it doesn't matter. I was reading a metaphysical book, and I will never forget the moment that I read the final page of that book. I closed it and I said, oh my God, here it is. This is it. I now know everything that I ever needed to know. Like, what else is there possibly to know? If I know this, if I understand this, if I implement this in my life, I got everything I need. And I went to sleep that night in this amazing feeling that I was basking in. I know it now. I know the truth now. And I woke up the next morning and I was like, from here on out, life is just going to be this easy, floating, never challenging experience because I know this now. And boy, oh boy, did life turn things around on me and slap me 6 ways, 7 ways to Sunday. Until I humbled myself once again. And it wasn't even grandeur. It was just like, I felt like I had received something so powerful, something so truthful, something so big that I didn't need to search any longer, quest any longer, question myself, question things. I was just like, this is it. And immediately I received opportunities to correct my thinking on this. However, that's 20 years ago. The energies have shifted dramatically and the stakes have become higher, I would say, in many ways. So what immediately I received opportunities to correct my thinking on this. However, that's 20 years ago. The energies have shifted dramatically and the stakes have become higher, I would say, in many ways. So what has happened in the past years and even decades is that those who are questioning, and let me frame this right, those who are questioning are always a danger to the status quo. The people that are rebellious, the people that are joining one of the parties, even if it's a rebellious party, the people that are joining one of the established thought systems, even if it's a rebellious one, those people are okay. The people who are questioning everything are the problem. So what is being created from the system for these people are bigger boxes, okay? So the mainstream box is a very small box, right? Mainstream thinking, mainstream news, mainstream science, mainstream history, it's a small, tiny box. And if you start moving out of this, the system gets very, very scared because you stop participating or putting your energy into it, and that's what it needs. So it says, okay, let's make some bigger boxes, okay? So these are folks that are skeptical. These are conspiracy theorists. They're not going to stop being conspiracy theorists. They're not going to stop searching. Let's give them something that is going to be exciting, that's going to have a lot of truth into it, but the quintessential point is going to be a complete falsehood, complete distraction from the truth. And that's how we're going to capture them. And then they build movements, and they call these movements all kinds of things. The names don't really matter, but the principle is the same. And what these movements all have in common, they have a savior figure or savior group or savior destination on top of it. Basically, they say, here, we're telling you all these truths, and there is someone. Either someone is coming, someone is already here, you don't really see it, but they're already taking care of things. I brought this up quite a few times over the years, but the first time, and this is going to sound crazy to you, the first time that I read about NESARA, back then it was only NESARA, it wasn't just SARA, it was only NESARA, it was in 2002. And it was on an obscure forum on the internet when people started talking about NESARA, this secret legislation that was passed in secret, and that 9/11 was the cover-up event to not let this legislation become law, okay? And this was going to be this incredible liberation for the people. Everybody's going to get paid. They're going to get their straw man accounts, and everything's going to get taken care of, and all the corruption is going to go away. And the secret white hat military group is taking care of it. There's going to be mass arrests, all the stories, right? So this was 2002. And I have been observing this movement, this one movement from afar, for 24 years. About 374,000 times has the system already been activated, according to forums, videos, platforms, channels, documentaries, and so forth. And it was the goalpost just kept moving, just kept moving, just kept moving. But what happened was people started to really take real life detrimental actions. They believed so hard that there was a secret positive conspiracy to fix everything, the entire system, and to give them millions of dollars and to give them everything they ever wanted, that this conspiracy was so real that they stopped paying their bills, they stopped paying their, and we can talk about taxes, don't get me wrong, like I'll be the first guy to tell you it's all bullshit, but they stopped paying taxes the wrong way. They stopped the wrong way, I should say. They stopped paying their mortgages the wrong way. And they said, it doesn't matter. They quit their jobs because they said, I just heard that NESARA will be activated this weekend. And then the quantum financial system is coming on, and then everybody's going to get their money, and everybody's going to be great, right? 24 years, we have watched people get divorced over this, lose everything they worked for over this, lose their retirements, lose their friends, lose their families, not because they had discovered some incredible truth, but because they had literally switched out one box, the mainstream box, for a slightly bigger box, the NESARA box. And then that's where they were. And it became so detrimental that there's now thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people all over the place who have literally fucked up decades, years, or even decades of their lives because they were in this savior trap. Okay, so that's one big one. Of course, there's another movement, the 17th letter of the alphabet, the Q movement, that has been around now for 10 years, almost. Very similar in its quality, very similar in its promises, but bigger than the other one, much bigger. Like this is so such a sophisticated trust the plan campaign, and it has infected so many people, and it does not matter. The evidence doesn't matter any longer. Okay, so this is part of what happens when you buy into something. When you think, I have found it, this is what happens. People buy in, and once again, the consequences are exactly the same. People have lost their families, people have lost their lives, people have lost their livelihoods, people have lost everything because they were so invested in this story. And this goes into the savior idea, which we were all religiously trained. We were religiously trained, even if we weren't brought up in a religious family, but the savior training was still embedded because religion has influenced culture for so long, so intensely. So what happens is people then inherently, most adults are still in a childlike developmental stage when it comes to responsibilities, solving problems. So when somebody presents to you a plausible story about a secret white hats group, about people in the background that are taking care of things for you, that are going to fix everything, that is so appealing. That's so appealing to us because somewhere in the back of our minds, at a very young age, we have absorbed these stories about the hero on the white horse, you know, the knight on the white horse, or the Jesus return story that Jesus in persona is going to return and fix everything. And so we are addicted to these ideas, and we want it so badly, because wouldn't it be so nice to just wake up one morning and everything is fixed and you didn't have to really do anything for it? Big, big trap. And it's connected to sort of the second trap, which is the secret knowledge trap in a truth community, freedom, conspiracy community. There's this brother and sisterhood, the holy grail sort of, where people bond around this secret knowledge that only a few have. You know, they've discovered it on a YouTube channel, they've discovered it through a Telegram group or whatever, and now they have found this very, very specialized body of knowledge, right? And it gives them information that they've never heard before, and it gives them sort of the truth, but there's so far only few people who get it, okay? And this gives them a feeling of special, like there's not a lot of us who know it, right? And this is incredible. And this is the one thing that we needed so that we can finally fix things. And this secret knowledge trap is oftentimes consciously created by the leaders of these groups that oftentimes turn into personality cults, where those who transport the knowledge to the people make themselves out to be as so special that only they figured this out. They're the only ones who found it. They're the only ones who connected the dots properly, and nobody else can do that. Only they can do that. And then the group starts to do what? They start to identify with the person, identify with the knowledge, and identify with the belief that they're special, that only they know. And that creates this, you know, it's kind of like a sports club when you come very young into a sports club, and there's this camaraderie and there's this shared excitement for, you know, the team and their successes and even the losses, right? Everything is shared, and there's this energy and this camaraderie that can create a very strong bond. And this is how these folks start to feel, because oftentimes, because they are truth seekers, they've already been alienated by their families and friends and spouses and colleagues. So now they've found this new group that also knows what they know. They can see what they see. We're kind of the special ones, right? That's the identity trap. When people identify with the group and the labels so much that when they are challenged, it isn't the information that is challenged, it's their very identity that is challenged. This is what happened, if you think about it. There was Q, for those of you who know how that worked, there was Q, and everybody who deciphered the Q drops, and everyone who followed along was an anon, right? Coming from, you know, the internet slang word anonymous, but anon. The media, either consciously or just because they're stupid, called it QAnon. But there was no such thing as QAnon. There was Q. Whatever Q, whoever Q really is, was an anons, which are the people following the information and the crumbs and the drops and putting it all together. And the anons felt very much connected, right? So much so that when you questioned the information, they felt threatened, because they started being that information. They started being the plan. They started being Q in a way. And when you questioned things, they felt threatened. Their very identity felt threatened. So this is, you know, this is another one of the big, big traps in this. And then there is a huge one, which is the timeline trap. And the timeline trap is, there's always something in the future coming up 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 2030, where, and I want to stick more with the positive dates rather than the negative dates, because the timeline trap is sort of the core story is always the same. Something is happening in the background, and they're ready to announce it to the people soon. There's going to be this huge broadcast through the emergency alert system or the emergency broadcast system. Everybody's going to get notifications on their phone. Everybody's going to see the same media feed. Everybody's going to finally see the truth. This has been projected for so long, and of course the goalpost keeps moving, but what it keeps people in is in this feeling of anticipation. You know, we just have to wait a little longer. Just trust the story, trust the plan here. It's all going to play out. What does that do to a lot of people? It puts them in a state of passivity. So what happens with folks that follow these timelines is they feel like, oh, it's not time to act yet or change anything or make positive changes in my own life because this very good thing is coming very soon. So I'm gonna just wait till that comes, right? And it could be a prophecy that, you know, we're gonna receive a big solar flare and that's gonna awaken our third eye and that's gonna give us secret knowledge and all that stuff. It's gonna rejuvenate our bodies. Or it could be that, like I said, the new quantum financial system comes online and everybody gets their millions of dollars and whatever. The principle is the same. There's always something almost here. It's just around the corner. That's a timeline trap. It's a very big one in sort of the truth community. And then all of
Joke. That's not our door handle. They took it off. Joke. That's not our door handle. They took it off.
6-9-189. I can hear dogs. Somebody's coming to the door. You look.
Can you hold on? What a cheek. It's astonishing, isn't it?
He looked out the window and then walked away from the door.
The thing is, the only way to get the lockbox off if you don't know the code is to take the door handle off and throw it away. They came prepared. That's our standard key. That key does all of our properties throughout the US.
Hi there.
No.
Trying to sneak out the back.
Why are you on my property?
1025. Come on out.
No, do not touch
You
me.
need to come outside right
No,
now.
I do not. I know my laws. Sir, get off of my
Come on
property.
outside.
I
Don't own the
return
property.
adverse property. Adverse possession with title.
Then you need to come out and talk to me because
Okay,
we're going to
I will talk to you right there.
Come outside.
Respect my space. You do not have any right to come and grab me.
Did I touch you?
You were trying to grab me
Yeah, because
when I
you're
have
here.
my paperwork.
Then
Sir,
come outside.
This is a civil matter now because I filed adverse possession, sir,
Come
with the state of
outside.
Florida. Sir, get out of my house.
Adverse possession is a law that allows a trespasser to legally acquire the title to another person's property that is abandoned or not maintained. However, a person can only claim this after uninterrupted possession of the house for 7 years and cannot be done in secret.
I paid $4K down to get this.
Then come outside and discuss that with us.
I will discuss it. You don't have no right to grab me, sir, when I have my paperwork. You are listening to one side of a story. You did not hear me. I am an American citizen. You have no right to step in my house. There's not one way to purchase a home.
You're going to come outside.
Remove me from my house with my paperwork, sir.
Can we see the paperwork you have?
State of Florida, adverse possession action. Me and my husband had filed this.
You need to come outside.
Okay, well, you need to know your laws because you seem very uneducated about adverse possession. I know what I'm doing.
I'll tell you what, the people who know what they're doing and know that they're doing illegally don't react the way that you do. They don't
You
speak the way that
almost
you do.
grabbed me. I said, give me a minute so that I can put my dogs away, and you grabbed me.
You tried to come running out the back of the house to run. You could have gone out the
Why
front
would I
door.
run?
You didn't know I was back
The
here.
front, I saw you from there. See the assumption, sir? One of them came and tried to break in.
That was
and
an
messed up.
agent trying to show the property that is vacant and is not yours. What are you talking about?
First of all, it is.
No, it's not. I've got all the paperwork.
Real
The offers
estate, an
are-
attempt to establish adverse possession with title. How long has the home been sitting there abandoned?
not
I have
abandoned.
every right to actually.
It's not abandoned,
Yeah,
MLS.
you can't grab me out here.
I'm not grabbing you. You need to get out.
No, he tried to grab me out of here. We filed adverse possession on the home already. Thank you. You can be on MLS all it wants to be. Adverse possession is still a law, sweetheart. Thank you. Milo, come inside.
Don't snicker.
I just did.
You'll be out, don't worry.
I don't care.
Yeah, you will.
I paid
You'll
already.
be out.
I already
You'll
paid.
be out.
We went to the.
You'll be out. I'll be back in 30 days with the sheriff, and you'll be out.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. Don't worry. You'll be out.
Adverse possession.
Smarty pants.
What's adverse
You know what you're doing? Out you go.
Yeah, whatever.
What's adverse?
He's trying to say it's abandoned. It's not abandoned. There's a sheet in there where the contractors come and clean it every week. It's not abandoned. It's listed. It's been listed for a year. We have showings all the time. It's not abandoned. It's not an abandoned property. So she's lying. She doesn't know what she's talking about. There's a certificate of title.
And he's showing us the certificate of the title right now.
Select Portfolio Servicing.
This is his company.
There's my listing agreement from Select Portfolio Servicing. This is how old the file is.
You're breaking up.
It's never been abandoned since we foreclosed on it. My phone number was on the window. She's taken that down.
The realtor said his phone number was even on the window and they took that down.
This was in the window. We don't see it now. I got pictures of it there last week.
Okay.
There's my sign last week. And there you can see the lockbox and our brass door handle. Gone.
With all the paperwork and photo evidence the property manager has, officers determine he's correct and the Karen has no authority to claim adverse possession on the residence. Now they just need to figure out how to get her out of the house.
Here's where we're at. What she's doing is squatting. They changed the locks, took the locks, that's theft. So we have authority. If you want to break the door down, we can go in and remove her forcefully. We can arrest her with trespassing and theft for stealing the locks. That's entirely up to how far you want to go with this.
Yeah.
Would you rather do it the safer way with minimal risk of damaging the property and doing, like you said, doing the 30 days with the sheriff's office? Or are you wanting her removed immediately now? Because that's the
I know what I would choose.
case. If she doesn't let us back in, if she doesn't come and agree to open the door, which she may not do now because she knows she's probably in the wrong, you will have to be responsible for breaking the door down and paying for the damages.
Well, it's our property anyway. We own it. Whatever damage is there is there. What are they going to do in the month they're there? And the money they're going to cost us by not being able to market it?
I can't answer that.
No, exactly. So you don't think she's going to come to the door anyway?
I mean, we can try again, and I would have German go up there because she doesn't like me clearly, so she might be willing to come back to the door once he goes up to it. What do you think?
Try it.
Let's try that.
I can't open this door.
Can we see that paperwork again, please? Can we go to the back?
I filed adverse possession.
Can you just meet me in the back door? Because I need you to show me that paperwork again.
She said she's coming out?
Yeah, she says, stay right there. She's going to show me through the window, I guess. He's the one that's going to need to breach this door.
Can he give us permission to kick it in, or does he have to be the one to actually do it?
You're going to make a 70-year-old man risk his old limbs for kicking the door.
I don't know what the legal requirements are here. He's a senior officer. He's a master police officer, so he knows this stuff more than I do.
Let's check the back door. Do you have a screwdriver or drill?
Why would you need a screwdriver and drill?
I have my multi-tool that has a screwdriver in it.
Yeah, it will be faster with a drill. Because that door, like you said, it's been broke, but it's just that little piece of wood is holding it.
Ma'am, you're going to need to come outside. At least open the door.
Why?
Because I'm ordering you.
You are not my authority.
If you refuse to follow that order, you will be arrested for resisting. Do you want to be arrested for resisting?
Resisting what? I have my paperwork.
Resisting a lawful order.
Give me a second, I'm recording.
Go ahead and record, and then open the door.
You said you wanted to see the paperwork.
We need to see it personally. Come open the door.
Adverse possession means paying the taxes on the home.
If you have no reason to worry, come open the door.
You grab me of your assumption, sir.
I'm going to go grab my multi-tool.
Goodness
We don't have a drill.
gracious.
We don't have a drill.
Step back. Step away from the door. Sir, step away. Tell this man to step away.
Just step away just a little.
I need to see him. I filed adverse possession on the 20th.
Can I see that?
Yes. You can hold, you don't have to hold it, sir. This is the original copy.
Okay.
Goodness.
As you can see, this is the adverse possession
What's
of
your
the
name?
state of Florida. Ashley.
Okay.
Now, I know what I'm doing because this is not the only property that I pay taxes on. You pay a portion of taxes for adverse possession. And you start cleaning up the home so you can take over the home. Milo, come inside now. Melody, inside. So no longer, this is not in your hand. This is a court civil case where we fight and we show them that we're going to be paying taxes on the home. When you pay a portion of the taxes, you go to the appraisal office and you pay a portion of the taxes on the home. This home has been sitting. That's why adverse possession exists. That's not my fault that you can't do your job and you can't
legally foreclosed on.
If you are a real estate agent, that means you have to sell in a limited time.
You know nothing about what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. It's called adverse possession.
$575,000 was paid for this property in January of last year at foreclosure sale.
Yeah.
That makes it legally the owner's property. It has not been abandoned. I have pictures of the property every week, date and time stamp, which will go to the court. You are wrong.
No, you are wrong.
We are maintaining the property.
And maintaining it. What's wrong with the pool and the frogs?
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that's not maintaining.
Makes no difference. The property, and we have not abandoned it. We're here every 10 days.
10:15, let's make it.
So your criteria are wrong.
No, my criteria, sir, you cannot grab me, sir. Sir, you cannot grab. I have dogs. Sir, I filed adverse possession.
Stop resisting.
I filed adverse possession. I did it the right way. Stop. Sir, please. My dogs. Sir, can you help me? I filed adverse possession. Sir, that's my paperwork. Sir, what about my dog?
These are always a hard watch.
Against the
What
wall.
about my dogs? You didn't listen to me.
Stop resisting.
Correctly.
You want to get tased?
No.
Turn around. Right now. Turn around. Turn around.
I didn't do anything.
Damn,
Oh my
idiot.
God, I paid $4,000.
Stop resisting. Stand against the wall. Stop resisting now.
I need to call the police because this is wrong.
You gonna call the police on the police? You're gonna call the police on the police?
Do you think drugs are involved here?
I don't think drugs are involved, but I think she's trying to steal this house.
Drugs may be involved.
She's a squatter.
She's trying to steal this home. I think that is the most apparent part of what I'm witnessing.
You know, that was going on during the Joe Biden administration. People's homes actually was getting stolen, in multiple states.
Why are you arresting me? Are you serious? Why am I being arrested? I have rights.
I told you, burglary, trespassing,
This is not burglary. I have the paperwork, sir. I went through the appraisal. State appraisal. They gave me the key. Oh my God, sir.
And now you're being charged with resisting.
I have my MacBook Pro. Wait, let's go inside. I have to.
They gave her the key.
We'll get everything.
I can't do this again. Sir, are you pressing charges?
It's up to the bank.
I declare bankruptcy!
Are you pressing charges?
If this officer falls in the water because you won't cooperate,
What about my
you're going to be
stuff?
charged.
We'll get it for you.
I wasn't the one who did it. What about my husband?
Dang, she done threw him under
Stop
the bus.
resisting.
See, now she's changing the story up.
Leave me alone. Sir, please.
Stop spitting in my face.
Oh no.
That's not fair because I had my paperwork. You're racist.
Yep, there it is.
And I'm coming for you.
That never fails.
I can't wait to come for you. You're a racist fat. I'm coming for that ass. Don't worry. I have my paperwork. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I wish we could conduct a study. How many times a black person was arrested and said racism?
That's probably
What percent of the time?
It's probably 90.
Probably about 90.
And they getting
I had
around.
paperwork. I had paperwork too. I had my paperwork. And I'm being arrested for what? What am I being arrested for? Burglary?
Oh, you're trying to break out of your cuffs now. So now you're going to get another charge. Up against the wall.
How'd you get out of them?
You're about to
Probably
get
gotta
tased
turn
right
the
now.
Why fight? Why? You're making it worse. Dumb.
Siri, call a car. Siri, call a car. Siri, call a car. Call a car. Call a car, Siri. No.
Siri said no. Siri said no.
I've never seen that.
Oh my God.
Could that be real?
Call a car, Siri. No.
That's probably fake.
This gotta be fake.
That don't sound like Siri. Bro, hit her with the taser, bro. They playing.
Roll her on your back.
She's on drugs.
Stay right there on the ground.
She's just crazy, bro.
Get the f out of my face before I spit on you. Get the f out of here. I have no respect for you, you GED, you dumb loser. Adverse possession is a law, and I'm gonna sue the f out of you for what you just did. I swear to f. Get the f away from me! You ugly fat f.
Do we need to wait for a female?
just throw in the car.
I have mail coming too. I can't wait to see your fat.
Winter Park, Florida. That's a place, right?
I think so.
This is when I started working out again 3 weeks ago.
I'll go check the inside with this guy.
Section that we're gonna need animal control, 2 small dogs, possibly Pomeranians.
All right, let's go inside.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody else in there. So the husband is involved in it as well. I didn't think it was her on her own.
Well, that's what she's been saying to her husband, but
Why does she think she has a right to have a property when other people have to save up the down payment? It's crazy.
all right, just go ahead and announce yourself.
Anybody here? Hello? There's some stuff in there. Paperwork.
575,000
It's
for the
Florida.
house.
It's Florida, bro. It's probably by the beach and everything.
You don't think it's that nice?
Hell no.
You ain't never peeped Florida homes be small.
It's got a pool, bro.
575?
It's got a pool.
It's not Texas or Georgia. It's Florida.
It's got a pool.
575?
They do got a pool in the back, though.
That little baby little bathtub back there.
My apartment bathroom nicer than that.
What about this? Shall we bring this out?
I'm just taking her personal stuff.
Get back. Get back. Come through. Here's it. Look at this. They came prepared.
Wow.
Here's my sign on the floor. Here's the lockbox with the door handle. There's a baby buggy here. Thank God there's no baby in it. Well, I can't see one, can you? You know what? They probably, that's the dogs.
He even said, see me in 30 days, but you antagonized that I would get arrested.
There's our sheet. As you can see, if you want to take a picture of this, this is a sign-in sheet. Look at the dates we're here. We have a crew that come and clean it and make sure everything's okay.
You're trying to ruin my life? You see a black woman all by herself and I'm the mastermind all of a sudden?
Absolutely nothing about anything that we've done
You were trying to grab me
had anything to do with race.
If I was a cop, I promise you I wouldn't answer no questions. I'd just be sitting in there quiet. I put some AirPods in.
I promise you, I wouldn't even be in the car.
I wouldn't want to sit in the car and listen to that shit.
I would have
either.
hopped out the car and don't turn it on.
Yeah.
This is
no air flowing in that bitch.
Man, cops have a rough job.
I think you have to turn on the air.
I know,
Probably
but
do.
I'm just talking shit, you know.
Nope, I forgot. Sorry about that.
This is insanity.
Stay.
Front door open.
They replaced the door handle.
Pulled it off.
So according to this, in order to use adverse possession, you must move into an otherwise neglected property and improve the property, and the title can't be granted to you after a period of time, and it must be done in a visible manner such that it is in conflict with the owner's right, none of which she does.
I'm not gonna cooperate.
It's okay. I'm just gonna do a quick pat either way because it's just for safety measures.
Safety measures for what? You got f***ing belts and everything on you. How safety for what?
You're getting
Look at
You're
me.
getting transported from one place to another.
I don't
so
care.
Either way, like I said, I can just hold you here and I can just do a pat real quick. But either way, it's gonna happen.
Don't touch
and then
me.
I got to.
I have my own authority. I'm a sovereign citizen, so just don't touch me.
Well, we're going to.
Come with that shit.
Touch me.
Cooperate with the pat down.
Oh my
That's
god.
just how easy it is. If you just,
Touch me.
I just.
How big are your legs? If you spit on me, you're going to get charged with
What's
additional
that?
Get out of me! Get out of me! Get
Put her on the wrap.
Don't touch me, you piece of
Put her in the
trash!
straight
Get
jacket.
away from me, it's you, bitch! You guys broken!
Imagine it's your baby mama.
Broken!
It's not broken.
It's broken!
It's not. She's already gotten out once. Oh, you slipped out of these before. So right now you're sitting here, and you can put these
You
handcuffs.
got a black cop now. You can't call racism.
Like, I cannot, I hate you all. And I hope you guys dies, and I hope your children dies.
Whoa.
Like, I don't like you guys.
Goodness
and I
gracious.
can't wait for sovereign citizens to just come through. And like, when that war begins, I can't wait. Don't talk to me.
What the hell is she talking
I'm an
about?
American, and I want to be the face of that war too.
Hi, I'm Officer Espinosa with Orange County Animal Services. I'm gonna be taking your 2 dogs, okay?
Can you take the number?
Listen,
can
hold
you
on.
can you
Okay,
take the
well, then
number?
I'm not-
Okay, bye, bitch, bye, bitch, bye, ugly bitch. That's why your skin
Dang.
sucks.
Are you on behalf of them wanting to press charges against her?
I'll check with the asset manager. Can I get back to you?
Well, the entire point of what we're doing is that you gave us the impression you wanted to press charges. If we're going to come back and say no, we have to let her go.
No, let's do it.
They can always change their minds and have the charges dropped later.
They
but
can,
if you being the representative want to press charges on their behalf, they can change their minds later.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can say no and we can release her.
What do you think we should do then?
I cannot give you legal advice. I mean, regardless, I'm going to arrest her for the resisting.
The fact that bro is even considering not pressing charges, I mean, I would be like, don't even ask me.
He's a really nice guy.
He probably just looking at it, you know, from a positive aspect, thinking like
she's out the house.
She's homeless, and now she's just out the house.
I don't think she's homeless. Though. She had an iPhone in her hand.
She had a MacBook. You know, I think this guy, what his main priority is making sure the house was okay and they didn't destroy it. So I think that's why he was just so adamant on getting her out of the house, because his job is to maintain the property and sell it. So I think that's why he's just like, oh, let's just call the asset manager.
Yeah.
Nah,
Hold
brother.
on. You don't think she homeless, bro?
No.
She had an iPhone and a MacBook, bro. She trying to finesse.
That stuff is not cheap. Then you got to maintain it. How's a homeless person going to maintain that?
Man, niggas will buy that and still be homeless.
No, she's not homeless. How many homeless have you seen in Houston with an iPhone and a MacBook? Zero.
Hey,
you've seen one. Say it right now. You've seen one.
But she's not. She's not a junkie, but she still might be homeless.
She's not homeless. They're trying to finesse.
I would say most homeless people are
100% of homeless people do not have iPhones and laptops.
So if she wasn't homeless, why she ended up in that home?
She wanted to finesse a free home,
steal a house,
like a scam.
Even if you don't know their firm answer right now, you are the representative. You can say yes to it right now. If they change their minds, the state attorney's office will be contacting them regardless, and they would change their minds.
Okay, put your hand behind your back then.
Break my wrist. You're not my authority. Break my wrist.
I ain't breaking no wrist.
Break my break my arm.
Right. Put your hands together.
How she uncuffed?
Come out. Come out.
She got small wrists.
Bro, just tase her, bro. Just tase her.
I said no, right?
Oh, you're gonna.
I said no, right? I'll file him up. What's up?
Don't make
I'll
it,
file him up. Get the away from me. Get the away from me.
Bro, she tweaking, bro.
Might have to
Ma'am, you really need to
her.
stop resisting.
Nope.
Is that a black guy? Is he black? That other bald cop?
Now they got a little legs.
Oh, no. Now you have assault and battery on a police officer. Congratulations.
Awesome.
There you go.
Dang, old timer.
We're good. When you have her ankles tightened, I'll pull her over in the grass. Yep. Now pull over.
They finna hog tie her.
They have no choice.
Roll on your back.
Stop resisting. Please back up.
Tase her.
All right, let me lift.
Y'all making it hard.
Grab it. Get off.
You are doing this to yourself.
I don't care. You're hurting me. Get off. Get off of me. You can't do this. I'm a human. Get off.
Grass all in a hell.
Not acting human.
I've never seen no one get put in this.
This is crazy.
This is my first time seeing this equipment.
We've seen some crazy body cams.
Have y'all ever
I've never
seen this?
I ain't never seen it. Hold on, bro.
Hold on, bro. This is history.
Hold on. How they got
This is history on our channel.
Bro, nah, bro.
We've never seen this.
I ain't never seen somebody get rocked
I've never
up.
seen this thing. Hold on.
It's legal. Get
I've never seen this thing.
Like she in a caterpillar cocoon.
Oh.
They had the hog tire.
No, we can't get a still frame.
That ain't hog tie. You know what hog tie is? It's when your arms behind your back connected to your feet. Like these.
Oh my God. Grass all in a hell. Shoes
Just in
gone.
case, let me take the helmet. I
She
don't know
like
how
a
she's gonna
cocoon.
react to this one.
Put the helmet on her head.
They put a helmet on
The
her.
suspect, Ashley, was charged with felony escape, felony resisting with violence, felony battery on a law enforcement officer, providing false identification for giving the wrong last name, threats to law enforcement, burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, felony threats to a public servant, larceny, and trespassing by adverse possession without notice. There are no records indicating she filed any lawsuits against the involved officers or the property.
Well then.
That's a lot of felonies.
Well then,
That what was it, like 6 felonies?
She tweaked.
Life's over.
I mean,
She said she's not a American citizen. She's a sovereign citizen.
What the hell does that even mean?
I think that's when
people so
people.
stupid.
That's the people that denounce their citizenship but still stay in America.
yeah, I mean, there's nothing to say. Pure
Ignorance.
Funniest part was when Siri said no.
Siri said no.
She might be on drugs. She had to.
I think she's on drugs or mentally ill or both.
I think she's just a thief. I think the
All
last
three.
two videos we've watched of body cam, I'm not going to say they're mentally. I think they're just thieves, and they know they're caught, so they try to stall.
Nah, bro.
But they think if they stall long enough, the police and whoever's getting onto them will give up, and then from there they escalate it.
No.
That's what I think has happened the last 3 body
I'm gonna
cams
keep
I've
it on
watched.
it, bro. They're mentally ill, bro. If you know you finna put yourself in the risk of death, something is not working up.
I mean, you could just
head.
be stupid.
Or she's a thief. That's
Hey.
why she was like, "Oh, you can't hold it because it's fake paperwork."
Yeah.
Some shit they made on Canva, on Word.
Okay, I think she got caught. Okay, I'm caught.
She don't
Okay.
look.
You're
She don't look
trespassing. Leave.
homeless to me.
That's all they wanted to do.
Based on this, nails done,
Glasses,
earrings in,
dogs.
prescription glasses, nice clothes,
She's just a thief.
iPhone,
Y'all don't
MacBook.
She's just a thief.
How many homeless you see with nails done?
She's just a thief.
Do they
dog.
do that at the homeless
you know how
shelter?
many people's on Section 8 and they got their hair nails?
Hold on,
and
Section
all
8
that
is
stuff?
not homeless.
Yeah, that's not homeless. Section
You
8
have
is
a
actually
home.
a way for you
don't
to
think,
get a home.
So you don't think she's homeless?
No.
No.
So why is she still in homes?
She's
Because
a thief.
she's a thief. Are you?
So
Tosh,
why she can't just
hold on,
pay
hold on.
rent?
So, do you think
She's
she
a
got her
thief.
nails done?
And yes,
Where?
At a regular nail shop.
With what?
With what money? That shit's expensive.
Hey, she said she paid
You got a
$4,000.
You got a girl. You got a girlfriend. Why don't you ask her how much her nails cost?
I know how much they cost.
He be paying
And
for 'em.
And look, guess what? You could
All right,
still be
bro.
homeless and buy that
Guys,
shit.
comment if she's homeless or not. We gone.
They gonna say you tripping.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. I have a question for you. Do you want to live in Haiti? Do you want to live in Haiti? In Haiti? In Haiti? Haiti? Haiti?
So this is the toilet here. It goes straight into the water.
And they go and bathe on that sea.
We've been told that there's no shooting currently at our checkpoint. There is at another checkpoint, but not at the one we're going to go through. So we've got to get through this checkpoint and basically get out of here while we can. Machine guns being fired over this wall. There it is.
You might got shot where he's standing.
We need to stand against this wall because bullets come over the top. Walking past the houses here, this is made out of porta potty. Look at these living conditions. This is plastic and old corrugated iron. The government burns rubbish, it doesn't put it in landfill?
Nope.
How are you? They burn the rubbish, and Tigges be living in porta potties. I'm going to show that again. I think this is fantastic for the women in America, Canada, UK, France, Germany, Sweden, Australia, all across the Western world that hate white men. We should send them to Haiti. I'm not kidding. Send them there to learn something, because they can't seem to learn to appreciate men that built the greatest civilizations on earth throughout all of history. Excuse me. So they belong there. I'm not joking about this at all. I would have them sent there in a freaking heartbeat. And that makes some women's heart beat quicker. And oh my goodness, he'd do that to us. Well, you've hated us for decades. You've hated white men openly, millions of you. And I would send you to countries like this to learn something. Now, I don't think you could learn to appreciate. I don't think most of you are fixable or changeable or teachable. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I think most of you have hardened hearts and you're full of hatred. You're full of lies and propaganda. You're demonic. You love this realm. You're like screaming demons, screaming Karens, and you're not good at all for the Western world. We don't need you whatsoever. Not at all. Haiti can have you. I'd ship you off to Haiti and to African Tigga countries like Nigeria and Sudan and the Congo and Liberia and Somalia and Rwanda. And I'm not joking at all. You might think, oh, it's trolling. No, that's where you belong. You hate straight white men. You don't deserve to live in the civilizations that we built. You're not just ungrateful, you're demonic.
We need to stand against this wall because bullets come over the top. Walking past the houses here, this is made out of porta potty. Look at these living conditions. This is plastic and old corrugated iron.
Go live in a porta potty and the corrugated metal here that's rusting. Go live in a Tigga shack. I don't care because a lot of you have demonstrated hatred for straight white men for many years now. In some cases, generations since the 60s, 70s. Some of you have demonstrated this for 40, 50, 60 bloody years. You don't deserve what we built. You're undeserving. You deserve to be in these porta potties with the Tiggas. And let them do with you as they wish. You're traitors to us. I don't have any loyalty to you, the ones that are anti-white, anti-straight white men. Fuck you. Fuck you. Live in a porta potty in a Tigga shack. It's what you deserve. And there's a lot of men that think this way now. There's millions. And a lot of us talk with each other. And we're in agreement.
The government burns rubbish. It doesn't put it in landfill?
Nope. They burn them.
So people play lottery here and you can win 2,000 goods. What's happening here?
So I have to put my car in this area. So when they shoot it, when the bullet's coming from that area, so it doesn't hit my car.
It's really that frequent. It's all the time.
It's happening all the time.
Is this lady going to show us her house, Sean?
Yep.
It's a bullet hole there. So you'll just be sitting here and bullets rain down.
It's happening all the time, but who's shooting at them? Who's shooting at these darkies? Well, other darkies that are Haitian, that live there. It's their own people shooting at them. You can't blame the white man. You killed off all the white people in Haiti. You killed off men, women, children that were white well over a century ago. You killed them off over a century ago. Didn't you? Yes, you did. And now what do you have?
Down over the whole neighborhood. So they caught that fish from
that sea where they were doing their needs as well.
The toilet. Are they not worried about like a bullet going up and hitting a plane? This is probably the poorest place in the Western Hemisphere where we are right now.
It is, exactly.
You can't go to the coast here because there's snipers. This is the front line right here.
Yeah, this is the bricks wall. They knocked all those blocks down.
They shouldn't even fly over Haiti. Just leave them. Just leave them to their own devices. I don't feel any sympathy for them anymore whatsoever. None. None. Whatever happens to them happens. Let them figure it out.
With bullets.
The other gang.
The other gangs. Okay, we're almost done here. We can't stay for too long.
Okay, now we have to just get out of here because we don't want to be caught in crossfire. So to leave today,
we're going to have to cross to the area where the shooting is.
We're going to have to go through the shooting.
Yeah.
Haiti, the poorest country in all of the
Haiti, the poorest country in all of the Americas on this side of the world. And it's almost all darkies because they killed off all the white people. This is what happens when the darkies run a country. When the darkies run a country, this is what happens when the darkies run a country. When the darkies run a country, this is what happens when the darkies run a country. The darkies. The darkies.
Americas, a country that has faced constant struggle from earthquakes,
7.3 magnitude earthquake, 220,000 people killed,
to gang wars.
Gang war rages on in the capital city of Port-au-Prince. Kidnappings and
Listen, it's God's plan. It's God's design. It's God's plan. It's God's design, isn't it? That's what people have told me my whole life. I must have heard that thousands of times, not just in person, but all over the internet, YouTube videos, everywhere. Praise God. Well, keep doing that. Keep doing what doesn't work. Most people on earth never learn.
killings getting even worse throughout the country.
Armed violence has reached unimaginable and intolerable levels.
Countless kidnappings.
The country's most powerful gangs is believed to be behind the kidnapping of 17 missionaries.
This has become daily life. Tires burning on city streets, protesters furious at the government's inability to confront kidnappers.
Corruption.
Démocratie, coup d'état, moi pas besoin. Démocratie, kidnapping, non pas besoin.
And untold poverty.
These are amongst the poorest people in the world.
With an average salary of less than $3.50 a day. The situation has become so desperate that there is currently a mass exodus from the country.
200 migrants stopped at sea.
A mass exodus, and we're supposed to take them in and feed them and house them and pay for them here for life in America and in Canada. I don't want them. I don't want them. Send them back. Float them back. They're like ants covering these boats.
Deep in the jungle in Panama, parents clinging to their children, bracing for the hundreds of miles ahead.
More than a dozen Haitian migrants are dead after the boat they were on capsized.
Millions of people fleeing, risking their lives for the chance of a better one. So what is this notoriously dangerous country like on the ground? Well, I guess we'll just have to jump on a plane if we want the answer to that one.
Gunshots and terror echoing in the streets of Haiti.
What is this place? This is actually a war zone.
Guys with guns everywhere. These are some of the roughest streets I've ever seen.
And they said they're gonna arrest you.
Well, I guess I'm going to a Haitian prison right now.
Jamais, jamais.
This country is so extreme.
The assassination of President Joe Biden.
The furthest I've ever been pushed on any of my trips. So basically now we have to just get out of here because we don't want to be caught in crossfire. The bus will protect from stray bullets, is that right? Yeah.
No, it's not free at all.
We saw a kidnapping, so we have to wait behind this wall until the shooting stops.
Killed by the gun will die by the gun.
Look at the quote at the beginning. If God not protect me, I dead already. You put your trust in a monster, you fucking retard.
Welcome back to Port-au-Prince, capital city of Haiti. Today we're heading to Cirque du Soleil, which is rated as the most dangerous place in the world. Take that for what it's worth. We're obviously not going blind into this place. We do have contacts with gang members and potentially we might be able to meet some of them and ask them some questions. There's a full-blown gang war between police and rival gangs. Around a month or so ago, 470 people either killed, disappeared, or seriously injured in this neighborhood, which has sparked a mass exodus. You have, I think, a population of 400,000 people, but thousands and thousands have evacuated. They can't stay in their homes anymore. It's just far too dangerous. My local guide, Sean, who you'll meet shortly, he's mentioned that there's a high likelihood that we're gonna hear some fire today, some open fire in the streets. So I've got to listen to what I'm told, keep my head down, see what it's like in this neighborhood, hopefully meet some people who are still living there and hear what they're going through. Let's go. We got to drive about 40 minutes, meet a guy on a motorbike, jump on the back of that motorbike because you can't get in because of flooding. So you can see the desperation of this place. Let's go and see, meet the people, hear their story.
Today we're heading downtown to Cité Soleil, City Sun, and try to meet a couple of gang members in that area. They're expecting us. The worst slum area you'll find in the country. Port-au-Prince, which is the capital, which should be the safest area in any country, but it's actually the most dangerous. Cap Haitian right now, it's blooming with tourists. There's a lot of tourists that is going to Cap Haitian. But Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti, is actually the problem. And that's where all the kidnapping are happening. It's not something that you would have heard happen in Cap Haitian or Jacmel or any other places in Haiti. Port-au-Prince is actually the problem, not Haiti.
And Cité du Soleil is the most dangerous in
Cité
Port-au-Prince.
Exactly. And have been since 2004 until now. It's still and then they are
I
right
saw
down
another
there.
one, yeah. So this is like no man's land in between.
Yeah, exactly. They're fighting against other rival gangs, which is called G9. So what they're doing...
Tigga tigga. Look at the hair. This is where people belong that hate straight white men, European men. This is where you belong. That's where they belong, in Haiti. Go to Haiti, anti-whites. I'll just call them anti-whites. Make it simple for people to understand. 12 people tuned in. Tigga tiggas. Tigga tiggas. I don't believe that a lot of you humans are grateful and appreciate what's been built for you, given to you, sacrificed so that you could live this way. I don't believe that most human beings at this point are good beings. Most of you just go along with demonic shit. It's what you do. You're lazy. You don't study anything. You don't try to learn the truth. You'd listen to a black woman like this and nod your heads. A lot of you in this realm. Race baiter, speechless. After genius man, white man, silenced her argument about colonization and reparations. This is a Tigga channel. Look at this Tigga. Look at the forehead and the hair. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The darkies.
My main point is that England will not be where it is now without the exploitation of resources from other nations, and even through you can. My main point is that England will not be where it is now without the exploitation of resources from other nations, and even
Exploitation as though we didn't pay for them. Do you agree with her? Does anyone here agree with her? Why don't you participate and speak up in the chat room? Do you agree with her or do you disagree with her? One more time. Do you agree with her or do you disagree?
my main point is that England will not be where it is now without the exploitation of resources from other nations, and even through you can mention it definitely even through this transatlantic slave trade. It developed, it benefited a lot. So another thing I'm going to say is that by taking from these nations, you destroyed them. These nations had civilizations, even though you might not recognize them because they're not as technologically advanced. They were stable civilizations that was safe. For instance, where I come from, we had the Benin Kingdom. We had safety. It was a place where meanwhile in England, I think around that period, it was very unsafe, and we didn't even have doors. So it was very safe, we could move about. So what I'm saying is that you destabilize all of these nations. Okay. So to then now say, oh, mass migration is destroying Britain, I find it quite funny.
So you're talking about an irony, is what you're trying to get
Yeah, I'm trying to say that's what I'm
because you've not even addressed why I believe mass
irony.
migration
and
is
if it's
destroying
okay,
Britain.
mass migration is destroying Britain.
But you're not denying that's the case. You're saying...
I am denying it's the case.
Oh, you don't think mass migration destroys Britain?
I don't think it's the case.
Okay.
I don't think that's why Britain is where it is now. I think the issue is that a lot of people try to say, oh, it's the immigrants, it's this, it's that. That's not the core issue.
Okay, what's the core issue?
I think the core issue is the way the system is structured.
Well, I'm picking you up on just a core... No, I'm picking you up on something significant where you're making it out that we just took and didn't contribute anything.
You didn't contribute anything.
That's insane.
You hardly contributed anything apart from destroying these nations.
So
why
are there Indian people out there that want us back then? Why are there people out there that actually want us to go back to their country?
What's up YouTube? Hope you guys are feeling good. Today guys, we're back here with a new video. Today we're going to be checking out England ended the slave trade. Prove me wrong. This is going to be good. This is going to be one of the best videos about slave trade in general that you might have ever watched. And this itself exposes the hypocrisy of a lot of people about this. England was a horrible country. They enslaved a lot of people. This is going to prove that wrong. Do you understand? This is an amazing video, and I would love you guys to check the video out with me. Let's get right into today's video, guys.
So mass migration, do you feel like the main reason England is in the state that it's in is because of mass migration?
Well, define the state, because that's a big thing. Like, what do you mean the state?
The economic state, people are disillusioned, things are harder for people. Is it because of mass migration?
I don't think it's solely because of mass migration.
Is that the main
it's part of the reason.
you think?
Ooh, never been asked that question before. I would have to be nuanced. Now, if it was terms of like social cohesion and community spirit and feeling disenfranchised for local communities, I would say that it's the primary reason. If you're talking economically, I would say that it's probably 50% of the issue, and then another 50%
of the issue.
I would say it's 50%. I'd say the other 50%.
Do you understand how England became great? How did England become great?
through thousands of years of constant fights and constant revolution, and not a bloody revolution, but in our minds and our soul. We come from a history
through years, decades, hundreds of years of exploitation of developing nations. That's how England.
When was that? Hang on. No,
that's how England became great.
Were we not great before we had any relationship with the slave trade?
Let's be honest. Let's look at London, for instance. London was one of the dirtiest, and I'm speaking in terms of just general. Maybe I can't give you, but London was quite dirty. Around the industrial era, people were living in poverty compared to. So I don't think you can say England was great before then. England was great by exploiting resources from the whole world. So I think it doesn't make sense for you to then say that mass migration is destroying Britain when from England stealing from the whole wide world. That's how they were able to build themselves. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah. So I would say that any conversation about kind of the slave trade is
not just slave trade, colonization, exploitation in India, in Nigeria, in literally almost the whole world. So you then can't say that migrants are coming to steal stuff when you.
I never said that.
No, okay, I don't mean to praise you, but you can't then say that mass migration is destroying Britain when Britain destroyed almost a lot of the world by stealing.
Oh wow, she claims Britain destroyed a lot of the world by stealing. Imagine the irony of Atiga lecturing a white man about stealing. Atiga talking about stealing. Look at this.
You can't then say that mass migration is destroying Britain when Britain destroyed almost a lot of the world by stealing resources and exploiting them.
Okay.
To me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so do you know who started, not who specifically, but where the slave trade actually originated? Because I'm bringing this up because
I'm not even talking about the slave trade.
No, I know you're not.
They exploit us, our kind nature, our giving nature. They exploit our kindness and our generosity, these Tigas. Lecturing us about thieving. Oh my goodness.
I'm talking about colonization.
I know you're not.
I'm talking about what happened in India. I'm talking about the
I know what you're talking about.
Not just
I know what you're talking about.
It's just an aspect. So I'm not necessarily. We already know. I'm not necessarily looking to go deep into that. But if you want to, you can.
The reason I understand what you're saying. The reason I want to open up this dialogue just separately for now, and I'll still come back to what you're saying, is because it helps me to establish your understanding of history. I don't mean in a patronising way, but I need to understand our sort of where I'm debating from. So it's important to establish that it was Britain that ended the slave trade, and it was North Africa that generally started the slave trade. To which
no.
Okay, so I'd love to know
where. So you said that Africa started the slave trade.
Yeah.
There was there was slavery in Africa beforehand, of course. Most nations had some form of slavery,
Yeah.
but no one did it like England.
What do you
did it
mean by
best,
that?
you
She's
know.
saying bullshit.
No, it wasn't actually. It wasn't
did
England.
Yes.
No.
England did it.
We never had slavery. And number two,
So you brought up slavery.
But for this exact reason, to try and establish this dialogue, because it's really important that England doesn't get demonized and hijacked as being a land of evil
So
history.
England did have slavery, but it's more nuanced. That's why you mentioned slavery. I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring up the slave trade. I brought up colonization.
I know.
I brought up. So what I'm trying to say.
I think colonize. I want to answer your question, but you're not letting me flow.
Sorry.
You've interrupted me.
Sorry to interrupt you.
It's all right.
But I'm trying to go back to my initial point,
Yeah.
which was that with colonization, England exploited the resources of millions of people and destroyed their nation.
Did we not contribute anything?
No.
We contributed nothing with colonization.
Hold on. So my initial point, do you agree that England exploited millions of people and took and stole from millions of people during colonization? Do you agree with that point? Because you're bringing me back to different places, which I'm not.
I think there are elements of colonization which are truly grim. I do not deny that. But I think overall, the British colony and what we achieved through conquering a third of the world is one of the greatest
What did you achieve?
achievements. We brought mass civilization, we brought money.
What does civilization mean?
It means we basically went over to India and said, burning people don't necessarily agree with that.
Hold on, let's look at how England was around the industrial era. How normal citizens, most citizens lived. They didn't live well. In London, for instance,
We had toilets, which is a great contribution.
You were throwing urine
for
from, you were
example.
throwing stuff from the windows. Like England wasn't the cleanest
Yeah,
place.
and then we said, we're going to invent toilets.
Yeah, but England. Let's be honest.
Thomas Crapper, I think his name was.
Let's be honest.
Ironically.
England was not the most civilized nation. And that's why I asked you, what does civilization mean? If most of the citizens were living in poverty, we can compare that to some of the other nations before England came. Maybe it wasn't civilization in terms of, they are the most technologically advanced, but there was peace, there was prosperity, there was abundance, but not in the sense of the Western idea of what civilization is. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So my version is civil. I mean, it's a different metric for everything. It depends where you're comparing it through time. Would you say we live in a civilized environment now? I would say we would agree with that, right? This is a civilized country. We would agree with that. Yeah. Well, I would say that what you're referring to in terms of the Industrial Revolution, we were still fairly civilized. We weren't in constant civil war. We weren't. We didn't have like.
But the living standards of the average.
The living standards.
The average British person.
Yeah, the living standards during the Victorian time were incredibly poor for many people.
Yeah.
I don't deny that. But interestingly, one of the ways we fixed that was through recognising that we want to pioneer in England and invent, as I say, something like
even during
the
the
toilet.
industrial age. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but also during the industrial age, the living standards were extremely low.
I know.
Yeah.
No, and I'm saying through that period, we addressed that in England, and we said we do have poor living standards. We've got cholera outbreaks coming through our water supply. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to pioneer and come up with ideas and technology to fix that.
I think. So you mentioned cholera. That's. I'm not. What can you go more specific into?
I can try.
Because I think you're going from the industrial age.
No, this was during the Victorian age.
I
But
don't
if I'm
know,
wrong,
antibiotics. What are you?
if I'm wrong, because I'm not actually, my history on this is not perfect, so forgive me if I'm not accurate on this. But my understanding is that we had cholera outbreaks during the latter period of the Industrial Revolution, and we identified it because we started to realise that people that were getting water from that cholera outbreaks were starting near water faucets or something like that. I think that was it. So I'm just using it as an example. It's just the way that we identified
I think the initial point that we touched on.
Yes.
You said that England around that time was very civilized. I disagree.
More civilized.
Was more civilized than the nations.
I would say we were more civilized than North Africa. Yes, I would.
Okay.
It's very tribal in North Africa. They kill a lot of people. They have a it's a culture that if they want to have, that's fine. But I would identify that a lot of the culture within North Africa during the as an example, during the India during the 1800s wasn't as civilized. Let's take the time period of the 1800s
I don't think that's true. And actually, factually, that's not true. Before, England was the main cause of most nations becoming destabilized. Most nations, yes, of course, yes it was. Most nations had systems they were able to govern themselves. They had systems. They were civilized in their own way. Maybe not, like I said, not technologically advanced, but these nations were safe. These people had, they didn't have drugs. They had food.
Yeah.
So they were civilized in that sense, but maybe not technologically advanced. And that's why a lot of people think, oh, civilization means technological advancement. We can look at the industrial age. Yes, they were more technologically advanced, but their living standards were a lot lower. The pollution was horrible. People didn't have food. People were suffering and struggling. And it was by stealing from all these nations, taking resources, exploiting, that England was able to grow to the position that it is in now. So that's why I think it doesn't make sense for you to then say, mass migration is destroying Britain.
Well, we're also, I know, I see what you're saying. I could go on for hours as to why I disagree with you, because we're talking about history in contrast to this sign now, okay? But if we want to not talk about this sign and a more reference to the history,
we are also talking about the sign.
I would say, okay, that it's important to note, as I established regarding the pulling of resources through things like the slave trade. The slave trade, as I say, was not started by England.
I didn't mention the slave trade.
I know, because I'm trying to establish something before I move on to that conversation. North Africa started the slave trade, roughly speaking. It wasn't England, as in the state, as in the government at the time, who decided to go over and then just start getting involved in the slave trade. What was actually happened is in places like Liverpool, incredibly wealthy men at the time in a high class of society decided that they wanted to get involved in the slave trade and it would benefit them. What happened was, please, I'll tell you why. What happened is William Wilberforce comes along, who was a Protestant Christian, and said, do you know what we need to do? We need to stop this. And it was Britain that ended, okay, the slave trade. Is that something that you recognise, or do you think that's not true or not significant?
Whether or not that's true.
No, not whether or not. No, I know.
Hold on.
All right.
So you brought up the slave trade to put England in a moral superior. You're trying to say that it was morally superior to other nations. England benefited. The issue is not about who started the war. It's not about who ended it. The issue is that England benefited greatly. England benefited a lot from the slave trade. But like I said, that was not my issue. If your point is that England ended it, okay. Maybe they did. Maybe they had their reasons for ending it. But that's not the point.
It was wrong.
Point, yes. So I agree with what you said. Maybe they, I don't know.
Okay, cool. That's what I want to establish. Right, we'll go back to colonisation.
The point is that they benefited greatly from it. And my original point is that through colonisation and through exploitation of resources, that was how England was able to build itself to the position that it is now. 1,000,000% England would not be where it is.
So what did we do before any access to migration? What happened in that period?
There's always migration. There's always movement.
No.
There was always movement. There was always migration.
Let's really roll the clock back.
What does migration mean to you? Because there's no nation where there isn't
let's go through a
movement.
really B-Tech sort of like rough idea as to English history. We had the Celts, the Romans come over.
Migration as well.
That which is you could say they migrated to our country. They colonised us, killed many Celts, lived to necessity. The Roman Empire then fell. The Romans then left. There were a few. The Celts stayed. There were a few Romans. Then what happens is the Anglo-Saxons come over. Okay, round over 1,500 years ago, and since that period, we have had pretty unbroken continuity from when the Anglo-Saxons landed here up until now. That's just a fact. So
yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah. So up until about 1066, the Battle of Hastings, we had about 1,000 years of.
How did England explode to where it is now, to the position that it is? My main point is that England will not be where it is now without the exploitation of resources from other nations, and even through you keep mentioning slave trade, even through this transatlantic slave trade. developed it benefited a lot. So I don't
But
understand.
this thing,
Do you
in
agree with
relation to
that?
the sign, though,
Do you-
yeah, well, I agree we benefited of global resources, right? That's fine.
Not global, personal resources from specific nations, but
Yeah,
okay.
as in we benefited of resources globally. All right, we took them globally and put them into this country. But that's very different.
By the native.
But hang on.
Extracted couldn't be tracked by natives.
Well, could the natives always capitalise on the land? So we bought agriculture.
No.
Well, I was just
You
about to
didn't
round
realize-
off a point. You can come back in a second, because this is an important point I wanted to make. Is if you're talking about migration, pulling resources from another country versus importing millions of people are two very different conversations.
British people also settled in those nations.
And? Yeah.
Yes, so I'm saying that.
You're talking about migration of us in other
Yes,
countries.
what I'm also saying is that first, what I was trying to do was lay the background to the fact that, to me, it's funny that you're saying, oh, mass migration is destroying Britain. When Britain destabilized.
But that's not mass migration. You're talking about two different things. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Did you hear what I just said? I said I'm giving you the background as to why I think it's funny that you're saying that mass migration is destroying Britain by giving you the precursor and saying, look, Britain came to these different nations and did all this and also lived in these nations, took so much from them. And you're now saying that, oh, I'm not thinking when saying that, by taking from these nations, you destroyed them. These nations had civilizations, even though you might not recognize them because they're not as technologically advanced. They were stable civilizations.
Where's the
that was
proof?
safe. For instance, where I come from, we had the Benin Kingdom. We had safety. It was a place where meanwhile in England, I think around that period, it was very unsafe, and we didn't even have doors. So it was very safe. We could move about. So what I'm saying is that you destabilized all of these nations.
Okay.
So to then now say, oh, mass migration is destroying Britain, I find it quite funny.
So you're talking about an irony, is what you're trying to get
Yeah, I'm
at.
trying to say that's what I'm
Because you've not even addressed why I
I'm saying
believe
it's
mass
ironic.
migration
And
is
if it's
destroying
okay,
Britain.
mass migration is destroying Britain.
But you're not denying that's the case. You're saying...
I am denying it's the case.
Oh, you don't think mass migration
I am
destroys
denying. I
Britain?
don't think it's the case.
Okay.
I don't think that's why Britain is where it is now. I think the issue is that a lot of people try to say, oh, it's the immigrant, it's this, it's that. That's not the core issue.
Okay, what's the core issue?
I think the core issue is the way the system is structured. I think the core issue is the elites. I think the core issue is the way the system is structured. And yeah, I think those are the core issues.
So do you believe in open borders then, is what you believe in?
What do you mean open?
As in, we can open our border and we'll allow anyone from any country to come in and out. So like a world of no countries, essentially, where complete freedom of movement.
I don't think I said anything that would
No, I'm asking
infer
you that.
Do I believe in open borders? No, I think a country definitely has the right to
Have no migration.
decide who comes in, but I
Right.
think it should be realistic, and of course the country can protect itself. That's not my argument is never, oh, you should allow criminals or whatever to come in. If people are benefiting society, which most migrants do, people that are working in the NHS.
They disenfranchise native Brits by coming here. They take jobs away from us. They take homes away from us.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay, so
I don't think we're the ones. I don't think we're the ones taking the jobs away from you. And also the reason
Who
I
is
mentioned the reason I mentioned also I gave the background of what Britain did to these other nations is that for you to understand why there are so many migrants maybe coming into your nation, because Britain destabilized all of these different nations, and that's why you have all of these migrants
I'll ask
coming
you a
in.
question. I don't agree with this, but let's assume what you're saying is that's all totally correct, and we were awful, and the British Empire was terrible, and it's all really bad. Let's agree that that's the case, hypothetically. Does that mean that my generation, Generation Z, has a responsibility to essentially take in loads of migrants? Is that what you're saying? We have a duty to for our past. Like, should
So
we
I'm
take
gonna
the
say
knee?
two things.
Should we take the knee? Like, what do you want to do here? Like,
It's
what?
not about taking the knee. It's about, I think this statement often comes from the mentality of, oh, England is so great, these migrants are good for nothing. So for me, when I see this, it already invokes that. So that's why I laid the precursor of this is why these migrants are coming in to your country. And also, like I said, I don't think the main issue is mass migration. Of course, like I said, if a country can have
We have the rights to.
limits, has rights to say, okay, this is who we want in. We want people that are educated, we want people that are skilled, that can contribute to society. Of course, that's fine. But I think And like I said before, I think the main issue of what's happening to Britain today is not mass migration. It's a structural issue. And also, I would say, elites, like, they have a lot to do with this. I
So
wouldn't
if you ran a business and you were an
No, but okay, would you agree? Can I ask you a question? Would you agree that one of the main issues facing Britain today is due to structural inequality and also the structural inequality, the elites, like people that have set up Britain in the way that it's not working. It's not,
What do you mean by?
It's working. Even if all the migrants left today, if we all left, number one, if we all left today, Britain wouldn't survive. I'm just sorry to say. It's the truth. You can look at it. You can look at it economically.
Oh, it should be a slow transition if removing these people from our country. Yeah.
Britain, if I'm being honest, if we look at it economically, scientifically, Britain would not survive if you all left. Okay, cool.
If we clicked our fingers, we'd struggle. Yeah.
Okay, even if you all left today, you would still have that structural inequality in place. You would still have the majority of citizens living in these situations. You would still have poverty. You would still have structural inequality. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not because of us.
Well, I would say that that migration is a significant factor in the structural inequality, if that's the term we want to use. Not solely, as I said about 50%. That's just off the top of my head. I would also say the fact that we have a horrific welfare state. I think we should basically have. My position is, I'm a traditional liberal. I think the state should be as small as possible and limited to life, liberty, and property. I think that we should rely actually on charity and community. We can't have charity and community if we have mass migration, because mass migration is breaking up social cohesion of community. I don't know my neighbours.
I agree with you. I agree with you in terms of community, in terms of charity, in terms of those. Definitely, in terms of those.
It's a very complicated question you're asking me, and it's very separate to
but
this.
I think that's why I brought up initially with when I first started speaking, because it's more of a discussion.
Yeah,
when I first started speaking, that's why I brought up the fact that I believe that once, because of how England became what it is today, in terms of taking from different nations.
We also gave a lot to other nations. We built railways.
No, they would never mention
built
that.
railways for where? Where did you build the
Where
railways?
do we build railways? Everywhere. India was the most significant contribution railway.
India
right?
wouldn't have been able to build railways if England didn't come.
Railways, this was
Anyway, sorry. I don't want to go into specifics of railways.
Well, I'm picking you up on just a core. No, I'm picking you up on something significant where you're making it out that we just took, and didn't contribute anything.
You didn't contribute anything.
That's insane.
You hardly contributed anything apart from destroying these nations.
So
if I speak
why
specifically,
are there Indian people out there that want us back then? Why are there people out there that actually want us to go back to their country?
I don't know about
Are
India.
they crazy?
I don't know about India. Probably they need to decolonize their minds. I don't know about India.
Yeah.
If I speak specifically about Nigeria, we were separate people, all brought together by Britain, right? We had our civilization, we had our ways of going about things. Sorry?
You had slavery.
That's
the point I was trying to make.
Sorry, I think you're interrupting me.
You've interrupted me, I'd say, about 20 to 30 times while I've tried to talk.
But what I'm trying to say is that we had our own civilization, we had our own ways of doing things. Even if we weren't technologically advanced, it was working. Now Nigeria is a completely broken state because, number one, we were all joined together and we weren't supposed to be joined together because of there's so many impacts that colonization
So were you doing better when we had colonized you versus when we hadn't?
Before colonization, Nigeria was doing better.
So you're saying you were doing better, because my good friend here points out what I said at the beginning of this conversation, is you guys had slavery. Doesn't sound very civilized and good to me. That's literally an argument you're using against me.
Every nation had slavery.
But you pioneered it.
No, I never mentioned slavery. You mentioned slavery multiple times. I mentioned colonization. Okay?
Yes.
Because I feel like I just want a discussion. I feel like you're trying to trip me up. I never mentioned slavery.
Well, I'm quite protective over my country.
The reason I went back and said, and the reason I always go back into what Britain did is because you have changed things. Britain is now a globalized state. There's no way to take it back to Britain being mainly British people. Britain is now a globalized state because you've taken.
She's a stinky bum. I bet she bathes in a bucket. She's a stinky bum. She's a stinky bum.
From the whole world. That's why Nigeria is under the Commonwealth. Commonwealth. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make a play on those words. Commonwealth. What does it mean? You've taken the wealth from all these other nations and you've placed it into Britain. So now, whether you like it or not, Britain is a globalized state. It's full of different people. If not, then they shouldn't have stolen from all these different nations.
So I asked you, I'm going to go back and ask you the same question I just asked about maybe 5-10 minutes ago. I said, do you think that my generation, for example, have a responsibility to what? Basically open our borders and repent for all eternity.
I already answered your question.
Yeah, and which was?
And I said that, of course, you can have requirements on who comes in.
Yeah, well, that's all we're saying.
So I did, I answered your question
That's
already.
what I'm saying. So my requirements are that I believe millions must leave this country. We should prioritise the native Brits, and as simple as that. That's my requirement.
I mean requirements on who comes in. I don't mean you just get to kick people out. I mean you can be stringent on...
Well, we do actually.
Okay, no, I mean you can be stringent on... Do we want people that are highly skilled? Do we want people that... So in that sense, I do agree. Like it's not just a complete... I don't think completely open borders makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you can just say, oh, we're going to kick millions of people. I mean, I'm a British citizen, like, you're going to kick me out. Like, you can't just say you want to kick millions of people out. And you know what? If British
we're going to have to wrap up now.
If British people do want all of us immigrants to go, okay, we'll all go, but everything that you've stolen, the trillions that you stolen...
You want us to give it back? So you believe in reparations?
I'm not even talking about reparations. I was thinking hypothetically. Just... It doesn't work. You can't go back in time. This is the way things are now. You can't.
We will.
That's what you want. You can't go back in time.
We will.
How are you going to go back in time?
Well, this is the last thing I'm going to say because we've been on this topic for a long time. Yeah, cool. But we're not going to go back in time, but we are going to reverse mass migration. Yes, we are. At least I bloody hope we are, because otherwise I'm going to be a minority in my own country, and I don't like the sound of that.
I guess
We've got to wrap up. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much.
This was an amazing discussion. This lady was saying a lot of bullshit. First of all, let's go. You saying Britain came in, stole a lot, and made the country worse. Makes absolutely no sense. There is no sense in that. Britain came in, even before Britain came in, let's say that one. There was slavery going on in Nigeria. Number two was the system that they were doing before the colonization, before the civilization coming. Was it working? A lot of people say, yes, it was working. Bullshit. It was not working. It was just there. It was just there. They were not civilized. They don't know what's happening outside where they are. They don't know what's going on. Entirely. They were just there. Britain came in and changed a lot. There were killing of twins going on before. In that same country, there were a lot of sacrifices, butchers, sacrifices that was going on. She didn't make mention of those ones. They were going on that were barbaric. That was inhuman. Totally inhuman. That was not good. She will not make mention of that. Britain coming in and bringing in civilization, bringing in awareness, was a very big change in that country called Nigeria she make mention of. So, Britain took, no doubt to that. Who sold the slave to Britain? Nigerians sold that people to Britain. She will not make mention of that. Number two. Did Britain bring any form of change? Yes. Massive. Civilization was a massive change. It was a massive change in that country. Do you understand? So, she gaslighting everything and making Britain look like the villain. It's crazy for me. It's crazy for me. Do you understand? Britain ends slavery. Even if they participated in slavery, but they ended it. No one is talking about the Roman Empire. Do you know what the Roman Empire did to people? No one is saying anything about it. Do you know that slavery is still ongoing today? Way more than what it was previously. So if I hear ladies like this complaining, the way she's speaking bitterly, like Britain did a lot of bad things, a lot of horrible things. But you are living in Britain right now. You are living there. Why are you not in your country? Why are you not in Nigeria? Why are you not trying to build your country up? Why are you not trying to make your country a better place? Why are you running away from your country? If you so much hate Britain or you so much dislike Britain, why are you not back home? Why are you in Britain? Is it the crazy thing about these people? Is a pure hypocrisy that people who condemn countries are the ones who are living in that same countries. She's saying her mind. It's good. But the fact is that is massive migration, mass immigration good for Britain? No. It's one of the biggest problems Britain is having. One of the biggest problems they're having. Also, illegal immigrants are coming in. People who have overstayed a visa, they're still living there. Different cultures, diverse cultures mixed together. People say that.
Hello, hello, Salty. Hello. How are you doing? You're either up late or early, one or the other. Hello, hello. Loki, the Raven.
Good boy, come on. Hello, Lowe's. Lovely day, eh? Look at you molting. You look like a rook, don't you? Sorry, have I offended you? You know you're not supposed to be going down here, right? Say hello to Knox. Look, in the background, your nemesis. And of course, he couldn't behave, could he? So, he's in prison at the moment. You're in special custody. You got caught red-handed, didn't you? We're going to go to the arena, come on. We're going to go for some flying. There's your mates, I can hear them. I can hear them. You're sharking, aren't you? You're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Oof. Thanks for that. Have a little preen. Hello. Wow. Very well said. Very well said. What's in today's plan, Lolos? Apart from dribbling on me. Hello. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you said that before. But then you went and decided that you were going to annoy the peregrine. Which is never a good idea, is it, really? Chose violence there, didn't we? You okay up there? Lolos. Ready? Oh. Do it nicely. Hey with it nicely. Cashews, eh? Your favourite. Oh, you're a bit boisterous today, aren't you? Good boy, come on. Hello, Lowe's. Lovely day, eh? Look at you molting. You look like a rook, don't you?
Hello, hello. You don't really know anymore. You just sleep when you can. That's similar to me. I rest when I can. India's infamous neighborhood. Pure chaos 24/7. What a beautiful place it is. India is gorgeous. I must just be racist and race baiting. Of course. Of course, you leftist idiots, you know everything.
Let's face it, India has a mixed reputation. On one hand, you have this vibrant, rich, colorful culture with some of the most breathtaking landscapes. And on the other hand, you have some of the most polluted cities on this planet.
India's capital, Delhi, has overtaken the Pakistani city of Lahore as the most polluted city on earth.
People are living amidst an ecological and public health crisis.
डायबिटीज है, कैंसर है, हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है, सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है, आंखों में जलन हो.
But Indian people are some of the most resourceful people on this planet. Today we'll be venturing deep into the back alleyways of one of the most notorious neighborhoods in Mumbai, a city of 22 million people, and witness the incredible ways that the locals here put bread on the table. No stone is left unturned, and we'll see how one man's trash really is another man's treasure. Let's do this.
So much trash, so much noise, so much overbreeding, and so much applause from leftists that think this is wonderful. Like Alanis Morissette. Thank you, India. Thank you, India. Right? For what? For pollution? Overpopulation? Noise? Trash? Toxicity? Diseases? The plague? What are we supposed to be thanking you for? Food poisoning? With your street food? Your slop? It looks and stinks. It looks terrible and stinks. It's just awful. It's a hell on earth. And this is what this place is going to turn into. Worse than this. Congratulations to the ones that want to be in denial. You're in for a big surprise when there's nowhere left to go. And this whole place is hell on earth. You can pat yourself in the back and say, you know, I did a good job. I stayed in denial for lifetimes like a lazy fucking fool. The noise is so loud there, it causes ear damage. It causes hearing damage. A lot of people are what's known as hard of hearing living there. They're exposed to damaging levels of noise, constant noise, pollution. They have breathing problems. Their food is toxic. They've got it all. And people love it. They love it. People love it. They defend it. They'll call me racist. You go ahead. Go right ahead. You call the facts racist. A lot of you belong in this hell realm because you lie and lie and defend and lie and defend and lie and deny.
And that's how you cross the road.
Thank you, India. Thank you, garbage piles. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the shit, the trash. Look at this. You know, it looks like a third world country because it is. It looks like a garbage dump because it is. They're living on trash. They just throw it everywhere. They don't know any better. They're darkies.
Road in India.
Some people would say, why does it look so poor and filthy? Because it is. That's why. Because it is. Because you've been in denial your whole life, following brainwashing and pretending that we're all equal. And now you're seeing somebody show you the way it actually is. and it's undeniable. And a lot of you still want to pretend. It is garbage. These slums. Why do I call them slums? Because they are slums. That's why. Because I tell the truth that most of you go through life avoiding lifetime upon lifetime. Most of you humans want to avoid facing the truth. You don't want to call this a slum. Almost the whole fucking country is a slum.
So we've arrived in Dharavni. We've entered into the biggest
slum, India's largest slum. But what about the rest of the country?
slum in India here, and you can see this is the commercial areas where the business goes on and everything. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikum assalam. Assalam ke मालूम हो कि खैरियत से आप हैं?
Mashallah.
Mashallah. Subhanallah.
But that's a banana, you know. In a slum, the banana is the best friend for everyone. They eat banana in the lunchtime, they eat the banana in the dinner time. Because when they don't have money.
In a slum, they eat the banana. So pear-shaped Alanis Morissette with the big hips, very weird-shaped Alanis Morissette, never liked her. Never liked her at all. She wrote a song about going to India. And it's just so typical of the leftist woman from the West to do something so retarded as that. It just is. It just is. And that was a long time ago. Her stupid, very stupid Thank You India song was just retarded from that pear-shaped loser.
They eat banana and they fill the stomach.
How many bananas do you eat a day?
आप कितना banana खाते दिन भर में?
Banana.
हाँ, केला 10 piece.
10 banana. Oh wow.
You can see how many carbs he was taking in the body. 10 banana is a big.
Dhanyavad.
Kashmir.
That horse-faced loser. She reminds me of quite a bit of Dave Grohl. She's like a female version, I think, of Dave Grohl. She's got the long face. It looks worse in some pictures. She has a long face, but I never found her attractive. Never liked her when I was younger. Just thought, yeah, she's weird. She ditches her tough image. She was never tough. She was just a weirdo, a pretender, trying to get rich and famous. Just a pear-shaped loser. That's what she is. Just a horse-faced, pear-shaped loser. Remember this stupid hair. Anyway, she tried everything she could to become rich and famous. It looks like she blew up as big as a house. She expands her 2022 tour. Well, it looks like she could fill the whole arena. She's just ballooned up. She's massive. She's massive now. Alanis Morissette today looks like she ate 5 of 1993's Alanis Morissette. She's just huge. She just ballooned up like a blimp. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at this. Oh. She was never hot to begin with. She was way into herself. She had a big mouth, big ego. She had that Julia Roberts type mouth that looks like it has too many fucking teeth. Thank you, India. Thank you for the noise pollution. Thank you for the plague. Thank you, darkies. Thank you for the shithole. Just gross. Just gross. I think Alanis Morissette might even be why certain Canadian men just stopped liking women. And thought, well, I'm not gay, but I just don't like women. There's too many like her. in Canada. There's too many big mouths like that. Great big mouths, feminists, pear-shaped losers, horse-faced. Just terrible. And for the one saying, oh, you wouldn't say that to her face, you're damn right I'd say it to her face. I'd love to. It would be my pleasure to be able to say it to her. With her stupid Lilith tour and all the other stupid things she did. Absolutely stupid. Never was into her or her music. Thought she was a fake, a phony, a pretender, a try-hard, a wannabe, never a rock star. Just a loser. Just a loser. That's what I thought way back in the day, decades ago. I think every man she ever dated shit on her, and she'd write songs about it. She'd choose men that would shit on her, similar to that, what's her name, that Swift something. I can't think of it at the moment. The fuck is her name? Something Swift. I can't think of it. I'm sorry. What is her name? Swift singer. Taylor Swift. Taylor. Like Flogay's name is Taylor. He's got a girl's name, Taylor. He's got a girl's name, Taylor Swift. I call him Taylor Swift. So this is Alanis Morissette before she gained all that weight. This is in the 90s. This is way back when she was quite a bit thinner. She was getting chubby in the arms, but she has the horse face. She's always been a horse face loser. I never liked her. Never liked her. Never will. Thank you, India. Thank you for my pear shape. Just terrible singer. Just awful. She was on a TV show that was garbage when she was a child. It was one of the dumbest shows on TV with green slime and just stupid stuff. Really retarded. Just absolutely retarded. She's just stupid. She's a horse-faced, pear-shaped loser, and now she's just a big blimp. She's a big blimp of herself. I'm going to do a search. I'll see if it comes up. Alanis Morissette fat. Let's see what comes up. She has weight struggles. She's blown up. She's ginormous at this point. Ugh. Yuck. It isn't just the weight. She doesn't carry it well. One of her videos, she was standing in the street, I think wearing a bodysuit, and she just looked like, way back, she looked like a pear-shaped loser. She really did. I can't think of the name of the video, but she was supposed to be naked and it was blurry. And she just looked like a pear-shaped. Oh, I can't stand that shape. Sorry for the women that. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is what she looks like. Oh. Look at this. Pasty. She's on the beach. This is what she looks like. Jesus Christ. Alanis Morissette. Yuck. Ugh. You take off the makeup and she just looks like an ugly man with a man bun. She just looks awful. She looks awful. She looks like an ugly looking dude that's fat and chubby and weird shaped with a man bun. That's what she looks like. Ugh. Yuck. And then people say, what's wrong with Canadian men? Well, too many of them look like her. No boobs and just the shape of The shape that makes men not want to have babies. That's what it is. The shape that makes men say, no, no, thanks. I'm good. I don't want children. I don't want that. I don't want that. You'd have to drug Canadian men and put a blindfold on them. They still don't want to have sex with her. I don't know how she has children. I don't know how that happened. I don't like her. I never liked her. I got to be honest. Just awful. Send her to Haiti. Send her to Haiti. Let's go back to Haiti's slums. She doesn't like most white men. She's bitched about men for decades. I got sick of hearing her voice. It must have been the early to mid 1990s whenever she came out. Never liked her.
They want to come inside of Cité Soleil and start shooting and even putting fire in some housing. So their jobs here is to protect any invasion.
Send her to the Tigris.
And this like brick wall.
Go away, Atlantis. Go away.
Yeah, this is the brick wall.
Go away.
And then they are
I saw another one, yeah. So this is like no man's land in between.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds me of war zones I've been to in the Middle East and places like that.
Well, that's exactly what is happening here. You can see all the bags with dirt in them, and all those blocks. And they just tell me of camera just recently they knocked all those blocks down with bullets.
The other gang,
so they had to fix it.
And when was that?
This Tuesday.
Okay, so just a few days ago.
Recently, yes.
How often are you engaged in shootouts?
Almost every 3 days.
Every 3 days?
Yes.
Right, so right now anything could happen.
The G9 gang with barbecue, that is actually a shooting toward them.
So barbecue, for people who don't know, is the leader of the other gang.
The leader of G9.
Once a Haitian police officer, he is now the leader of a powerful confederation of gangs called G9.
Okay, we're almost done here. We can't stay for too long.
Okay, let's go.
Let's checkpoint.
Cheers. Crazy. So we just pulled over and we've been told by this guy to park the car here because
when they're shooting,
the bus will protect from stray bullets. Is that right?
Yeah. So when they're shooting, this bus, bullets will hit this bus.
And not your car.
So that my car, so I have to put my car in this area. So when they shoot it, when the bullet's coming from that area, so it doesn't hit my car.
It's really that frequent? All the time?
It's happening all the time.
Okay. There's buildings that look like a full-blown war zone. You know, that could be parts of Syria. Look like they've been bombed. So now we're going to jump on some motorbikes.
Yes, and then we're gonna go inside.
Right.
Deep inside of Cité Soleil.
Deep. And so the deeper you go in, does that mean it's safer than like the outskirts? Because,
exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what would happen? They have control of the whole area inside where they are. But now, what happened is the checkpoint is protecting you from invading.
Right.
Hold on, it looks like we have somebody backstage. The hell's going on here? What are you doing here? Fartlantis Morissette? I really resent what you're saying about my weight, and I've been fuck off. Get out of here. Get out of here, fatty. Get out of here, Fartlantis Morissette. That all white isn't helping you. Nothing is gonna help you, you weirdo.
We have to get on bikes now because there's flooding up here. It's an absolute mess, this neighborhood. It's completely... Okay. So I had to lower the camera there because it was a sensitive area. But yeah, this place is absolutely... This is one of the most desperate places I've ever been. Flooding, sewage, destroyed houses, riddled with weapons.
It's funny how these feminist bitches that talk about how bad straight white men are end up marrying straight white men and having babies. I don't know why these men make them pregnant. I'd never do that with one of them. Never. One of these disgusting creatures. Never. Let's hop on over here to this. I think she's a tiny hat. I think she's part of the tribe of chosen. She's a chinless wonder. But she's a leftist. She got harassed in Mumbai, India. She's a feminist from the West. And she went to India, and they didn't give her the Alanis Morissette treatment. She got harassed in Mumbai. Watch this. She doesn't like it.
Ma'am. I said no selfie.
Ma'am.
Selfie.
Please, ma'am, एक selfie.
He's following us. He saw us again.
एक selfie, please, ma'am. 2 सेकंड नहीं लगेंगे एक selfie.
It's really annoying.
Ma'am.
No, go away.
Please, ma'am. Ma'am. एक फोटो खिंचा दो मैम इतना रिक्वेस्ट के चलते
Should I call the police on you?
एक फोटो मैम
No.
मैम
Just go away. Bye.
Ma'am.
I said no selfie.
She has no chin. She's got a great big mouth, a totally big mouth, and she's got the tiny hat voice.
Selfie.
Please, ma'am, एक selfie.
He's following us. He saw us again.
एक selfie, please, ma'am. 2 सेकंड नहीं लगेंगे एक selfie.
It's really annoying. No, go away.
Please, ma'am. Ma'am.
I think she's a tiny hat from Australia or somewhere. Look at this. But she'll say when she goes back to Australia, men are so bad, and group in all men. That's what they do. It's what millions of leftist women do. Leftist feminists. It's what they do. And a lot of white men are sick of it. A lot more than you realize.
Should I call the police on you? No. Just go away. Bye.
Covered in tattoos. She has a lip piercing. She has piercing. She's got the dead eyes. She's traveling the world to experience different cultures like so many leftist women do. Yeah, it looks like Rose. It's got the wide mouth. Did you know that she contacted me recently? She emailed me and left a comment. It's fascinating. It is. It's fascinating. Let's go back to India. There's so many beautiful places in the world for these women that are anti-white men. There's India, there's Haiti, there's Pakistan, there's a whole bunch of African countries we could send them to. There's so many places. We'll never run out of room. I wouldn't hesitate to do it.
Let's face it, India has a mixed reputation. On one hand, you have this vibrant, rich, colorful culture with some of the most breathtaking landscapes. And on the other hand, you have some of the most polluted cities on this planet.
India's capital, Delhi, has overtaken the Pakistani city of Lahore as the most polluted city on earth.
People are living amidst an ecological and public health crisis.
डायबिटीज है, कैंसर है, हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है, सांस लेने में दिक्कत हो रही है, आंखों में जलन हो.
But Indian people are some of the most resourceful people on this planet. Today we'll be venturing deep into the back alleyways of one of the most notorious neighborhoods.
Parts of the slum, so you can actually get them delivered up. Filter, yeah. Nothing goes to waste here at all. The biggest industry in this slum is recycling.
It's a recycling. Every day they get more than 7,000 kilogram to 20,000 kilogram plastic. Doesn't matter, is there the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. They work every day. 7 days in the week and 30 days in the month.
Just the intricate streets, like look at those stairs up into these nests that people live in, you know, look at the cables.
Look at all these stairs everywhere. Every last square inch is taken up. You've got people migrating from all over the subcontinent of India to come here because this is where you can get your start in life. What's your name?
My name is Rajesh Suleimani.
And do you deliver all around Mumbai?
Mumbai, all Mumbai.
Is that good money?
Where is you from?
I'm New Zealand.
New Zealand?
Yeah, you know.
Oh, mashallah.
Yeah. Is that good pay? Good job?
1500. He worked really hard. आप कितना घंटा काम करते भाई? 11 घंटा काम करते. He worked 11 hours in the motorbike.
Yeah, crazy.
Imagine sitting in a one position, you're driving in the traffic with the dust.
Good luck. Good luck. They sacrifice this for an Islamic tradition, right?
It's for the Islamic tradition.
Is this goat on steroids?
No.
It's huge.
Because of the breed. These breeds are different. They're grown much more faster.
Right.
But their meat is not that much tasty.
So this guy's doing welding and his eye protection is a little piece of glass you can see there. Thank you, sir. So all these guys are preparing hundreds of meals for the other parts of the slum. So you can actually get them delivered up into the other parts of the slum. So we've got rice here. And then we've got bags of curry here.
That looks good. Slum food with bags of curry. Bags of curry. You like that curry? You want that curry? Come on, women. I know you want this shit. Come on. You want to live with the feet, the bare feet right by the food. Perfect. Bare feet, stinky feet right by the food. Now, I think Western women at this point still have a little bit of care for hygiene. A little bit. Some of them have smelly camel toes. I know that about feminist, hippie women. But look at the smelly feet. Do you want to live like this? Maybe he'll put his feet right into that pot of food. He'll stir it with his bare feet.
Yeah, amazing. Assalamu alaikum. That would blow me up from the inside out, right?
Yeah, no, they don't make that much spicy.
As a baby, you're born with a chili in your mouth, right?
Something like that. But Mumbai people, they eat less spicy. If you go south part of the India, they're normal spicy. For me, it's very big spicy.
So this is where they make soap.
Yeah, so what they do, they collect the used soap from the hotels. Tomorrow you're gonna left the hotel, you're gonna left the piece of the soap. For them, it's not used, and for you, it's not used.
So all the waste soap left over from the hotels and...
He's back again. What the fuck, man? What are you doing here? What do you want here? Fart Lannis, what do you want here? Thank you, India. Thank you, Providence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, India. Get out of here. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. You take a hint, fatty? We don't want you around here. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get that big belly. Get out of here, big mouth. Go away. Go back to India.
An old half-used soap comes here, gets all melted down into these cases here, combined, mixed with animal fats and cooking oil, and then made into soap used in laundries or for cleaning purposes. Unreal. And you can see here the guys cutting it into squares and packaging it up ready to be sold. With Mumbai having 22 million people in it, you can imagine there's a lot of waste and there's a lot of people wanting to make a dollar. What you're seeing here is the result of that.
So we have जैसे कि आप देखोगे यूपीएससी वर्ड
sorry everyone, I have to jump in. As everyone knows by now, they claim I'm a grifter, these demons on Team Evil's shit channels. So this is a commercial break. Camel Toes for Cash. It's a commercial for Camel Toes for Cash, selling these yoga pants that show your ass cheeks. And they show them very well, very tight, very stretchy. I don't know about all the material in them. There's probably some spandex or, I don't know, lycra. I don't know about fabrics very much, but they stretch out for your ass if you have a big ass. And then in the front, they show off your camel toe, which a lot of women love to do these days. They wear these tight-fitting yoga pants with no panties on, no knickers, just bare camel toe. And they're very, very tight, skin tight. And this is an ad for camel toes for cash. Camel toe pants. I just got $1 million for advertising that. Of course, because I'm such a grifter.
So we've come up one of these extremely steep ladders here, and in here what are they doing here?
They color the clothes. Means you saw they have a white
They're
color.
dyeing them.
They're dyeing them, yeah. This is the new diamonds made by plastics. And what they're gonna do, they're gonna take these diamonds and they're gonna stitch into the clothes.
So this man makes a design on his computer, and then it gets put into the laser machine, and the laser machine carves a design into this piece of wood. Then they put the plastic diamonds on the piece of wood, shake it, so all the plastic diamonds fall into the design. Then it's compressed onto the fabric with glue. So you have clothing with plastic jewelry pressed into it. Can you put it on for me?
Why not? Sure.
Very pretty.
This is not for the men, it's for the women.
No, it suits you.
Okay. The tiny plastic for you, it's waste. But for them, it's a diamond and it's good quality. Ladies t-shirt.
Butterfly.
Half butterfly.
I think you're a butterfly kind of guy, right? Beautiful.
And that's a Porsche. The car. You like the car? That's a Porsche.
No, this one's definitely your style. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep up the great work. So this is outside the diamond shop, and they actually keep it shut because they don't want people stealing their designs, because everybody makes their custom version of it. And so the recycled diamonds are viewed as, you know, a thing of value, right? So they keep it top secret here behind these shutters. I've been crossing borders a lot lately, and the last thing that I want to be doing when arriving at a new destination is hunting for local SIM cards. That's why I've been using Mobimatter.
Oh, here comes the advertisement, of course. So I think a new cage woman like her would love to go to India for the experience. And a lot of these new cage women love to travel. They'll travel the world and they'll learn nothing about where they are. They just want experience. They want dopamine hits. They want novelty. They want to see something new. That's what they want. They're chasing that, and they're never happy. They're never content. You can see here she's miserable, but she'll insist that she's happy and content now that she lives outside of the city. But they're like this. They're like her. They'll never face that they're in a hell realm. They'll just keep traveling. Keep on going around. Keep going around.
Brand name, they're gonna stitch the labels.
It's counterfeit.
Yep.
How old is this man?
19.
How many hours a day does he do this?
13 hours, 14 hours, sitting in the same.
13 hours, 14 hours. This is what they do. And they'll say that this isn't a hell realm. They love it. They love this.
Position with no supports, the back get paid. And this is not the position with no supports, the back. 19.
How many hours a day does he do this?
13 hours, 14 hours, sitting in the same position with no supports, the back get paid. And this is not the cushion chair. This is made by wood. You know, the bums get hurt.
They're washing the plastic here. This place is absolutely incredible.
I love how impressed white people are when they go to these places. They're just so impressed.
He take all the clothes from the peoples, those who don't want to be washed the clothes, and he gonna put the tag number, and he gonna send this all the clothes to the laundry, one of the biggest laundry in the world. They go there, they get washed on there, they're gonna dry on there, and give back to this guy, and he's gonna do the ironing.
Your horse?
No.
What was your name?
Abdul Qayyum.
Abdul Qayyum. Nick, nice to meet you. So the moment you've all been waiting for, here are the toilets. So have a look at this. It just goes straight through to a river underneath. So this is the river where the toilet drops into. You can see there's some animals down here looking through the toilet trash. Yeah, this is the reality of this area of India. So we got some apple juice here.
Apple juice.
But has it got milk?
Apple milk.
I've never seen an apple milkshake before.
No, they have apple milkshake, they have a banana milkshake.
And where does he get the ice from?
They have the equipment to make ice cubes, and they call them, I want a 1 block. They give them a blocks, and the people put it here. You need this supply, you will get this supply. You will get everything in the slum. You don't need to go outside. Yeah. Dates banana shake.
Wow.
Dates and bananas have a good carbs and sugars, good for the bodybuilders.
Right, right. Get your hair cut here on the side of the road. Oh, it smells good.
Here you're gonna find mostly men's only.
Okay.
Because they people are immigrants. They have a family. Aap kahan se ho, bhai? They are from Uttar Pradesh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's from Uttar Pradesh,
right.
And he came here for the work to make more money.
How long have you lived here?
आप कितने साल से Mumbai में? 4 years. He is 18-year-old.
18. And he came here when he was 14.
When he came here, when he was 14.
Dhanyabad, sir. Dhanyabad. Behind every one of these doors, there's 1,000 stories to tell, and there's just people on computers, people doing physical work, all kinds of different activities and money-making industries and residential areas. It's everything that you can possibly imagine and more goes on in these incredible streets.
Oh, I bet it stinks. I bet it reeks. I bet it reeks there worse than this creature on the screen. I bet it reeks worse than this, Salty. This creature on the screen, worse than some YouTubers on Team Evil shit shows like this creature. I bet it reeks there. Worse than this fucking stinky psycho. Smelly psycho. Look at it. Look at this thing. Ugh. Look at this. Ugh. Ugly, filthy, vile, disgusting, smelly thing.
Hey, salam alaikum. The people are honestly so hospitable and friendly. And, you know, they seem somewhat content and... Hi, you good? Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Come? Okay. See, just as I was saying, I've been invited up. What's your name?
Sakhawat Khan.
Sakhawat Khan?
Sakhawat
Khan. Khan. I'm Nick. Nick, me. My name.
Nick. Why? Nick.
Yeah.
Nick. Wow.
This is your house?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You live in here? Closed. Oh, building.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
Shifting on.
Oh, you're moving.
Okay.
Okay. What about upstairs? You show me?
Come. Come.
Oh wow. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Assalam.
Printing.
Oh, printing.
Yeah.
Clothes.
Yes.
Fish, making fish.
Fish. Oh wow. What kind of fish you got? Oh.
आपका है क्या?
अच्छा यार तो चुना ये होता है ना वो जो
What's your name?
Saif Khan.
Saif Khan. Oh, nice to meet you.
Are you from?
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah, you know it? Cricket.
Cricket. New Zealand. India cricket.
Yeah.
Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli.
One of the most favorite sports of India is cricket, and in New Zealand it's very popular, so it's always a way that I've found to bond with Indians is to talk about cricket.
Instagram? Yeah.
Instagram.
Same as again, Indigo Traveler.
Oh, 1 lakh.
There you go, that's it. They're all subscribing to my channel and follow me on Instagram. Yeah, you like that? Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Here's the bed here.
Kenya.
It's soaking wet.
No, that's Sudan.
Sudan. It's a Sudan.
South Sudan. Yeah.
What about Africa? What do I know about Africa? We are here.
Vlogging video.
Assalamu alaikum. Your brother?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Real brother or cousin brother? Cousin brother.
Okay.
Selfie.
Brother.
Where are you from? Auckland?
No, South Island.
Oh, South Island.
Yeah. We're video calling everybody now.
No. What to do? I will.
Oh, wow. The chili is in the air, man.
Somebody's
cooking spicy food.
No. What to do? Just turn around and buy.
Oh, wow. The chili is in the air, man.
Somebody's
cooking spicy food.
No. What to do? I will.
You can see how the houses are built here. It's like just stacked on top of each other with bits of metal welded together and old bits of...
Just bits of shit shacks. It's just a bunch of shit shacks is what it is. And people love it. They'll deny it's hell realm for eternity. I'm convinced. Unless this is shut down, this would continue forever. And people would just applaud and say, it's wonderful, it's amazing.
Whatever they can find, really. Old gates, recycling, even when it comes down to the houses.
Believe it or not, I was here in this exact slum almost 10 years ago making videos, so that really shows my age. I had a bit more hair then. This has just been an amazing experience. Say hi. Hi! But what has also changed since those days is the development. There's big sky.
What a dorky New Zealander. Very dorky. What a dork. What a dorky Kiwi. Wait, who's this dork? Oh, this guy again. Like a rhinestone cowboy. Look at this white hat here. This neck-bearded cowboy.
These traps have one principle, and that is when people leave mainstream thinking, mainstream systems, what they leave behind is a certain kind of certainty. So the mainstream systems are really good at saying, we know this. We know this for certain. Trust the science, right? We know. I mean, the science is settled, is what they say. The science is settled on climate change, on vaccines. The science is settled on a million things, that all cancer, all disease is simply genetic. Whatever it is, certainty. So then, when you stop believing what you've been told, when you start questioning, you move from that certainty, and the certainty can be described with, everybody knows this. You know, this is what's happening when you speak with academics within the system and you question sort of a common narrative. They'll say, what do you mean? Everybody knows this. Like when you question mainstream evolution, you know, going from a single cell to where we are now through happenstance. You say, well, you know, there's so much evidence that this didn't just happen by happenstance. There's intelligent design behind this. And then you say certain things and they go, well, everybody knows it's evolution. Everybody knows that's how it went. The everybody knows thing is certainty. But when you start moving outside of these systems, there's a vacuum now, because you know what is not the truth, but you don't know yet the truth. And this feeling, this vacuum, feels uncertain. It feels unsettling, because what do you hold on to now? The world as you knew it isn't the way they said it was. History as you knew it isn't the way they said it was. Even who you are isn't who they said you were. So now there's a lot of uneasiness, even anxiousness, uncertainty, and people want the next thing that's going to make them feel like they've arrived, like now they have it. They need certainty. And so one of the biggest traps is to want to be certain about something again, because the truth is that truth is like an onion, and it has so many layers, and you can only see and understand, comprehend the layer that you're ready, that your consciousness allows you to see.
You have to understand. He loves to mix in New Age speak. And people love it. They love it.
It seems like you have
600,000 subs on his channel. It's for profit. People love to pay for shit. They love simpleton shit. They love it.
Found the truth, but you've found another aspect of the truth, and there's so much more to know. But your entire biochemistry, your body, your brain, it's wired for certainty. So in order to overcome this trap, and we've seen this, especially in the last few weeks here on Inspired, when we presented findings from remote viewing groups, that, by the way, we never presented as facts. We presented it as that data that they found, and we're questioning it. But it is questioning reincarnation. It is questioning the nature of reality. It is, there's a hypothesis that there is a control system in place that goes beyond this world into the next world, and that there are deceptions in place. This triggered a lot of people. It triggered their belief systems. It triggered their spiritual convictions. And because they were so certain about their belief systems and spiritual convictions, they attacked this information. But what does that do? Listen, if what you know or think you know is the truth, it's going to stand the test of questioning. But if it's not, your perspective, your mind, your thinking might expand. And this is what happens when you allow yourself to be uncertain again. And by the way, this is happening to us just like everybody else. We arrive at a stage where we see things very clearly, and we think we have a very clear understanding of something. And then if you remain open, if you remain curious, if you remain inquisitive, new information is going to find you. Now, that new information can help you maybe see things in an even bigger way. And you realize, oh,
like a rhinestone cowboy. He's a cowboy. Or at least he's pretending to be one. Let's go back to Haiti. Now, this is a dream destination for feminists, for the ones that are anti-white men. Perfect place for you. Live in Haiti. And I think there will come a time where we're sending Western women to Haiti, to Mumbai, India, to Lahore, Pakistan, to Nigeria, Sudan, Rwanda, Somalia, Liberia, the Congo, to live with the darkies in the third world. Enjoy, enjoy. Maybe they'll gang up on you and show you a good time every day.
This guy's got serious skills on a motorbike, 3 of us, and he's driving up curbs.
Bonjour.
That's not filming him. They're very sensitive to the camera. Even because it's facing me, they think it's facing the other ways because there's gang members there. Got to be super careful. Been to conflict zones all over the world, some desperate places, slums in all kinds of countries in Africa, in Latin America. This is the most desperate, hellish place I've seen. I've just got here. This is I can't really process this at the moment.
Like a rhinestone cowboy. They arrived, were instantly warned that a shootout had just happened right here. To be extremely careful and to move from here quickly. Move quickly from the darkies. The shootout with the Tigger Shacks. You want to live like this, women? Leave, white Western men. You don't have to appreciate us. We're not asking for it. We're not asking for appreciation. We're saying we've dealt with decades of not being appreciated. Go live there. Go live there with them. And you can spew your anti-white men hatred from Haiti.
We just have to walk quickly along there because you can't go to the coast here because there's snipers from the other gang who will shoot from down the coast. So we had to move quite quickly there. They even shoot children apparently. Here we are in these smoky shacks. This part of the coast is safe, but it's the one to the left, which is...
The one to the left is not safe. Actually, the port it used to be on the left side.
Okay.
So because of the shooting, they relocated to the right side.
They were shooting here right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're walking past the houses here. This is made out of portaloos here. So just look at these living conditions. This is plastic and old corrugated iron.
I got 6 children right here.
Beautiful. They're living in porta potties.
Living conditions.
Those are old porta potties in Tiggatown. Tiggatown. That's in Tiggatown. That's in Tiggatown. Tugboats and Tiggas. I'm going to play a song for you called Tugboats and Tiggas. Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn up the music. Tugboats and Tiggas.
Us darkies, we being tugged out to sea. Oh Lord, the tugboats brigade is here on a rampage, a flotilla tugging away. Us poor tiggers, a flotilla. No more snacks, no beans or tortillas. We be floating on doors. We say we be kings and more, floating away on old doors, going far out to sea. Tell me, help me, how can this be? I can't swim. Save me, Jesus. Is that him? Oh yeah. Oh Lord. Tugboats. I'm no pirate, but I can shake my black booty. Coochie, coochie, cooties. Oh Lord. Yo, yo. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. The tugboats. Oh Lord. Our Lord. Our darky Lord. Our black Jesus. Help me. I can't swim. Oh Lord.
Hello, everyone. Hello, I hope you're enjoying the music. That one is called Tugboats and Tigges. Tugboats and Tigges. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that beautiful? This one is called Set Us Free. It's an old slave song, an old Negro slave song. Set us free. It's beautiful.
We be free. Set us free. Set us free. Oh Lord. Us colored people. Just wanna be free. This is the dream. Darkies wanna be set free. Set free. Ooh, Lord. Oh Lord. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. We don't want no chains. No shackles. Don't wanna pick cotton. In the sun. Don't wanna pick cotton. In the sun. In the sun. In the sun. No more. No more. Set us free. Oh Lord. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free. Set us free.
Hello, my Tigges. Hello, my Tigges. My beautiful, beautiful Tigges. Oh my goodness, my beautiful Tigges. My beautiful Tigges. My beautiful Tigges.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
Time.
Time. Time. Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
What's up, y'all? It's Truth Tiger, and I'm going to talk today about how people have just forgotten how to communicate. The discourse really is dead, and I think a lot of this has to do with social media and people just being in their phones all the time. And a lot of it's just the political identity thing has gotten out of control, where people have made all this political stuff entirely their identity completely, and there's this just left versus right, my group versus your group kind of mentality, and people are so married to that, and you really can't have conversations the way you used to. Back in the day, you could actually have a conversation two people with opposing political beliefs could have a conversation. In the early 2000s and the 90s, you could do that. You can't do that now.
In the early 2000s and 90s. Does anyone like this guy's voice? He loves showing this cheap, stupid-looking chain. Looks like maybe a herringbone design. Truth Tiger, he calls himself.
It's, I mean, maybe with some people here and there you can, but for the most part, that is just not doable because of how divided we have become. And the truth is, people have made politics and just all this external stuff, their entire identity. And because they have made it their entire identity, you know, they don't want their identity to be attacked, because literally, I mean, in politics is a scam, left or right. They're all working together to freaking F us. But yeah, like literally that's that person's entire identity. So, you know, they don't want their identity to be attacked. So they get super defensive and crazy and stuff. And it's just dumb. And people who disagree with them or have different views, I mean, are some that are either bigot or this, they're a terrorist, they're whatever. Like, people who disagree with them just have this vitriol thrown at them. And I can tell you, living in a liberal area, like in the Seattle area, like I've tried to have some discussions with people, you know, me being more on the right. I mean, I don't really know where I'm at politically these days. I'm Christian, conservative, traditional values. I don't trust the politicians, whatever. But, you know, I remember just having just vitriol thrown at me, like, you're a bigot, you're hateful, you're this, you're that, like, and it's just like, holy crap, you're a Nazi, it's just like, holy crap. Like, what is wrong with y'all? And, you know, I've heard it. I've seen some people on the right do it to people on the left. I mean, I've seen people do it all around, but it's just like, just chill out. Like, that's not the entirety of you. That should not be your identity at all. And that's the thing, is people have no sense of identity. They don't know who they are whatsoever. Really, I mean, people have no sense of their own identity and no sense of them being their own person at all. And because they don't have that at all, it's like they just look for something external. And that external thing,
It looks like we might have a visitor. Just a second, everyone. Hello, Wendy.
Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, Wendy. How are you doing today, first of all?
I'm okay. We've had like a crazy heat wave for a few days, and today's the first day the temperatures are below like 24 degrees. So it's quite nice, but I'm well and in your show, so hello to everyone. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. It's below 75 Fahrenheit there then for the Americans. It's finally cooled down a bit there. It was in the upper 90s, I believe.
Oh yes, that was
In Fahrenheit.
pretty.
Yeah.
And we don't have air conditioning as a rule over here, so it's not really geared for hot weather. But anyway, it's lovely to be here with you. And my
It's
brain
great
was
to have you on.
yeah, my brain was a bit melted over the weekend, so it wouldn't have been good to be a guest then anyway. So I'm happy to be here now and slightly cooler. So
That's wonderful to hear. I'm glad to have you on. I think it was around 36, 37 Celsius, certain
yes,
parts of England,
yes,
as I understand it. Yeah, it was sometimes here it gets into the 40s, believe it or not, in the southern part of Canada. In the summertime, it can be 40 something Celsius with a lot of humidity.
that's
It can
dangerous.
really be crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, it can be dangerous. It's not great for polar bears because I don't
no,
like it that hot, humid. But it's I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Were you surprised by Alanis Morissette coming on
I was. She
earlier?
was. She was very responsive. Oh,
She's something else, that Alanis. I think she really does love India. I don't think she likes my show. I think she was trying to troll when she came on here. She just jumped on here like a big, I don't want to say a beached whale, but she's just enormous. Like
yeah.
it's extra large Alanis. I mean, look. Thank you, India. Thank you, Providence. What is this? What is she doing? She's still out there performing on stages. I can't believe it. It's crazy. People pay money to see her, Wendy.
Unbelievable.
It is. Who would pay money to see that thing go up on a stage? They must have a forklift or something to lift her up on the stage, backstage.
And
Get her
reinforced
up there.
flooring.
Yeah, it must be a reinforced stage, or I mean, geez, it's just crazy. She looks like she ate a Canadian province or two. She just blew up. And they're still paying money for tickets to go see her. I can't believe it.
She has a lot of
What do
big
you
fans too, I bet.
Oh, big ones. I bet she's got some big ones.
Oh,
What do you think of this guy? This guy says, "I'm European and you are racist." This darky here with an angry, he's got the black hole eyes and he just looks so angry, and he doesn't know how to put on a shirt to do an interview.
he's not European at all, and he'll never be. There's the only thing European in him might be whatever European food he ate, the previous day, but otherwise he's completely a darky, and needs to
He
go
is.
back there.
100%, absolutely, I agree. He's just a darky. He's not a European. Oh, I thought Rose isn't here right now. I thought she was going to chime in and say it looks like one of her darky friends that she had. She she's still grieving a darky friend that got all the jabs she could in 2020 and didn't survive the IQ test. She failed the IQ test. But I don't know if Rose has any male darky friends, but this isn't Rose. This is Oh, what are you doing here? Aphrodite Cockroach. I think she has some darky friends in California. I'm not even going to let her speak. I'm going to kick her off the show. I don't want her around. Rose left me an email earlier. She's kind of trying to kiss up to me or something. It's very strange.
Very strange. So she's obviously been listening to the show since she ignored you, and hasn't been in comments. So I had to send you a private email.
I'm pretty sure, because it's been how many days now? That was last week, Thursday or Friday or something. It's been a
Must be
while.
a week.
It's been, yeah. I think it's got to be close to a week by now that she's been nowhere to be seen. And I mean, there's a video covering the event, we'll call it. I've mentioned it in various live streams. So I don't know how she could miss it. She must be up to something. By the way, I have Aunt Jemima. She's on vacation. This is her, but she has a holiday today. So I did order my breakfast to be delivered. It is on the way, but I'll keep the show running. And when they arrive at the door, I'll just pause it or play something and get the bacon. And I got eggs. And what else did I get? Can't remember if I got pancakes. I got hot coffee and cold iced coffee. I ordered a bunch of things for breakfast. Since I'm running the show, I'm not going to stop and start cooking. and I am hungry. Aunt Jemima's on holiday, everyone. I wonder if Salty Siren is still here tuned in, or maybe she fell asleep. 3 hours, 33 minutes we've been live. I just noticed the triple threes. What did you think of... I'm going to show her on the screen. The darkie earlier. There was the darkie in England calling the British colonizers and thieves. This one. This woman here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to show. Sorry. Where is that video? You know the one that I'm talking about, though. The one... Oh, Wendy left. Wait a second. I got to add her again. Welcome back, Wendy.
Sorry, I thought I was closing down something because I heard an echo, and then suddenly I was logged out. So.
Oh, no problem. I don't know if you heard, but Aunt Jemima's on holiday, so I did order my breakfast instead of stopping the show to cook. So she's off today, and I have my breakfast coming. Probably will be here in a few minutes or so, and then I'll play something, and I'll keep you on live as a guest. But I wanted your thoughts on the woman that was calling the British colonizers and saying they contributed nothing to India, and all they did is exploit the world and steal. The Tigga in England, that woman that was, she was just saying that British people are thieving, exploiting colonizers.
I thought it was very entitled of her, and if England is so bad, she shouldn't be living here and getting her education and, wearing all the British clothes, and, if it's so awful. And everything she said was completely inverted and anti-white. And the more they get educated, the more arrogant and pompous they sound, and she's even got the British accent, which she shouldn't have. She should have a darky accent. And whenever some facts were mentioned, she'd just kind of gloss over it. It's the same tactic they seem to use with Broadboard Chris as well. It's like they'll say, "Show me the proof," or are you qualified? And as soon as he mentions that he has got either of those, then suddenly they ignore it. It's very evil, and she just got louder and louder and interrupted, and there's no arguing with them. So anyone saying that they'll be able to integrate when they get an education, or if they get more help, it's completely untruth. They'll just be wallowing in their kind of entitlement, and because they seem to be the perfect race to be manipulated by the big schnozzers, because there's no ways the darkies would have come up with all the arguments. They've obviously been groomed and trained and fed to repeat what they've been told. So they all need to go. It's not going to be any good with them here, and that's all I'll say for now.
I agree. They all need to go. There's no teaching them. They're unfixable. And that's a good comparison that you brought up between the ones that argue with Billboard Chris. They ask for facts and studies, and then he provides and mentions some that they can look up on their phone. They don't want that. They don't want to hear his facts about the ones that are the children that are being sterilized from what they're being, for what is being done to them as minors. And it's the same thing whether it's trying to argue with them or present an argument to them in real life, in person, face to face, on the street. It's the same on YouTube. It's the same on these panel shows. That's why I said debating with them is useless. Jade Tarot said I called it evil. I said it's useless, not evil. I've never called debating evil, but it's useless on YouTube. It goes nowhere. There is no good faith debate on here where people are looking to discover the truth. They're just trying to defend their programming and propaganda. That's all they want to do, whether it's on a panel show or in the chat or people typing it in comments. There's no point in debating with them. It just doesn't. It goes the same way that you've seen there with that Tigga and with the ones that walk up to Billboard Chris. It's the same on YouTube. It's the same on the internet. It's really no different whether it's in person or whether it's on here. They're not open to hearing any truth. They're closed to the truth. They're very closed-minded. They don't want to hear it. They have no interest, no care in truth, none. That's the way they are. And they need to go. There's no fixing them. And I mean the darkies, but also the others that are just like them. There's no fixing the liberal whites, leftists that are that way. There's no fixing them. They'll be that way forever.
I completely agree. And the word useless, when you talk about trying to have a conversation with them, it is absolutely useless. They're not open to any new ideas, and it doesn't matter how much evidence you provide. They point blank refuse to do it. It's exactly the same pattern with the panel verse and all the audiences and all the liberals. It's almost like with the white liberals that have had that are that way, that they've got like a different spirit in them to the European spirit, like on purpose, as like kind of a joke or a mockery, to put spirits that will then side with a different race because they're the same. The spirit inside is the same spirit that's in the darkies, or one of the whichever species it is. It's one of the species allied with them, with the evil ones.
Yes, they are allied with the darkies, and it is like they have a darky spirit, a dark spirit in them. And arguing with these creatures is useless, as much as if somebody said they're going to work and work and work building a house, and their tools are steel nails or iron nails, and for the hammer, they're using water balloons filled up with water. And I'm saying that's useless. That's not going to work. And they can spend time trying to pound nails with water balloons, which obviously won't pound nails into wood and frame a house. And I could build houses in that time. I could actually achieve something productive rather than wasting my time and energy trying to do what they're trying to do. It's just useless. They're trying to build a house using water balloons as a hammer. It goes nowhere. You'll never build anything with them. You'll never fix them. You'll never teach them. They are that way, and that's the way they are. It's that simple. There's no changing them. You can't turn them into something that they are not. They are that way.
That's a great image, the water balloons and nails and trying to build a house. And then in the meantime, you've built entire cities and castles and opera halls, and the water balloon pile is just getting larger and nothing's happening.
Yes, exactly. I'll be right back in a moment, Wendy. I'm going to play something for just a second. I got to get the door.
This is a very intense area. We just pulled over. There was like 4 guys ran out with massive machine guns. I'm going to meet one of the gang members who's at the outpost here. This is the checkpoint far down there. It's basically like a war zone. So Sean, we've just arrived at this gang checkpoint, right?
Yeah.
And can you just introduce this man and what does he do here?
Genève qui est en face Brooklyn. Brooklyn c'est GPEP. Genève c'est la Caille.
They're fighting against other rival gangs, which is called G9. So what they're doing, they want to come inside of Cité Soleil and start shooting and putting fire in some housing. So their jobs here is to protect any invasion from G9.
And this like brick wall, this is the front line right here.
Yeah, this is the brick wall. And then they are
I saw another one, yeah. So this is like no man's land in between.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds me of war zones I've been to in the Middle East and places like that.
Well, that's exactly what is happening here. You can see all the bags with dirt in them, and all those blocks. And he just tell me of Kama this. just recently, they knocked all those blocks down with bullets.
The other gang.
The other gang, so they had to fix it.
And when was that?
Mardian.
This Tuesday.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just a few days
Yes,
ago.
recently, yes.
How often are you engaged in shootouts?
Dès que ça reprend chaque 3 jours. De temps en temps, on va nous.
Almost every 3 days.
Every 3 days?
Yes.
Right, so right now anything could happen.
Nos jeux font poser, nous font poser. Mais nous pas là, nous jusqu'à avant
The G9 gang with barbecue, that is actually a shooting toward them.
So Barbecue, for people who don't know, is the leader of the other gang.
Leader of G9.
Once a Haitian police officer, he is now the leader of a powerful confederation of gangs called G9.
Okay, we're almost done here. We can't stay for too long.
Okay, let's go.
Let's
Yeah.
checkpoint.
Cheers.
Crazy. So we just pulled over and we've been told by this guy to park the car here because
when they're shooting,
the bus will protect from stray bullets. Is that right?
Yeah. So when they're shooting, this bus, bullets will hit this bus.
And not your
so
car.
that my car, so I have to put my car in this area. So when they shoot it, when the bullets coming from that area, so it doesn't hit my car.
It's really that frequent. It's
Oh,
all
yeah,
the time.
It's happening all the time.
Okay.
there's buildings that look like a full-blown war zone. You know, there could be parts of Syria. Look like they've been bombed.
So now we're going to jump on some motorbikes.
Yes, and then we're gonna go inside.
Right.
Deep inside of Cité Soleil.
And so the deeper you go in, does that mean it's safer than like the outskirts?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what would happen? They have control of the whole area inside where they are. But now, what happened is the checkpoint is protecting him from invading.
Right.
We have to get on bikes now because there's flooding up here. It's an absolute mess, this neighborhood. It's completely... Okay. So I had to lower the camera there because it was a sensitive area. But yeah, this place is absolutely... This is one of the most desperate places I've ever been. Flooding, sewage, destroyed houses, riddled with weapons. This guy's got serious skills on a motorbike, 3 of us, and he's driving up curbs.
Bonjour.
That's not filming him. They're very sensitive to the camera. Even because it's facing me, they think it's facing the other ways because there's gang members there. Got to be super careful. Been to conflict zones all over the world, some desperate places, slums in all kinds of countries in Africa, in Latin America. This is the most desperate, hellish place I've seen. I've just got here. I can't really process this at the moment. Hello, Wendy. I did grab my breakfast. I want to say that it's interesting how white men always travel the world and explore and go into these danger zones to film. I don't see many darkies doing this. It must be something in the European spirit. What are your thoughts on that? Do you see the differences between the behaviors of white men versus, let's say, darkies, the browns, the blacks, even the Asians? They don't seem to be great explorers and going into these zones to document things and study behaviors and see what's happening in these dangerous, weird areas of this realm.
That's an accurate pattern, and they definitely don't like exploring and traveling, because if they did, they would have shown signs of it and built boats and brought back ideas and implemented them when they got home. And it's just watching that now and thinking that you could market the whole experience as evenings with the gang lords, trips on motorcycles to all the lefties that are living to travel and experience new cultures. It could be sold to them that way as a really diverse and inclusive community and experience. You know, if to get a few of them to go at first. But it's true, it's white men that go out and go into dangerous areas and look at these uncomfortable aspects of what it's like here. Whereas when the darkies go, they'll go to a city and they'll explore that and keep it very safe. They're not going to go in, and especially if you're a darkie and go to a dark place, you've got the level of security because there's no hatred against you because they're all looking at the melanin. Whereas for a white person going in, it's incredibly dangerous. So that just shows another aspects of courage and what a real man is, rather than just being a violent, kind of loud and noisy thug.
Yes, I agree. And this goes back centuries, explorers, white men exploring the world from the north to the south, the east, going from Western civilization, going into the Far East, going to America, exploring everywhere. And it carries on. I mean, we've been doing this for thousands of years, Vikings, thousands of years traveling. Newfoundland in Canada was founded by Vikings. Everything is downstream from spirit, absolutely. It all goes back to spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. And their spirit is not of exploration, curiosity, adventure. When they come to a white country, these darkies from Africa, straight from Africa, if they go to America, they go to the malls, they go to the stores, they go buy the most expensive brands they can. They'll go try to buy Versace or Gucci or whatever. They'll save their money for their favorite brand. And it's all about bling, like jewelry and clothing. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking to show off, to be flamboyant and extravagant. Whereas a lot of white people over the thousands of years look to figure things out and find out where we are and explore and see what's going on firsthand. We have a curiosity in our spirit that I think they lack. And I think it's proven out in modern times, just like it was over the centuries, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. It's the same today. And these Tiggas like Benedict would say, we're developing. You're not developing the same spirit of adventure, exploration, curiosity, wanting to understand the realm. They just aren't. It's not just poverty. They're different spiritually. It's beyond just, oh, we're in poverty in the third world. We're in a developing country. Well, they don't look to be developing. They look to be the same as they were 500, 1,000 years ago. What's the difference in them? They're the same as they were. There's no change.
They haven't changed, and they're not going to change. And what you said about the difference in spirits and the curiosity factor, for a being to go onto the water and cross it. I mean, you think going out onto the ocean where you can't see land. I mean, it's a terrifying idea. You have to have so much courage to build a boat and go on the water and travel for days, weeks, months, however long. I mean, that's just a level of engineering and intelligence and all sorts of things, rather than just stomping along on the land or climbing a mountain or, doing things on land. That's a difference. Because, if the boat starts leaking, you basically die. Whereas on land, you're not going anywhere. You can't fall. It's not like being in the air where you can fall down. It's something solid, so it doesn't need the same level of courage or planning or grit or sacrifice to sort of conquer that element. And you were talking about the bling bling in the malls, and that's exactly what was going on in South Africa in the 90s and 80s. If you had a domestic servant in the house, what they would do is save up all their money and then buy the most expensive pair of shoes, more expensive than white people would be buying, and they'd be going back to their shack, but they'd have, and it was shoes imported from Italy, and they were so proud of having this these like crazy expensive shoes. It was just ridiculous. It's just the bling bling aspect, and as you said, just got to like brag and go to the malls. It's another difference.
Yes, it's exactly the same in America today. There's no difference. The poor darkies in the hood that live in the slums of America in the worst project housing on welfare. We call it welfare or Section 8. They call it, but usually it's just welfare. It's money that white people put into the system that the government hands out to darkies, and they have housing paid for and food, and they'll spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on their children's running shoes, trainers, running shoes, Nike, Air Jordan, whatever, stuff like that, and they'll spend $500 sometimes on a pair of children's shoes, and they're poor. They're living in an absolute poor neighborhood, and they don't work for anything. And anytime they get money, that's what they do. The darkies are the same here. They're the same worldwide. They'll wear expensive shoes, and they're broke. They're poor, and they just love to do that. Just like if they get enough money, they'll buy a Cadillac, like a Cadillac Escalade, a big vehicle SUV, and they will put expensive rims, and they'll do all these sorts of things to it and spend all of their money on that to show off, because that's part of the darky spirit. It's part of them.
And if you look at successful white people, they're understated. So something simple would be looking at clothing. Like if there's a logo, it has to be tiny or preferably no logo, or it's only on the label. Whereas for the TIGs, they've got to have the logo right across the chest and the biggest font possible. And you've got to have, they just have to, they can't be understated and modest. They just have to behave in that way. And it's interesting how it's the same everywhere. I've just seen it. Maris says stream down. Was it the previous? Did you close that down? She's typed stream down in the comments. Did you see that?
I just saw it right now, unfortunately. Probably too late. Probably too late. I just saw the email 9 minutes ago. Nobody said anything for a while, so unfortunately it's showing copyright. I don't even know what it was, but copyright. So we might have lost the stream. I'm not sure if it's live. I'll have to check. That's the risk of having Wendy on. It's not Wendy's fault, but I mean, Wendy, if she were in the chat, probably would have immediately noticed it was down and said something. But yeah, it's pretty late. You have to react immediately. I think maybe it's still up. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Wait a second. Yeah, it's a risk doing these at night and this late, because I need people to be able to let me know that it's down. There's no way for me to know. Mary said still live. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm trying to check. It's showing 12 watching. I wish there was some.
The stream's still going. So.
Okay. All right. Late. Well, I don't know what the copyright was, but whatever it was, they were trying to take it down. That's weird. Maybe it was at Haiti or one of these videos. I'm not sure which one it was. I don't even know. We were talking about the Tiggas, and we call them show-offs, and ones that want to show off their money. They want bling, they want extravagant clothes, cars. They're always trying to show off all their jewelry. They're covered in jewelry, chains and all that sort of thing, necklaces, chains, gold chains. They call them chains. And all that kind of stuff. They try to be like the rappers. They try to imitate. And the darkies, even in Africa, are trying to imitate the ones in America and paint their buses that way. And it's not just part of their culture, it's part of them spiritually, is what I'm getting at. And so many people just keep saying it's their culture. Well, African culture in Sudan or Nigeria is not the same as United States, Ohio, or New York or California. They're different countries on different parts of the world. So it isn't cultural. It's beyond that. It's race and spirit. That's how I look at it. Because cultural would be they're a part of American culture. And they're not. They're different. So the last one before I put on, oh, okay. That's what it was. Anyway, what are your thoughts on that, Wendy, that it's beyond culture? Because no matter where they live on Earth, like, it's not American culture, it's not Australian culture, it's not Nigerian culture. It's just darkies. No matter where they live, what country they're living in.
It's definitely down to race, because if it was simply moving to another part of the world with different habits and languages and other races, they would have been able to integrate and adjust and modify their behavior, but they haven't been able to. And because they haven't shown any sign of improving, it just solidifies the idea that it is race. But the whole concept of spirit inside the actual beings, that's a much that's invisible, and that's a much deeper and more meaningful aspect to it, that you are the first and only one to say it. And that is your idea and your model. And that makes much more sense, and explains so much just from that single statement about the curiosity, the architecture, the music, the language, how different spirits are unable to even imagine or envision it, or with, like, the Tigers, they're unable to sacrifice. Like they'll blow all their earnings on a pair of trainers for children that are going to outgrow it in probably a week or two, or maybe a month. I mean, that's just pure stupidity to do that. I mean, there's no ways you should be doing that. And with education, you should be or saving for a house, or there's so many other things to spend your money on than things that don't matter. It's definitely down to spirit inside. And it's interesting to think also about the civilizations that have been eradicated before. Like you mentioned, you were talking about the Druids and how they were erased, and I wonder what spirits were inside of them and where they might have gone, and if they had an oral tradition of preserving facts, then they would have to been eradicated. Like if they had known of civilizations where there was writing, sort of preserving it with the oral tradition would have been the only way to, like, if you were on the move to leave somewhere. And it just seems to be a pattern that good spirits get brought in here to bring in beauty and wisdom, and then there's like a mass plan to eradicate and make it, and almost and definitely to destroy everything that's been built up and take it back into the Stone Age. Like, I don't know, I'm just rambling and I haven't thought this through. I'm sort of thinking as I'm going.
It's quite all right, Wendy. I understand what you're getting at. Tony Sayers was asked in a recent live stream that he did about if we're farm animals or cattle to these entities, and it's a quote-unquote loose farm, as they called it, then why are they trying to depopulate? And he started to go into the depopulation thing. They're not depopulating all people on Earth. That's another baby truther rabbit hole that they follow, a misdirection. They're not depopulating the whole Earth. The population's growing. If they wanted to depopulate us and have us at 500 million, they'd do it. But they haven't. But the baby truthers like Tony Sayers and others go along with it. And, well, the Georgia Guidestones, just like Rose, she went along with that. I heard her mention that not that long ago, Georgia Guidestones. They believe whatever they're shown. They can't think. They're dupes. They can't think. You know who they are depopulating, replacing? White people, but not the whole realm. They're not decreasing the world population. They're targeting us, which is obvious. They're invading our countries and replacing us. It's known as the Great Replacement. And that is observably true, rather than the conspiracy tarred baby truthers that say, well, they're depopulating the world. No, they aren't. India's population is growing. So is China, still growing. And so is all of Africa, or most of African countries are growing and growing. It's going to be billions more in Africa. They'll have plenty of supply. They just won't have the rebellious white people that are fighting against their system, beings like me. That's what they're trying to get rid of. They're selectively depopulating parts of the population of the world, not all of it.
Yes, and it's very anti-white to say it's a population reduction, because it's ignoring the clear anti-white agenda. And he's also said other things that are clearly anti-white and anti-straight white men. So he's just another agent working on the side of the big schnozzers. Because the darkies and brownies are breeding like rabbits. And whether it's in luxury hotels or living on trash heaps, they're not worried about what their children are growing up into. You know, if they're drinking poisoned water and the food is full of salmonella and fly eggs and aluminium or arsenic or cadmium, they're breathing it in, bathing in it. You know, the rivers with just full of sewage and urine, and they love it, and they just keep going. There's no shortage of new bodies coming in, and they're just spreading them into the West like a black and brown plague. So Tony's definitely misleading and lying. And I mean, Rose is just swimming around with all the baby truthers, and she should have moved beyond that years ago. I don't think she's going to, though. She had a chance with your channel to see things differently, and she wasn't able to.
I agree, Wendy. I don't think she is able to. She had a chance. I don't think she can do it. I think she's stuck at that level. I think, unfortunately, there's many, many, many more like that than ones that will come here and go, oh, this is different. And right away, I think you have to see the difference. They're not going to see all of it in a day, but just the difference right away should jump out at them. If they can't do that, I know there's something wrong with them spiritually. As for Tony, part of the big nose agenda, I mean, he could sing the old AC/DC song, except change the lyrics to, they've got big schnoz and I've got the biggest schnoz of them all. I mean, look at the schnoz on him. No wonder he'd work for the big noses. I mean, he'd fit right in with them. I think his whole head is a nose. It's just got eyeballs tacked on and tiny little ears and these goblin teeth. The whole thing's a nose. He can't admit that there's an anti-white agenda, and he defended the Muslims invading England, where he claims to be from England. And there's just a clear invasion, and he will let on that, oh, they want us to be against the Muslims. They want us, that's divide and conquer. It's so upsetting. It is something that bothers me, that so many people, it's not just Tony. I expect a big-nosed snake to be that way. But so many just follow along with this stuff when it's so obvious that what he's doing. It's obvious that he's taking people off that so that they won't even look at that part of what's going on in this hell realm. They'll just ignore it and say, "Oh yeah, they want to divide us and make us anti-Muslim." It's not like England's being taken over. I mean, it is what's happened, and it's just he'll never cover the abuse. And there's mainstream channels that cover it. He won't even do that. He just doesn't dig into anything. He's just such a fraud and such a liar and a deceiver, and he's just doing it for shekels. It's sickening that someone could be that anti-white and anti-British and claim to be British. If he's British, I mean, his nose could block out all of Italy on the world map. It's just I don't believe that he's British. I don't think that's possible. I don't see how that is possible.
It's also why he's always had the camera aimed right from the front. It was only when he went outside and was talking to the dogs that he was looking sideways that we got a glimpse. So he's obviously trying to pretend that he's white.
Yes, I agree. Good point. I noticed that, and that's why as soon as he turned his head to the side, those outdoor videos, I took screenshots because I'd never seen that before. He'd never revealed what he is. And that's like, let's face it, that's one of the biggest schnozzes that you're ever going to see. It's just, it's so big. It makes Finkelstein and Mushroom Coyote look almost normal. They've got big schnozzes too, but it's just incredible.
He's
I
got
don't
his
know how they
jawline
keep
is
him
as
in
well.
Mexico. They should yeah, weak jawline. There's no jaw at all. It's just totally collapsed. He's got these sharpened little goblin teeth that look like it almost looks like he sharpened his teeth with a file or something. It's very weird.
Vampire teeth, goblins. Interesting. And all
Yeah,
of
a lot of
the
them.
sorry,
Go ahead, Wendy.
I was just going to say all of his colleagues like Mark Devlin and Erica Duguay, they're all anti-white as well, and obviously working on the same team to destroy everything that the whites and Europeans have built up. And their silence and refusal to address things is very revealing of who and what they are, and that they're only in it for the money, and that they'll steal your ideas to get money that way, and just pretend that they don't know you exist. So I mean, it's really good you got that screen grab or screenshot of Tony, and it's the other big schnozzers must be so envious now. They might need to go and get an extension.
Yeah, maybe they will. I mean, it almost looks like his mother was part rhino or something. It's like a big rhino horn on the front of his face. It doesn't even look human. Like, what are we looking at here? These beady little eyes and this big schnoz. It looks like what they call the anti-Semitic. They call it that, the cartoon of the tiny hat with the plotting against the world with the beady little eyes and the big nose. I mean, look at this thing. He looks about as British as someone that's living in the slums of Mumbai or someone that's living in Nigeria, a darky. He doesn't look British to me at all. He claims to be British, but what is British about him and his features? I don't see anything British about him at all.
No, he's not British. If he really was, he would be speaking up for Britain as well. That's another sign if you don't defend the country that you claim to be from, you clearly aren't for it. And that is something about all the invaders that have come in. They haven't shown appreciation for everything that's been offered. And it's interesting, like when Japanese people and Europeans and whites go traveling, we'll kind of fit into the culture and show respect and dress appropriately and not be loud and just obey the rules and not make an embarrassment to our own people when we go traveling.
That's true, Wendy. I wouldn't want to be known as a loud Canadian or loud American or whatever way people would see me in a foreign country, whether it's in Mexico and Europe. Even if I went to Tigaland and Darkie, Africa, and the shanty towns, I'd still exhibit manners and be a gentleman and not be rude, not be an asshole, not be destructive, not be spitting on them. Essentially, is what they do to us. They come here and they spit on us. After they get handouts, they get free housing, they get luxury hotels in Canada and in Ireland and in England. It's been shown they're given these luxury accommodations. It's disgusting what's going on.
It is disgusting. Sorry, and I think all the sacrifices and effort made by our ancestors, and I keep thinking about Wilberforce and the huge effort he put in over so many years and all the lives that were lost, and can't help but think that maybe all of those lives that were given, there's no appreciation for any of them. And even if it was only one white man who had died to do it, there's never been a thank you, or it's always just fobbed off. And that irate darkie with the mop head this morning, as soon as the interviewer or the guy, I don't know his name, mentioned that whites had ended the slave trade, so Britain had ended it, she didn't say, there was no appreciation, she just hopped over that. It was like an inconvenient minor detail, when it's not a minor detail. That's something you should be, kissing the feet and groveling and be so appreciative. That would be the appropriate response, and that's another indication of the spirit that's inside them. It doesn't matter what you do, and the same thing, the way you've been treated on YouTube trying to help people, you've gone above and beyond to help, and everything that you faced it's like a holographic image of what's been done to Europeans for anything generous and kind that's been done.
Yes, they reward the kindness and generosity of Europeans with scorn, hatred, vile treatment, lies, attacks, envy. They're malicious. You can hear it in their voices, the way they respond, the way they say we've given them nothing. Even it couldn't even admit that we gave, or by we I mean Europeans, the British gave them railroads in India and African countries that were colonized. Libraries, like the list goes on. It's a huge list of infrastructure that they wouldn't have ever had. And all she could say was, you telling me they wouldn't have railways without the British? Of course they wouldn't. Look how they live there. They just fill their rivers with trash. I mean, it's I don't want to get irate over it, but it incites me, and it's hard not to have my blood boil when I see that type of attitude from so many of them, because it's such an obvious slander attack against all white people, essentially, our ancestors and us today. And great point that you brought up, Wendy, about William Wilberforce, and also the sacrifices, including the lives of many, many white British men, especially, fighting to end slavery. No thank you was given to the white British men that did that and died. And the British also went into debt, borrowing money, millions, to do that, and used the British fleet, the Navy, and just at great expense of lives and fortune of British people that paid and paid and paid interest and paid for a long time on that. And the other point I want to mention about that is, do you know how hidden that history is where I live, Wendy? Instead of answering, I'll just give you a chance to respond. Do you have any idea how hidden the history is hidden from us about William Wilberforce and the fight to abolish slavery, the sacrifices made, how the British are responsible for fighting to abolish it and sending out sailors on the British Navy? Do you have any idea? Do you want to take a guess when I first learned of that?
I don't know. Obviously, it hasn't been taught in schools over there. It wasn't taught in schools in South Africa, and most, I would say, most British people don't know it either. So I don't know. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30, I don't know.
Very good guess. It was around 10 to 12 years ago. On the internet, I stumbled upon a video mentioning William Wilberforce and how the British abolished slavery legally, made it illegal, and fought to end it everywhere. Or I would have never known. It was never mentioned. In all of schooling, high school history classes, I never saw it on television, History Channel documentaries. And it's not like I was living in a cave. And I would say it's been in the last 10, maybe 12 years, but probably 10 years. Your first guess was right on. And that's with looking into so many things that eventually I came upon a channel that would have been labeled alt-right about a decade ago, around 2015, 2016. And I'm trying to remember the name of the channel, but his channel was taken down. It was an excellent channel, and he made a video on that topic. An individual Englishman from, I think, northern England, might have been near Yorkshire, somewhere like that. Yorkshire, somewhere like that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even found it then. It might have taken me till 3 or 5 years ago, or who knows? That's how well hidden that is. I don't think most Canadians and Americans in this part of the realm know anything about it unless they stumble upon it that way, in a sense. It's not taught to the vast majority of children over here.
I don't think history teachers would know it either, even history experts. And interesting, because you've been exploring and investigating things your whole life, and that to only stumble upon it sort of 10, 12 years ago, it shows how well it's been hidden. Because you're relentless in your searching and in your work, in research, and it's not like you only do 5 minutes a day, or an hour a month. You put in so much focus and also have memory and attention. And I wonder how many other things have been erased that we should be knowing about as a European race. There could be the other thing too.
I would bet on it, Wendy. Pardon me. I just had to respond. It's so well buried and hidden that I've always been looking for the truth, including on the internet. And I was on the internet in the earliest days of the 1990s. And I only found a couple videos about it around a decade ago. And it was very eye-opening. I had no idea. And that's how they can hide things. That's how well they can hide things, including from people that do research, as you mentioned. That's the way it is. So if they hid that well, and that's a huge thing. That's a huge piece of the puzzle of history, of European history. And it was completely hidden from me most of my life. So you made a great point, an excellent point, about what else is hidden from us as Europeans. How much of our history has been completely hidden that went on maybe 100, 200, 500 years before then, or maybe even history that's in the last less than 100 years that they hid and buried from us. Well, look what they did with the world wars. I mean, if that doesn't show you what can be done to change public opinion, it's not like they hid the world wars, but they warped the history completely.
And that also ties back to all the amnesia, the quarantining of dreams and memories as well. Because some things might be remembered in dream time that relate to events like that. So some memories of being on Wilberforce's team, so to say, going out there and doing all that, all of those would have to be suppressed and quarantined as well.
Yes, I see what you're saying. And I'm trying to think of a way that I can put this, but it's like there's an evil magical force of sorcery. I know that might sound like a cop-out to some people that are very scientifically minded, but I think there's a spiritual war going on. It isn't just men going around hiding history, rewriting it all, and quietly and almost perfectly taking care of it in a sense so we can't access the truth. I think there's other factors involved, supernatural factors, principalities, evil spirits, whatever you want to call it, entities at work, because this would be a massive job to cover up these things. It wouldn't be easy even back then. In the time, what I mean back then is in the times of William Wilberforce and the men sent out to fight the pirate ships and the slave ships, to stop them from transporting slaves, from picking up slaves. They fought battles. They fought sea battles, and some of them were trying to outrun the British Navy. There was all that going on. All of this has been hidden away. And when you look at what was done with World War II, the people that have delved into that mess of a topic and how they warped it to vilify and demonize one country, not just one person, but one country, essentially demonize all of Germans. And they don't tell us about the grapes, the massive millions of German women raped in the Eisenhower camps, POWs of Germans starved and dying in the muddy fields and dying of exposure, horrible deaths by design, meant to happen as punishment. And the warping of, we'll say, the movie theaters and the camp canteen money and the soccer games, football games, all of that. It just goes on and on. Swimming pool and attack. Like, I can't go into it too much on YouTube, but people that have looked into the topic beyond YouTube will know what I'm saying. It's a massive attempt to warp us, warp our minds, warp us spiritually, guilt us as white people, hide the heroic, amazing things that white people have done. It's really sick and it's really evil what has gone on here. And I don't think it's just ordinary men with the stroke of a pen hiding this shit. I think what has been done and what's being done is horrendously evil. It's spiritual crimes against all white people and against all good spirits in this place. Living and dead, our ancestors have been wronged and demonized and criminalized and presented as monsters when they were not monsters. They've even tried to portray the German people as so civilized and such a high society, high level, and how could they do these demonic things? And they've warped so many countless millions of minds. It's horrific. It's a spiritual crime beyond any words. And I think this is what's gone on in this realm beyond those topics that we've talked about. Who knows how many other things they've done that with. It's the way this place runs, and it's really sick. And they want to wipe out the truth speakers, which are mostly white people, especially white men as leaders that stand up and take risks and say, I'm not taking this shit. Just like the guy in Belgium that they arrested for hate crimes, for speaking the truth. That Flemish guy in Belgium that I showed, I think it was the last live stream that I did. And that's what's going on in this realm. It's an evil place, and it reveals how evil it is.
It is extremely evil. And as you say, there are other like supernatural powers involved, because the attention to detail to get rid of everything is so vast. And you think most people are lazy and clumsy in what they do. There would have been a lot more bits and pieces that had been forgotten or hadn't been thought about, and just all the layers of deception, erasing it. And like with the Belgians being told about the Congo, that all the crimes were done by the white people and King, was it Leopold, rather than it being the local Tiggers, because they're still doing that today. But that's not spoken about, because that would just show that it was a complete lie against white people. And it's worse than a lie, because it's anti the spirit inside the European race. So it's obviously something like a battle beyond this matrix, where evil is using this realm as a place with unfair advantages to enact their envious and their hatred and all the other wickedness. And just the whole design, everything you've shown, and the influx of and the expansion of having browns and darkies, just to put pressure on the few good spirits, and always demonizing the good in this place.
Yes, it's a huge pattern. Demonizing the good, putting the pressure on us by flooding our countries. It's not mass migration, it's mass invasion. And it's being pushed, it's being funded by traitors, by evil demons. I don't care if they look white. Doesn't matter. They're evil demons inside, whatever entities they are, to betray their own people this way. They're just phony, evil pretenders. Even if whatever way they look on the outside of the meat suit is what they are. Whether they're all tiny hats behind it, or whether, I'm sure there's some traitors that are white people as well involved in this, and it's above that. It's spiritual as well. It's entities involved. And it is a battle spiritually, good versus evil. And they do have an unfair advantage. They have a playing field that's rigged. It's not level. It's not fair play. It's a rigged system that we're in. It's all rigged against us. But you notice how resilient we are. They haven't destroyed us. So that's not just me saying that to make people feel better. It's the truth. They haven't managed to do it. They haven't been able to do it. They haven't been able to get everything that they wanted. But it is an evil system, and it's obvious who the number one target is. They're not doing this to Asian countries. They're not doing this to India. They're not doing this to African countries. They're not flooding them with people. They're not flooding them with people from Ukraine. They're not sending them to Africa. They're not sending them to China or India or Japan. And in terms of the darkies, the browns and blacks, everyone knows where they're going. They're coming here to Canada, Great Britain, France. It's so obvious what's going on. Belgium. They've destroyed. Like when you look at that country, it'll make you sick to think of what it was. And good point. as well, Wendy, when you mentioned, I think his name was King Leopold III from Belgium, and all the blame was put on, once again, Europeans, as though we go around butchering and cutting off hands. I always thought that was strange. Like, I've never thought white people would do that. A group of white people, including white soldiers. And it just seems so odd. And it wasn't. It wasn't us doing it. And I'm sure that's done in countries that white people have never really been in numbers greater than 4 or 5. They'll cut off hands and arms with machetes, just like they do that with thieves in the Middle East. They'll cut off the hand of a thief. And that is not the way of white people. They're not like us. They're different from us. And it's horrific what has gone on in this realm directed at white people. This realm itself, this matrix, is anti-white. It's anti-European. And it's demonstrating that. It used to be, I'm not saying that it wasn't anti-white, but it used to be more focused on Germany. There was an anti-German huge push to keep the German people down, to oppress them, to guilt them, to fill them with guilt and shame, and teach the children that you should be ashamed of who you are and ashamed to be German. It's terrible what was done to children. The abuse that was done, the psychological abuse, the lies that were taught to them, it's horrendous. And this place demonstrates what it is, and it's very easy to see what's going on in this place. But I think that many spirits do not have any care for truth, and that's why they'll just never see it. They have no care for real truth, or they'd be studying these things and listening and learning from my talks, and a lot of them just tune in, lurking and giggling and cackling because they're just absolute demonic losers.
I wanted to ask you, with the word magic, one with the C and one with the CK, is it just another spelling, or is there a spiritual difference in that?
Oh, that's a good question. There is a spiritual difference and a difference in meaning. Now, magic, MAGIC, is more like a performer, like a magician on a stage, or pulling a rabbit out of a hat, doing little tricks, illusions, magic tricks. But they're not the other kind of magician that's not a stage performer. The other kind of magic is more mental and spiritual than just performing or tricks or entertainment. It's more serious. So that's why some people differentiate that way. They add the CK to the end to say that it's real magic and not stage magic, or just a magician that you could hire for a child's birthday party or something along those lines.
Well, thank you. So the one is more the tricks and the illusions, where the other one is the serious and the real.
Yeah, the one's just for fun, like card tricks, or they go out on the street and they perform. It's a performance. They know the secret, and once you know the secret of how their little magic trick works, it's no longer magic. It's just a matter of sleight of hand and things like that. And it's for entertainment. Whereas magic with the CK is more alchemy and understanding deeper how reality works. It's not just a card trick that someone can learn how to do or learn how to see through.
Thank you. That you've explained it well, and I know you'll be honest and give me a direct answer. You won't be like Google and hide the truth. Thank you.
You're welcome, Wendy. Yeah, magicians or ones into real magic started using the CK a long time ago. I don't think Aleister Crowley invented it. I'm sure it was going on probably for decades, if not hundreds of years before him. But he kind of popularized it, certain ones like him, spelling it with a CK at the end to differentiate between the performer entertainers that do little magic tricks for fun to make people laugh or surprise them, and ones that do certain magical spells and studies of magic in looking into the deeper reality and spirit of how this place actually works, and the more esoteric things like spirit existing, whereas the performers on stages aren't involved in that at all. They're not looking into that. They're not looking into the esoteric ways and nature and esoteric truth of this realm. They're just putting on a show. The magicians with just the C at the end, they're putting on a show. They wear a top hat and they're just kind of circus performer types.
That's a great explanation. Thank you. I've seen you using the CK, and I just thought I should ask you to the topic worrying about, or wondering, not worrying, but wondering. So, and that's something else. Your knowledge is really vast, and you'll give an excellent almost summary, a high-level summary of everything. That's a foundation to add other things onto, which is really helpful when you're trying to learn. And the other thing is, if you don't know, you actually say you don't know. You don't make up a lot of waffle and lies. So that's another difference about you.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I'm comfortable saying I don't know, saying those words. If I don't know, I'll just say I don't know. Or I'll say I don't know, maybe I'll look into that if I have time or something like that. But I won't pretend to know something that I don't know. And yes, I do use the CK quite a bit because I'm not a performer. I'm sure there's people that have been on my channel that just assumed I don't know how to spell. They probably just think, well, Stephen doesn't know that there's not a K at the end of magic.
That's true. Yeah. Oh. You've had some very unobservant people on the channel, ones that couldn't notice that you were called abstract angel artist only for a number of years, for instance, and other things. So
Yeah, very unobservant beings. Some would not realize that I do know how to spell very well. I used to get quite often perfect, or I was the spelling champion in school for my grade in elementary. Not boasting. I mean, it's just minor things that come back to mind. But I was always very good at spelling. So was my mom. My mom was a school teacher, and she was very good at spelling and mathematics, and so was my grandpa. So I'm from a long line of teachers. My mother's mother was a teacher. One of my aunts was a teacher. My mom was a teacher. So we're talking about generations of teachers. Now, I wasn't officially a school teacher in any formal capacity, working as a teacher and getting a salary, but I do like to share knowledge, and I think that's the basis of teaching, is sharing knowledge and trying to share it in a way that's understandable, that people can comprehend. And there are there's a lot of dummies that have been on my channel over the years, thousands, that can't even notice that I do know how to spell. Something simple like that they could pick up on if they just paid a basic level of attention. They don't have to exert superhuman powers to watch me, but it should be second nature. But there's something wrong in this realm where people don't notice anything, and they will lie and say, oh, Stephen's low IQ on these other channels, and just obvious lies. And that's what goes on in this realm. It's unfortunate, but it doesn't make me sad. It's unfortunate that it is that way, but it doesn't really sadden me. And yes, there are ones that wouldn't notice abstract angel artist. Ones like Louise, for example, come to mind, that would say, who's that? And they just don't pay attention. it's been shown so many times and mentioned, and I've even tagged that way on people's channels, old videos people have tagged me. It's no secret, but some people never pay attention. And that's also something that Callie, old Creep Alley Taylor, used to get upset when I'd say pay attention, because they view it as an insult, Wendy, when someone encourages people to pay more attention and really learn. They're the type that views that as such an insult. Like, how dare he tell us to pay attention? And they are that way. They'll do anything to do the opposite and not pay attention. And as I've said so many times, countless times, they'll just be recycled like, with the indifference of somebody tossing in an empty soup can or soda can into a recycling bin and forgetting about it. That's what this realm does to beings that don't pay attention. So they're only hurting themselves. I'm not hurting anybody by trying to provoke people to think more and pay attention and focus and learn something while they're here. I'm not hurting people by doing that. I'm actually helping them have a chance of getting out. But a lot of them warp it the other direction, as though I'm insulting them, saying, pay attention. And she said on Talcott's show in various places, including her live streams, I used to hate when he'd say, pay attention. It really bothers them. It gets under their skin.
I mean, paying attention is helpful to do, and it just shows the anti-male sentiment that, you know, feminists kind of, oh, if a man tells me to do that, I'm being criticized, and, you know, taking it personally rather than thinking, oh, actually it's maybe the attention was wandering and was noticeable, and rather you should instead be grateful for the reminder. It's easy to have a wandering attention if you don't train it. So, something about when you explain, to explain something clearly and simply is an indication of very high IQ and also in-depth knowledge of a topic, because the less someone knows, the more they waffle, and they'll use big words and they won't be able to simplify it. So if you can't explain a complex idea that a child can understand it, you don't have a good grasp on the content. And like 10 years ago or so, there was a guy in Australia, a Scottish guy living there. He's dead now, but he helped me out a lot, you know, with what I had my little kitchen table thing that I was doing. And he explained really complex scientific things in a way that I could understand, like at a kitchen table level. And because he had an absolute, like a great understanding of it. And that's what you're like. You really do know what you're talking about. So that's for anyone who thinks because you speak clearly and well and don't fluff around and try and use like massive dictionary words when you don't have to. It's because you really do know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Wendy. I'll take that as a compliment. And I'm too old and I don't have much time to use these great big $100 words, 6-7 syllables long. And I'm also too American and Canadian to be speaking in that way. And I don't have any formal education. I decided when I was young not to go to university. My mom would always tell people, especially her teacher friends for years, that she would say, oh, Stephen could have done anything he wanted and he could have went to university and become a doctor or an attorney or whatever. And I just had no interest in sitting in classrooms anymore, lecture halls, classrooms. I love learning, but I love learning on my own, at my own speed, and in the things that interest me, the things that I think will either benefit me or things that I need to know, things that I need to learn, things that will help, things that are meaningful. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in trying to impress people by using fancy $100 words or Scrabble words or try to script out my videos to sound like a thesaurus just blew up on the screen and just puked up a whole bunch of fancy words. I'm not interested in any of that. I think that's inauthentic and insincere and phony. And I just like Angry Gingy nonconformist scripts out his videos, and the first, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes are just like it's like a thesaurus just going "Bleh," and just all over. That's what it looks like. It looks like he went through a thesaurus and just picked out as many words as it's laughable to me. It just doesn't come across as sincere, and it's not the way that he speaks. He was here one time live, a one-on-one, and he can't speak that way at all. He has to script out his shit in his videos, and it's phony is what it really is. It's phony.
It is phony. And if people come and talk to you and you ask a simple question and then ask another one, then it'll all the sham words will fall away and they'll be left with a great big nothing to talk about. Which it's like that's what Tony Sayers does. When he gets asked a question, he'll kind of gloss over it or sideways and then change the topic, because if you haven't given a deeper answer that he's scraped and recorded and remembered somehow, then he has to change the topic. It's so obvious that he doesn't know anything.
Yes, I agree, Wendy. And you brought up a great point, and it makes me think of Frank Monday said to me one time when I was live on his show, "I've got a bigger vocabulary than you do." I said, fine by me. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. So I said something along those lines. It doesn't bother me. I think that I have a very good vocabulary, but I'm not in a competition with anyone. And I don't think that vocabulary, a lot of the tiny hats view it that way, that the bigger the vocabulary and the more fancy words they use, they believe themselves to be higher IQ and more intelligent. But there's a lot of dishonest used car salesmen, scummy types that use language just to influence people. There's influencers, there's politicians. It doesn't mean their IQ is higher, and it definitely doesn't mean that they're more honest or honorable men. Having a huge vocabulary or whatever, trying to use fancier words, doesn't indicate higher IQ or higher honesty, really. Maybe some of them score higher on the language portion of IQ tests, but big deal. In everyday life, in terms of pattern recognition and figuring out and understanding where we are, the biggest vocabulary on earth person could believe that we're on a spinning planet, and I'm sure many of them do. A spinning, flying, wobbling planet, so-called planet, and they have no idea where they are, but they have a great vocabulary, and they sound wonderful when they're at a microphone or a podium speaking, and they're good at speaking, public speaking. Great. But beyond that, I don't think it proves very much. And Frank Monday, I remember, made that comment, and Angry Gingy's the same way. He associates using these big words as more intelligent. And a lot of Tiggas think that way as well. They'll try to use huge words that they read out of the dictionary or thesaurus that day. They'll learn a new word and they'll try to use it all day. A lot of times they use it improperly and they sound foolish and ignorant and just laughable. And they're just trying to force into conversation these big words, trying to sound intelligent, but they aren't actually very intelligent. There's a difference.
Those ones who have the Scrabble competitions definitely believe in a spinning, wobbling globe. And the more educated people get with the bigger words, and they double down on all the lies. There's no chance of them unraveling and seeing things, because they'd have to let their ego, they'd have to leave the ego in the cupboard for a while. And they feel that, that's so important to them to look more intelligent than they are, that admitting they were wrong is something they never want to do. So they'd rather die and be wrong than admit that they've been misled or foolish or gullible or whatever. And they'll just end up being recycled. So that's what happens.
Yes, that's the reward for pretending, for following and feigning intelligence when they actually aren't. They're fooling themselves in the end. I've known intelligent beings, intelligent men and women that could explain things very clearly, or if we were having a discussion, we could use things to illustrate what we were speaking about, just common, ordinary things. It might be sitting at a diner using the salt and pepper shakers, or it could be if we were outdoors, they might have a pencil, and in construction, drawing something, sketching something on the side of a concrete form where a building's going up, or even taking a stick in the dirt and just doing a quick, very simple illustration in the dirt on the ground. Okay, we want this and this. You go that way, or you do this, and putting it or on a notepad, whatever the case may be. But it doesn't have to be fancy. Communication does not have to be fancy. It does not have to be somebody trying to impress the other. I would say that's the opposite of what good communication is. It's not a contest trying to impress everyone. You're supposed to be trying to convey thoughts and ideas and perhaps philosophies or solutions or a theory or a model. In my case, a model for reality. That's what's important to me. It's not about how fancy the words are, or if people go, "Oh wow, his vocabulary is so great." That doesn't matter to me. I'm trying to convey something that's an important truth, and that's what matters to me. That's the meaning of what I'm doing.
I wonder if when we do leave our bodies, if the entities will try and use a crazy, like scrabbled vocabulary to try and confuse, if that'll be part or maybe one of their strategies.
It could be. It works on Earth. It works very well on a lot of humans. If you look at the comments on some of these channels, like Angry Gingy, the nonconformist radio creepy Gingy creature, they compliment him endlessly on his vocabulary. And they just praise that. And at the end of it, if they came here, those very beings in the comments section, I would ask them, first of all, what did you learn from his 10 or 20-minute video? What did you get out of it? I know you love to hear him speak and script out his videos and pour out words straight from a thesaurus, but what did you actually learn from it? And I think a lot of them are just spellbound, Wendy. I think a lot of these beings get spellbound by word magic like that, and they think it feels good, and they think they got something, and they'll say, "I can't explain it. I just like his channel," or "I feel like I'm getting something." And if you ask them directly, "Can you specify what you're learning from his channel?" I don't think they could. And I've done that with various channels over the years. People, I've asked them, "What do you get out of watching Humpty Dumpty's channel?" I used to go there and try to contact people and get them here to see through him. And a lot of them would say they've been there for 4, 5, 6 years, and they can't really specify what they're learning there, what they're getting out of watching his videos. They'll say, "I thought I was learning on his channel." Well, what were you learning? You should be able to name a few things. They're just under a spell. They're in a trance.
So that they're mesmerized and just listening to him without consciously questioning what he's saying. They're like movies, Matty just rambling, and I find him very difficult to understand because he changes direction several times in the same sentence, and he doesn't complete his thoughts, and he's obviously trying to deceive. And the Angry Gingy trying to impress people with amazing words, and then asking, "What did you learn?" That's a really good thing to ask. What did you learn?
Yes, because I don't think they're actually learning anything on his channel. I think a lot of beings are in a trance similar to people sitting in a church. They're just in a trance. If you ask them when they leave the church, a Catholic church, I'm not really familiar with many other churches, but a Catholic Mass, let's say you go on a Sunday and you ask them, what did the priest speak about? What was his sermon about today? Most of them wouldn't be able to answer even 10 minutes after leaving that church. They would say it was a good sermon, or I liked today's sermon, or very well done. And I'd say, what was it about? What did you learn? What was the moral or the message to it? They're just spellbound. They're in a trance. And it isn't just tired or bored. They just get spellbound so easily, just like humans do when they watch TV programs or they watch movies. They just go into that trance state, and they're not learning anything. They're not aware. They're not conscious. They're just getting programmed.
And that's why it's important to pay attention, because then you can tell when you're learning and not learning. It's a really good piece of advice to bring your attention back to what you are learning.
Yes, and if you pay attention, even if you're watching, let's say, Hollywood programming, it won't work on you because you're aware. Your attention helps keep you aware, and you can analyze the symbolism they're using, the tricks they're using, the embedded messages that they're using, the propaganda, the agendas, let's say the anti-white part of the movie, this part, that part, they're going anti-white again. They're taking shots at white people or white men. And you'll notice they're promoting gays, or you'll notice these things because you're paying attention. Whereas the zombies watch movies and they just go into a zombified state where they're not focused, they're not paying attention, they're not analyzing, they're not using their analytical mind. They're just being brainwashed, and their brains are mush.
That is such an important truth you've just shared there. Thank you. It answers a question I've had about when you've talked about having your shields up and when things are going on. So thank you.
You're welcome, Wendy. Many years ago, must have been 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago, I watched a movie with one of my family, nephew and some family, and it was a movie he wanted to watch. I'm really not into watching movies. Even a decade ago, I've been disinterested in watching movies for 25, 30 years. Now, I've seen some, but not very many in those years. And we were watching this movie. Right away, I noticed an Illuminati t-shirt on one of the actors in the movie. And I pointed it out. It was clear as day. I was like, there's the Illuminati on the t-shirt with the all-seeing eye. And he said nothing. They said nothing. Because they don't want the movie ruined by commentary or any comment or any awareness. I think most beings, it's not just my family, but most beings want to go into that mode of just letting go, watching the screen, and just letting it take over. And they just want to turn off their mind and just be entertained, mindlessly entertained. And I think that is the state that they crave. That's why they go to the movies, the theaters, I mean, they pay and things like that. And that's why they're so into it, because it's a state that feels good to these zombies, to just let go and let Hollywood program them with satanic shit.
It's like they go into a sugar coma in a way, that they're paralyzed and everything just goes right in. There's no guards up to stop. And what you just said about analyzing, and that's something you're helping us learn when you play when you play the videos that you play. We're observing and noticing things in the background, their faces, the body language, the living conditions, the contrast. That's all part of analysis, and you're teaching us how to do what you've been doing.
Yes, I am trying to teach people how to analyze, how to observe, to pay attention, to be observant, to see body language and see what's around rather than going. The analogy I like to use is rather than going to a concert with someone and after the concert I say, "Wow, did you see that part where they did this and the band did this and when they played this song or that song and that was," and I remember hearing the music and what songs they played and what went on, and whereas the zombie would be like, "No, I missed all that. I was just staring at a seagull to far stage right. I wasn't even looking at the stage or paying attention and hearing the music." They're focused on something that doesn't even matter. They could watch a seagull any day of the week. They don't have to pay hundreds of dollars to go watch a concert and listen to music, and they miss the point. They go there, and you could go to any store in the summertime in most places in Canada, there's seagulls around eating trash. You could go if you wanna go watch a seagull, they're common. You could do that anytime, but they miss the point, and a lot of people are that way. A lot of people that come to my channel are that way, unfortunately. Well, they'll sit here, they don't even know what my channel's about. They'll tune into live streams. They have no idea what I'm talking about. They're just here hoping to laugh at something or be entertained. They're really not paying attention. They're missing the point. They're missing the opportunity. And I don't think they get it. I really don't.
They don't get it because if they did, they'd be participating in chat and leaving comments and learning.
That's true. There can be 15, 16, 18, 20, 25 people. Doesn't matter. Most just lurk and they don't really get it. And even the ones that sometimes do type in chat, that's why I'll call them out and say, "Are you here to learn or to be entertained?" Because sometimes people just all they want to do is type jokes. No matter what the topic is, we could be having a conversation like this. I'm not going to name any names, but this has been a very sincere and serious conversation. A little bit of humor earlier with Tony's schnoz and stuff. And that's fine. I love that. I love mixing in humor. But if someone's here only to make jokes and comment after comment, and all of their comments are jokey type comments, they're trying too hard to be funny. And I don't find it funny then. It's just way too much. They're trying too hard to make everything into a joke instead of learning. And if they were here, some of them, I don't know if they're here, they could be lurking. But if they were here typing in the chat, they'd probably be trying to make jokes about what we're saying now. And humor is something you shouldn't have to try to force and try so hard. And some people just are tryhards. They're trying constantly to make a joke about everything. And it really grows old really fast, for me at least. Because it shows me they're not taking it seriously. They're not taking my teaching seriously in my model, and they don't have to. I'm not forcing them to, but I think they should just go away and go to an entertainment channel where they can just make jokes in the chat room and laugh somewhere else.
That's true. And it's also distracting to have comments that are not relating to the topic at hand when someone is like an hour or two behind in the stream. So when you're on a roll with a topic and then have to then wonder if that relates to what you're currently saying or something that happened ages ago. Because I think sometimes people don't think, oh, what would it be like to be running a show and having all these comments come in? They don't ever put themselves in someone else's shoes and look at it from that perspective. They're just completely in their own bubble.
Yes, they're in their own bubble, and all they think is that it's my time. A lot of times they'll just thank me for my time. I'm doing more than just wasting time on here. I'm trying to do more than that. But they are in their bubble. They don't realize what it's like doing a show and looking over at odd comments and throwing off my flow, thinking, what are they talking about? Are they an hour behind, 2 hours behind? Because they're talking about things that's completely unrelated to what I showed or what I'm speaking about if I'm doing a monologue. And it's like, I don't know what they're talking about. And it's just annoying. And it just keeps happening where they can't remember, oh, if I join my live stream, if their phone is messed up, refresh your browser so that it goes right to where we're at. Don't try to comment on stuff that I talked about 2 hours ago. It's just so annoying. It's also rude. It's not just annoying. It's rude to be reminded over and over again, and to say, well, are you behind, or I don't understand your comments? And it's often the same person. And yeah, they don't put themselves in the position of saying, what would it be like to be running a show live where you're dealing with comments and someone's just not making sense time and time again. It's beyond annoying, but I wish people would stop doing that. And if they really want to win me over, just don't keep the constant flow of joke comment after joke when no one else is joking, no one else is laughing at their comments, and I'm not laughing at them. And then they'll go to, well, no one understands my sense of humor. It's like, no, it isn't that. You're assuming wrong. Sometimes there's a time and a place. I don't go to someone's funeral, a serious type of event, a gathering, and start making jokes around the person's casket. And I'm not saying it's the same thing as that when I'm doing, but there's a time to be serious. There is a time for that. And some people just don't get it. They're never that way. And I do notice that pattern. So it tells me they're not taking it seriously. So then again, why are they here? Oh, I just want to add, there's something else too. There's something to be said for the ability to read the room and to read the person doing the show and get a sense for, yeah, they really don't like me doing this all the time. Maybe I'll kind of modify my behavior a little bit. That does require some awareness, and it requires some intelligence from people. And some that come to this channel and on YouTube can't even seem to do that. They can't even seem to notice time and time again their own behavior. They're not self-aware. And if you're not self-aware, I think you're on the wrong channel. Whoever behaves that way, that doesn't demonstrate the ability to just know when they're being a pest. And there were certain ones in the past that didn't recognize, just couldn't do it. They just can't do it. They can't recognize it, even when it's pointed out.
And for you having to repeat things again and again is more than tedious. So especially when it's things that should be obvious, and hopefully by the time someone reaches 20, they've got some social awareness and manners and habits that let them mix with different people without being offensive and rude and coming across the wrong way. So
yes, and this isn't a comedy channel. It's not an entertainment channel. Some of them treat it like they're going to a comedy club, watching a stand-up comedian. And the times that I'll speak for 2 hours when I'm not in a joking mood, or I'm not showing anything funny, and I'm not laughing about big schnozzes or this or that, and I'm talking on a serious topic, and then I look over at the chat room and it's all jokey, weird comments, and they're just trying to get attention for themselves. And no one's even laughing in the chat at them. And it's just like, what are you doing? Are they that attention deprived, that they're coming here for that. I don't know. It's so odd to me, because the whole point is studying reality, and the rest is just icing on the cake or a side dish. The laughter, comedy, yeah, it's welcome. I like it, but constantly, and then I don't know. It's just, it really gets to be a bit much where I start thinking about certain beings, and I'm like, I don't remember the last comment that from them that wasn't jokey. How many live streams ago was it? Not just pages in the chat, but for hours and hours. Every time they're here, it's always the same thing. If you want to be a stand-up comic, go be a Howdy McCoskey. Like, you're about as funny as him a lot of times. Some of these, not you, but some of these characters that come to my channel, and they're just trying so hard to get a laugh from someone. And it's just pathetic. They're misusing my channel. They're missing the point. And then when I point out you're missing the point, they get upset. And they say, no, I'm not. I'm here for this. And if you're here for more than just entertainment and comedy, how come every comment you leave is that way? Because I do notice patterns with these people. And it just sucks, because I try to be patient with them. But on the other hand, some of them just, they'll get upset when they're no longer wanted here. And they've been given chances and warnings, and they'll let on that, oh, he just drop of a hat, just dumped me and off with their head. It isn't that way at all. I'm patient with these beings quite often for months dealing with stupid shit and letting them know that that's not what I want here. And they'll just let on that, oh, he never gave me a chance. It's pathetic. They're oblivious. And they say they're going to get out of this hell realm when they're oblivious, tuned into my channel. They can't even pay attention to what I'm saying.
That's a very good point, because paying attention and being able to focus for hours and being able to increase that is a vital skill to have. And with your show, you call it a variety show, and you can definitely tell when there's the funny time to laugh and participate and make, have fun jokes and lighten the mood. And then there are the serious topics, which are for analysis and thinking and trying to join pieces up and build connections and, exercise the sort of grey matter, or if it's grey matter, I don't know. And also being able to notice, like, as you said, read the room. They're all important skills. And I agree, you're very patient. You're a lot more patient than I am. I wouldn't have put up with so much of what you've done for as long as you've done it. And that's something about men. They've definitely got, however it's created in the meat suit, much more. Well, at least white men have got patience. I say the Tigs have got zero, or probably a negative amount of patience in them. So,
yeah, the Tigs just have no patience and no impulse control, no emotional control. They just get very upset and very angry, and they're thin-skinned, and they react very quickly with violence or threats. They can't believe that they shouldn't have the right to be violent if somebody says a word they don't like. It's just remarkable.
And they think they're strong, and yet they get offended by a hurty word or have got no sense of humor. It's really laughable.
It is laughable. It's very weak and thin-skinned and very emotional and feminine. It's not masculine. It's far more on the end of feminine.
Yes.
Getting crybaby and moody and who hurt me, and you hurt me, and blah, 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 and you said the N-word, you call me a nigga, and I'm gonna do this to you. And it's just it's laughable. It's just it's like it's crybaby behavior. It's behavior that if a white boy behaves that way, they're often told don't be that way.
Yes.
Get control of yourself. If you're a toddler, I mean a little white boy, they're taught. But I think these black Tigs, these black mamas, must teach their sons, oh, it's okay if you're emotional and yell and scream and you if the kid called you a name, you just punch them in the face or kick them or throw a rock at them, or they must tell them that's all okay because that's the way they behave their whole life. I know it's biological, it isn't just taught and cultural, but there's a mixture going on. Like they think it's perfectly fine to behave that way. They don't see anything wrong with it, these tigs.
It's completely retarded. I mean, I remember growing up, if you if you fell off your bike and grazed your knee or whatever, you could cry, but then it was like, okay, that's enough now. Don't be a crybaby, and you just have to, like, I mean, you weren't going to the hospital. It was a bit sore, but you just didn't. You didn't have to make a whole. You didn't have to vlog about it and write about it and go on and on for weeks. You kind of just had a sniffle and got over it. And they're definitely a bunch of weaklings now, and it is very feminine. And the sort of tig mamas are demonstrating like foul behavior to their children, to the tiglets. So they need to go back to the Dark Continent or Haiti or any other place but civilization, and they can go and do that with each other and have their little gangs and group up with bigger gangs against other gangs and have bullets raining out of the sky if they want to do that, and whatever else they fancy. But we don't want to be involved anymore.
Exactly. Can you imagine this realm without white people, like without any white people? What kind of a chaotic, loud, violent... I'm laughing because it'd just be such a mess. It would be like India that I showed earlier when we were talking about the noise and just what hell it would be.
Oh. Yeah, just a few seconds of the noise in India on that video was enough. And do you think all these liberals and yoga people and the rest go off for a week or two to find themselves? And oh, it's disgusting. It's just so wow. There's so many things I would rather do than that.
Spend thousands of pounds or thousands of Canadian dollars to go to India to find themselves. What are they trying to find in their camel toe yoga pants? Where they're what exactly are they trying to find? The voice that they shut off in their head, because they try to shut off their thoughts and be mindless and thoughtless. Then they go there, they must be bombarded by so much sound. Like, wouldn't it be overwhelming compared to meditation? The cacophony of sound, just the loud you'd be bombarded by all the honking and yelling and people, and just everything there is just loud. That's what it looks like to me, or sounds like. It looks like third world noise. Seems entirely different than what we would experience anywhere in our countries.
And noise around the clock as well. Even at 2 or 3 in the morning, it'll be hooting and cows and bleating or sheep bleating and yelling and traffic. I don't think they ever have a time when it's not noisy. But what do they have? They had people working for 17 hours a day. I mean, they could easily crack the working like 3 hours. What are they doing? They're lazy.
And they think that's good. they think that's admirable. That's good. That's something to applaud. That. Oh my goodness! What a life!
Like sitting on a hard workbench and hasn't moved his body for like 10 hours straight or something. I mean, and then you come to England and there's health and safety that someone hasn't got enough padding on their chair, or their computer screen's at the wrong angle. It's just sort of level of pandering. It's so different to.
They praise abusing their own bodies. These idiots. They actually just think that that's something very noble. If they could work 24 hours a day in some of these slums, they would probably do that. If they could take maybe something if it existed, a pill where they didn't have to sleep and it wouldn't kill them, but it would keep them awake, where they could just keep working steady. And you'd ask them, what's the point of living? They'd probably be blank stare on their face with their dark eyes, their black hole eyes, just gazing at you with no answer. They don't even know what living is. They don't have a clue.
It's true.
So look at how incompatible they are. The way they view life itself is so different from Western countries or white people, European people. It's just even setting aside all the racial differences and religions, just that. It doesn't work. It doesn't match up. Regardless if they're Muslim, not a Muslim, they could be non-religious. It just doesn't match up. Their view of life and it's incompatible with our way of life. It doesn't match.
That's true. It doesn't match. You know, they'll be working 20 hours a day and feeling proud of it, and yeah, it's like their spirit hasn't got anything else in them that has an urge to do something or create, or that they can be completely satisfied with something so repetitive and menial and basic forever at that time, and not even question. I think there must be a better way to do things.
Yes, exactly. Slaving away for, let's say, 15, 17 hours a day. For what? What are they building? Is it making their society better, their country better? Is it making their life better, their family? I mean, it might be putting food in their belly, but that's about it. Living just to feed themselves then. Is that what it is? Is that what life is for these darkies? I mean, it's incredible to me that we're bringing them into Canada and they don't even have a concept of what life is. They just don't. They don't have meaning and fulfillment. They don't even have these concepts running through their minds. They're more just like they're like robots. It's almost like they're made to do these menial tasks and repetitive jobs and just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. It's so bizarre.
They probably are
Maybe-
designed to do the repetitive jobs.
I think they might be. We could just put up signs. Work is life. You live to work. And they'd probably nod their heads and agree and go, yes, that's true.
Yes.
And then there's the other type that are so lazy, they're just leeches. They come to our countries and they just suck the country dry. They don't work. They just do nothing and get tons of our money to live in fancy hotels and just make babies and breed like rabbits. And that's all they do. That's all they exist to do. Is to be parasites, leeches. It's sickening.
It is. Basically breeding and making new meat suits to bring in more spirits from outside.
Mm-hmm.
They're like free-range chickens or rabbit farms, and doing it on trash
Tigger
heaps.
farms.
Yeah,
They're Tigger farms.
Tigger farms.
They're just like herd animals. I bet there's some lurkers here. We had 20 tuned in a second ago that are jumping out of their skin saying, he's so racist and he's making Wendy into a racist like him and his cult. They'll clip that out and they'll make a video. Oh, it's hilarious to me. That mushroom creature called me a race baiter, saying he's race baiting. He's a race baiter. He's trying to get people to be racist on his channel. That's just incredible. How little they can see and how programmed they are. These creatures, especially the ones that are just confused about even what their gender is. No wonder they're anti-white. They don't know anything. They think everything's racist, sexist, misogynist, homophobic, transphobic. That's how they look at life, through the lens of those labels, and their programming, their rainbow mafia programming. Can you imagine having an existence here being a programmed slug like that?
Are awful. And their voices all sound the same. I'm starting to be able to identify the sort of part, the big Harmer kind of hormone voices now. And they all start merging into like an androidy, hive-mindy, insecty kind of nasally buzz twang kind of instrument, whatever it is. Really unpleasant on the ears.
Yes, it is very unpleasant, and they don't even notice. They'll say things that to me is absurd and hilarious, where they'll say that they can pass for male. And it's like no one in their right mind could think that is male. What are they talking about? Oh my goodness. Their voice is less male than Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse. And they think they can pass for a grown man. Oh, it's just so funny to me. They're that ridiculous. And if somebody in a store, they walk in and calls them boss or something, they think, well, I passed for a male, I'm passing. Their voice sounds more feminine than a soy boy with moobs. I mean, it's not even close to sounding like a man. And they think that, oh, they sound like a man. The trans voice thing is so obvious. There were people that came to my channel even recently. I won't name any names, but they were calling that thing a guy. And I'm like, you can't tell? You can't tell just by the voice? That's what I mean by one's lacking awareness, that don't pay attention. I'll be showing it on the screen and they'll be saying he this, he that. That's not a he. That thing has a vagina. And their voice is from hormones, from freaking big pharma. And they can't tell. And that's a problem. People that have that little awareness on my channel is a huge problem. What are they going to do when they pop out of body? Are they even going to have awareness for 1 matrix minute? Be able to focus and have awareness and not get duped? I don't know why I worry about them. It's up to them, but somehow I do. I worry and I keep thinking they better get it now while they're here, but they just can't focus. They're fooled by these creatures that are so obviously not what they pretend to be. And like that Kai creature, Kai the Lie, I don't know how that could fool anyone on Earth. I don't know how that's possible.
Another thing they have in common is the way they have to moan and groan the whole time. They stay on the same topic again and again and keep talking ad nauseum. And they don't seem to realize that they keep going around and they're not going anywhere with it. It's that's a waste of time and energy. And I can't imagine people around them wanting to hang out with that, because they'll all be competing to see who can be talking, and they won't be listening to anyone else. It's all just completely self-absorbed nasal gazing and making things into huge dramas that don't need to be, and then getting upset when truth is shown and then calling you the bad guy.
Yes, this one on the screen knows how to do that more than any nose on Earth. I think it's just self-absorbed, self-obsessed. It'll talk for hours in live streams, just the same thing looping again and again, and complaining and moaning and groaning. It never does anything else. I've never seen them do a live stream where they actually spoke any truth or even attempted to speak about a truth topic or have an actual topic besides moaning about themselves. It's all they do.
It's true. That big nose certainly does knows this thing about noses.
If they ever went somewhere to a doctor or a plastic surgeon and asked about a rhinoplasty, they would probably say, well, you must be loaded. Do you have Fort Knox? What do you have to pay us? Because to remove this is going to cost a fortune. Are you a Rothschild or a Rockefeller? Like, what kind of money do you have to do this type of surgery? I'm going to need a team of surgeons to perform this. Just the weight of it itself. How are we going to lift that thing off? That's a huge honker. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine that thing as a little girl in a dress with a nose like that? Like nobody would, they I don't know what they would think. They'd just be like, my goodness. Yes, nobody knows the trouble. I used to sing that song when I put this thing on the screen. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Look at this thing. Oh my goodness. It's remarkable. So many big schnozzes. And they have their nose in everyone else's business. They can't just mind their business. They have that big nose in everyone else's business. It even tries to blame me if it uses words like creature. It says, I listened to Stephen for so long. It's his fault. Blaming me. It's just incredible.
You have an entire top full suite in their mind. That's all they think about.
I think it is. I think even on their way out, when they leave their body, they'll be thinking of me. They'll be worried about me. I can't fathom a way that they could get out of this realm. Even if I wanted to help them, which I don't want to help any demons. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I don't think I could come up with a plan for that type of creature because they're so obsessed with other beings in this realm. Like me. It's obsessed with me. That's just a huge, heavy anchor to this place that I don't think that thing is capable of removing it and cutting ties. Just like little Derek and others. They've destroyed their own chances of leaving here.
I don't think they realize that. They think it's some kind of marketing strategy or something.
All the better.
Yeah.
Do the opposite. Don't believe me. They don't have to believe me. Just laugh it off and say they can obsess until their dying breath. There's no way that beings that obsessed with me will get out of here. No way at all. Rambo. The Rambo wannabe, Derek. Swinging his laundry around.
It's absolutely hilarious, that video. He should do more like that. That's comedy gold.
Yes, he's got to do more like that. I'm trying to encourage him to do more like that. He should stop talking about ending himself and trying to convince others to unalive themselves and all the creepy demonic shit he does. He should put this to music and dance around. He should put some music on and look at this fool. He thinks he's Rambo. Those are his trousers, by the way, everyone. Those are his pants on a stick. And he's going around in a big circle, waving them in the air. He looks like a girl twirling a baton. A bearded little girl. That's what he looks like. They just make themselves look foolish, these idiots. He claims that's how to do laundry on the road. The laundry Rambo, Mary said. The laundry Rambo. He's a hobo. He's a homeless bum. And it's funny because a lot of these creatures on YouTube get so upset when I call them homeless, but they all end up homeless. One after another are like that. these homeless stinky bums.
He could get a lot of followers if he does some more comedy routines like that. And then he won't have to ask for money from followers. He can get it from YouTube, from advertising revenue. He should switch to being a comedy channel. That would be.
Oh yeah, he could, if he put some funny music behind it and did his little dances and did things like that, shirtless, waving laundry around, and oh, Wendy, I noticed you have to get going. You texted me.
I've had a lovely time here, and time just goes so quickly. Another time situation. When you're having fun, it goes by really fast. So
Yes.
I'll be listening in, and thank you very much, and bye everyone. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Wendy. It's my pleasure. Happy that you came on again. Time does fly when Wendy's here. When you're having fun, I didn't even realize what time it is in the morning. Time has really flown by. But it's so much more fun for me having a guest like Wendy on. It makes the show so much more enjoyable for me. And I love having her on to discuss views, insights, ideas, discuss Hell Realm, what's going on, to laugh at the laundry Rambo. He calls himself the garbage man now, Derek. Garbage man. Yeah, he has so many skills, but he's homeless. He's homeless. He's a homeless bum. Just like some of these other truthers are homeless bums. Stinky bums. Homeless, stinky bums. Homeless, stinky bums. We have 18 people tuned in. You're welcome, Wendy, and thank you for coming on as a guest. It was my pleasure. I was very happy to have you on again. And I love having these chats. So much more fun and enjoyable for me to do the show when Wendy comes on as a guest. I wish more people would join, but some people are, I don't know if they're afraid or intimidated, or I'm not sure, shy. But it's a good idea to come on and have a conversation. I think it's a lot of fun. I hope more people decide to join me. I want to go I want to let people know the Sanity Machine is back up. Some people, I don't think, have realized that yet, but it is back. The Sanity Machine, I'll drop a link in the chat for those that have not found my channel. That's my main channel. And I posted this video 5 hours ago. Wow. That time went by quickly, 5 hours. Alchemical Gold, Face Reality. All of these things. Alchemical Gold. Face Reality. "61 views. Only 12 hit the like button." And I'm covering in the video one of Wendy's comments But I covered some other things here. And the video starts off with a song, a new song.
You play with fire.
You play with fire.
Psychos.
Demons.
You play with fire.
The king approaches. The king. The king. The Raven King.
If you play with fire, you will get burned. Play with fire.
Demons, zombies, cockroaches, dance in the fire. Filthy asshole liars,
Dance in the fire.
play in the fire. Burn forever. Burn, burn, burn. The king of the castle burns. The dirty rascals.
Don't play with the king.
Filthy peasant underlings.
Piss ants.
Ravens and crows
Ravens and crows.
watch over you. Bow to the Raven King. Bow down, peasants.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the ring.
Kiss the king's boots.
Burn.
Shut the fuck up.
Peasants, cockroaches.
Shut the fuck up.
And burn. Burn. Demons. Burn, burn, burn. Burn, 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 burn.
Dance in the fire.
Little bitches.
Witches.
Psychos. Burn. Burn. Psychos. Burn. Burn, burn, burn. Peasants. Demons.
Shh. Shh. Take a look. What do you see? What do you see on your screen? Take a look. Is this a good realm? Up to 100,000 feared dead as Venezuela earthquake leaves trail of destruction. It levels buildings and it leaves a trail of destruction. The death toll could reach 100,000. Massive earthquakes have been hitting. Is this a good realm? Is this a good design? Look at the destruction. Buildings collapsed on people. Is this a good realm? Is this a good design? I'm trying to reach you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, trying to break through your concrete bunkers that most humans, most people are living in bunkers. They don't let any truth get in. They're in hardened bunkers, sealed up, saying, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any truth. I want to hear no truth. I want to see no truth. I don't want to see any evil. I don't want to see any suffering. I don't want to see any destruction. You look away. You live in denial of where you are. You going to praise your God? Are you going to praise your God? Are you foolish? Are you slaves to a monster? Is that what you are? Are you slaves to a monster? Is that what you are? Is that what you are? Buried in rubble. How would you like for that to be you, your children, your mother, your sister, your brother, your parents, your grandparents, your best friends, your aunts, your uncles, your favorite cousins? You don't want to face where you are, do you? Most of you on Earth. I know you don't. Otherwise, tons of you would be looking at the pieces of the puzzle and the pieces I fit together to show you what this realm is. Very few of you do that. You don't want to look. You want to pretend. You want to live in denial. Don't you? Hello, hello. That's my newest video, Alchemical Gold, Face Reality. Alchemical Gold, Face Reality. There's the link. Alchemical Gold, Face Reality. It's on the Sanity Machine. I dropped the link in the chat for you. For anyone that wants to watch this later on. Is this a hell realm? 10 people now tuned in. Is this a hell realm? Where are you? Where are you? Is this a hell realm? Where are you? What's this? Is this a gay father? Life as a parent to a trans child, and it has a rainbow flag type thing, or a pink and blue flag. Is this a hell realm?
Before Edie came out to us and we as a family went on this journey together, we had no experience or understanding of what it meant to be trans.
I still can't help but imagine my 2 daughters being married and my 2 sons marrying. Either of my children became gay, I'd be like, okay with that, that's fine, no problem. But when them change their gender identity, I would be paused for a moment and I would have to evolve.
It wasn't easy to change my entire perception of gender. I was in my 40s and I'd lived a life with a set of ideas and my own ignorance of what trans people's lives are actually like. Edie doesn't want to be trans. She just wants to be a girl. As things progressed over the years, we decided to seek out professional help in the form of a gender clinic. There's so much noise in the media about trans children and the danger surrounding them. We were more than a little concerned. Then we got the news. We were doing exactly what Edie needed. We were supporting her and loving
Poor little boy. That's a boy.
her, and other than that, there was nothing else to do. Now in a few years, we will be in a different position, and some difficult choices will need to be made. That's a long way off. I hope this helped. Before Edie came out to us, and we as a family went on this journey together, we had no experience or understanding of what it meant to be trans.
I still can't help but imagine
Hello. Good morning, TG. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello.
The reason that y'all can't find conservative men, the reason that conservative men just don't seem to be into you is because they are in my DMs. Yeah, conservative men are in my DMs. They are in every liberal woman's DMs. And I have...
Okay, guys, are conservative men actually just interested in leftist and liberal women at the end of the day? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Today, we're responding to something I found on TikTok. It's titled, Why Single Conservative Women Can't Get Husbands. It has nearly 100,000 likes on it and a ton of leftist liberal women who are backing up this claim. So let's hear it. And I want to hear from conservative men in the comments down below. Let me know if this is true.
My conservative girlies, I'm reading the recap from the Turning Point USA Women's Leadership Summit, and wow, lots to unpack. But I did want to start here. The reason that y'all can't find conservative men, the reason that conservative men just don't seem to be into you is because they are in my DMs.
Okay, let's go ahead and start there. First of all, it is so clear that this video is being made out of a place of malice. This person hates conservative people, conservative women at that, and is leading with that first and foremost. And when you have this sort of dark, mean energy in what you're talking about, I can tell that that is the main motivator behind what you're doing, not necessarily logic or reason. So it's already tainted by the energy that you have. Let's continue though.
Yeah, conservative men are in my DMs. They are in every liberal woman's DMs. And I have proof for days, okay? They love us. And let's talk.
I don't doubt that there are conservative men in the DMs of liberal and leftist women. Let's just talk about what that means though. First and foremost, is a DM an indicator of what men want in long-term relationships and marriage? Probably not. More often than not, a man is sliding in your DMs because he wants to bang. Let's be honest. So is it because you're a leftist or a liberal that he wants to bang, or does he not care that you are a leftist or liberal and still wants to bang? Guys, be honest. And if he's in your DMs and you're a liberal or leftist, does that mean he's not in the DMs of conservative women? No, it doesn't mean that. He's probably spraying and praying, my dude. So do these conservative men love liberal and leftist women, or do they just like women and they don't really care what your political affiliation is? I'm going to go with the latter. But it is really interesting to take this experience of getting DMs from conservative men and immediately think to yourself, how can I weaponize this against conservative women or attack them based on this experience, rather than thinking to yourself, maybe this is an indicator that men don't really care about political affiliation that much. Even more so than that, some of these men are challenging your political affiliation a little bit. They're going, even though she is outwardly leftist, even though she's calling herself the Regina George of the left, I still think I have a chance. So let me go ahead and slide in her DMs. It's not a sign of respect. And I'm going to go ahead and say say it, what a way to center men in your worldview. Never in my life have I received a DM from a man and thought, how can I weaponize this against a group of women I don't like? Never. But I think conservative women are living in this girl's head rent free. Let's keep watching.
A little bit about why, right? So at Turning Point USA, one of the common themes for women is that they need to submit. There's a lot around submission and doing whatever your husband or partner says and doing all of his chores, whatever, which is actually antithetical to how most men operate and what attracts them to a partner, right?
Okay. Is submission antithetical to how men operate? Let's ask ourselves that question. I don't think so. Now, there's a ton of different definitions of what submission even means within the conservative realm of things. So I'm not sure how exactly we're going to unpack all of that. But I will say, I think at the end of the day, when men are looking for long-term partners and marriages, they are looking for a somewhat submissive counterpart for a wife. For me personally, that doesn't mean that you're supposed to be at his beck and call and a little puppy dog that just does everything that needs to be done all the time and you're just waiting for orders from this guy. It means that you trust him in his logic and reason to make impactful decisions in your life, in his life, in your family's life, that you found a partner who by and large is super capable and in some ways more capable than you are. And where those capabilities are needed, you allow him to lead. That's just me though. I hope my man is more capable than me and can get stuff done in a better manner than I can, and I can trust him to lead in that way. And I don't think that that was unattractive to the man that I ended up with, but that's just me.
What attracts them to a partner, right? Men like the chase, and I'm speaking in generalities here, right? Men enjoy the chase in a way that I as a woman do not. I don't want to chase a man, but I love when a man chases me. And men can sense desperation from a mile away, okay? And they can sense when you're just desperate to be married and do whatever they say. And men don't find desperation attractive, babe. They don't. And if they do find it attractive, at the very least, they will not respect you.
Okay, let's really listen to what she's saying here. She's taking these DMs from men as an indicator that they respect her and are interested in chasing after her. Never in my life have I received a DM from a man and thought, this must be indicative of how much he respects me. Huh? If anything, I'm thinking a man is DMing me because he doesn't think it's going to be that much of a chase. Am I wrong about that? I truly don't think that men are looking at your social media and seeing your leftist ties and thinking, oh my gosh, this shows me that she respects herself so much and that she's going to play hard to get. Let me go ahead and send her a DM. Am I going crazy?
So when you've begun a courtship with the agreement that you're going to do whatever this man says, do you know what happens? He will just move the line further and further to see how much he can get away with, which leads to abuse and cheating and all kinds of things that we see play out in the Republican Party all the time, right? Which is why they end up...
Okay, I do agree that you should not just submit to a man right out of the gate. That is something that does need to be earned and over time. But cheating and abuse is not exclusive to the Republican Party. In fact, this affects people of all backgrounds, all political affiliations, all mixes and matches of political party in relationship. So what?
Right? Which is why they end up coming to liberal women, because not only are we not chasing them because we are so not interested, they also can sense that we respect ourselves and that...
Again, I'm getting DMs from men because I respect myself. What? Now, would men be hopping in the DMs of women they think they're going to be unsuccessful with, or they think are 100% not interested in them, or have proven to be 100% not interested in them? Absolutely not. Men are using their brains and they are taking in the stats of where they're successful and where they're not. And if for some reason conservative men are by and large jumping into the DMs of liberal and leftist women, although that has not been proven, it could be because they're experiencing a certain success rate. And where liberal and leftist women say that they 100% would never be with a conservative man, they would never engage with him, they would never sleep with him, they must be experiencing some success to be sliding in your DMs. And with the widespread nature of hookup culture in the West right now, I wouldn't doubt that that's true. And if you are trying to hook up with somebody, which is what people are typically using DMs for, it would make sense to go after a liberal or leftist woman. She's going to be far more likely to engage with you in that way.
Happiness does not rely on their approval of us the way that y'all's does, right? My mom gave me fantastic dating advice in high school. She said, be the chooser, not the chosen. Y'all are the chosen. Y'all are just kind of accepting whatever is coming next because you want to get married that bad. And girls, I gotta tell you, it's a tough watch from where I'm standing. It's a really tough watch. So perhaps your better bet to attract these men that you think you want, at least right now, trust me, been there, done that, worn that t-shirt, is to align yourself with values that at the very least respect women as people. Just a thought.
And then we end our video with the illusion of moral superiority, that conservative women don't care about women or women's rights at all. And if they wanted to have success with men, they would start aligning themselves with the women's rights movement of the left, because that is most certainly why men are sliding into your DMs, because you respect yourself so much and because you care so much about women's rights. This could have been a really interesting discussion about how, in this sort of fleeting sense, men don't really care about your political affiliation, and thus will hop into the DMs of all different types of women. It could have been an interesting investigation as to why that is the case, but instead, you hate conservative women so much that your idea is to make a video attacking them and saying that your men want me and not you. Just what a mess. I can't imagine hating a group of people so much that this is the video that I feel the need to make. But again, she is the Regina George of left. Why you would want to take a villainous character and make that the center point of who you are as a person is beyond me, but that's exactly what this video gave. Regina George. Now, the video is again titled Why Conservative Women Can't Get Husbands. I looked into it. It doesn't seem to be true. Here are some facts. Both college-educated and less educated Americans are significantly more likely to be married if they are conservative. College-educated conservatives aged 22 to 40 are 50% more likely to be married than their liberal counterparts. A similar gap exists with those of less educational standards. Let's read a little bit more. Conservative couples vastly outpace their liberal counterparts in getting hitched and having children, according to the Institute for Family Studies. The Institute found that for young conservative men and women, family is more likely to be viewed as an absolute benefit. In the 2020s, a majority of conservative young adults aged 25 to 35 have married and become parents, while only a minority of their liberal counterparts have done the same. But sure, you're getting a ton of DMs from conservative men. That's cool. Now, as I said before, I don't know what these DMs mean. I tend to want to look at stats and trends and place a little bit more value in that. But again, I'm sure she's getting DMs. I tend to rely on stats a little bit more than DMs I get from people of certain political parties. And I would say, I don't know that DMs are a massive sign of respect for any woman, conservative, leftist, liberal, it doesn't matter. If anything, under these circumstances, it seems like a little bit of a dig, actually, that these men are saying, despite your outwardly leftist held beliefs and your strong indication that you would not be interested in conservatism whatsoever, I'm still going to reach out because I still think I have a chance with you. I don't think they're trying to indicate that they respect you or that you respect yourself. But those are just my thoughts. Guys, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. If you're a conservative man, do you actually want a liberal or leftist woman at the end of the day? Have you slid into the DMs of a liberal or leftist woman? If you did, why? Let me know. If you're a leftist woman who's experiencing this on a daily basis, the MAGA Republicans and conservatives just want you
You know, I've spent over 40 years traveling down the most remarkable rabbit hole you could ever imagine, and I want to share something with you today that changed everything I thought I knew about reality, about who we are, and about why we're really here on this beautiful blue planet. Sit with me for a while, won't you? Get comfortable, maybe make yourself a cup of tea, because what I'm about to share with you isn't just information, it's a doorway, and once you step through it, you can never quite see the world the same way again. And that's a good thing. That's a beautiful thing, because the world you're going to discover is so much more magnificent, so much more filled with possibility and hope and purpose than anything you've been taught to believe. I never set out to become what people call a past life regressionist or a researcher into the unknown. That wasn't my plan at all. I was just an ordinary Navy wife, raising a family, moving from place to place, living what most people would call a perfectly normal life. But sometimes life has other plans for you, doesn't it? Sometimes the universe taps you on the shoulder and says, "This way, come this way." And if you're brave enough or curious enough or maybe just stubborn enough to follow, you end up exactly where you're meant to be. That's what happened to me back in 1968 when a friend asked if I'd help her with a hypnosis project. I didn't know anything about hypnosis. I'd never been hypnotized, never studied it, never even thought much about it. But something inside me said yes, and that yes changed everything. What I discovered through that simple yes, through thousands and thousands of hypnosis sessions over the decades that followed, is that we're living in the middle of the most extraordinary story, and most of us don't even know it. We walk around thinking we're just these bodies, just these personalities, just these little separate beings trying to survive and maybe find a little happiness before it's all over. But that's not even close to the truth, not even in the same universe as the truth. The truth is so much bigger, so much more incredible, and I've seen it. Session after session, person after person, life after life. I've watched as ordinary people just like you, closed their eyes and opened up doorways to memories and knowledge and wisdom that had been locked inside them, waiting for someone to ask the right questions. And what I found, what they told me, changed everything I thought I knew about reality itself. You see, when someone goes into deep trance, when they bypass that conscious mind that's always trying to control, always trying to make sense of things based on what it's been taught, something extraordinary happens. They start speaking about things they couldn't possibly know. A farmer from Arkansas describing intricate details of ancient Egyptian temple ceremonies. A school teacher from Kansas recounting a lifetime as a Tibetan monk, using terms and concepts she'd never studied. A mechanic from Texas suddenly speaking about the structure of other dimensions with the precision of a quantum physicist, except using completely different language that came from somewhere else entirely. Now, at first, I thought maybe it was past lives, just past lives, reincarnation. And yes, that's part of it, but it goes so much deeper than that. Because what I discovered is that we're not just reincarnating on Earth, we're not even just reincarnating as humans. The souls I've talked to, the beings that speak through these people in trance, they've told me about lives on other planets, in other forms, in other dimensions, where the rules of physics as we understand them simply don't apply. I've had sessions where people describe living as beings of pure light. No body, just consciousness, just energy, existing in a place where thought creates reality instantly. I've talked to people who remembered being part of something they called the collective, not individuals at all, but part of a group consciousness where thousands of minds functioned as one. I've heard about civilizations so advanced that they'd moved beyond physical form entirely, existing in states of being we don't even have words for. And here's what really shook me. They all said they came here to Earth voluntarily. They chose this. They chose to compress themselves down into these limited physical bodies, to forget who they really were, to struggle and suffer and learn in this dense, difficult reality we call life. And when I'd ask them why would you do that? The answer was always the same. Because Earth is a school. Earth is where souls come to grow in ways they can't grow anywhere else. And that's when I started to understand something profound. These souls weren't being punished. They weren't sent here against their will. They volunteered. They actually stood in line, so to speak, waiting for their chance to incarnate on Earth during this particular time period. Because what's happening here right now, on this planet, in this moment of history, it's unprecedented. It's never happened before in the entire universe. You see, through these sessions, I learned that Earth is going through a shift, a transformation so massive, so complete, that souls from all over creation wanted to be here to witness it, to participate in it, to be part of it. They called it many things: the shift, the awakening, the new Earth. But what it really is a graduation. Earth and humanity are moving from one level of consciousness to another, from third dimension to fifth dimension, from fear-based reality to love-based reality. And you, me, everyone alive right now, we're here for it. We chose to be here for it. I remember one client who came to me because she felt lost. She said she didn't understand her purpose. Under hypnosis, her higher self explained that she was what they called a way shower. She had lived hundreds of lifetimes, accumulated tremendous wisdom and experience, and she chose to come back one more time, specifically to help others during this transition. She was like a lighthouse, her higher self said. Just by being here, by holding her vibration steady, she was helping to guide others through the storm. And she started crying, not sad tears, but tears of relief. Because finally, after feeling like she didn't belong here, like she was different, like she was struggling for no reason, finally it all made sense. She wasn't broken. She wasn't lost. She was exactly where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she came here to do. That's when I realized that every single person who feels lost, who feels like they don't fit, who looks around at this world and thinks this isn't right, there has to be more. They're not crazy. They're remembering. They're starting to wake up to who they really are and why they really came. And here's what's fascinating. When these souls start to remember, everything changes for them. The corporate job that once defined their identity suddenly feels suffocating. The gossipy conversations that used to fill their time now seem unbearably shallow. The endless pursuit of more money, more status, more stuff that society told them would bring happiness, it all starts to ring hollow. I've watched this transformation happen hundreds of times. A person comes to see me thinking they need help because something's wrong with them. They're depressed, anxious, can't sleep, feel disconnected from everyone around them. They've been to therapists, tried medications, read all the self-help books. Nothing works because nobody's addressing the real issue. The real issue is that their soul is screaming, "This isn't what we came for." You see, before you incarnate, you choose your mission. You volunteer, actually. You sit in this expanded state of consciousness where you can see the entire timeline, where you understand the magnitude of what's happening on Earth right now, and you raise your hand. You say, "I'll go, I'll forget everything I know, I'll be born into the heaviest, densest dimension, and I'll find my way back to remembering. I'll help wake others up." It sounds insane when you're here in the thick of it, doesn't it? Why would anyone volunteer for this? Why would you choose to forget who you really are, to struggle, to feel lost and alone? Because you knew something that you've temporarily forgotten. You knew that the forgetting makes the remembering even more powerful. You knew that by descending into the darkness, you'd learn how to be a light in the darkness. You knew that Earth during this particular time period is like the most advanced spiritual boot camp in the universe. And here's what makes it even more interesting. Most of the souls who volunteered for this mission, they're not first-timers. Through my work, I've discovered that many of you watching this have lived hundreds, sometimes thousands of lives. You've been the peasant and the king, the victim and the perpetrator, the student and the master. You've died young and you've lived to old age. You've experienced wealth and poverty, health and illness, love and heartbreak. But this lifetime, this one is different. This is the lifetime where everything you've ever learned, every skill you've ever developed, every lesson you've ever absorbed across all those incarnations, it's all coming together. This is your masterpiece lifetime. This is the one you've been preparing for. Think about it like this. If you were training to climb Mount Everest, you wouldn't start with Everest, would you? You'd start with smaller mountains. You'd build your skills, your strength, your endurance. You'd learn what works and what doesn't. You'd fall down, get back up, learn from your mistakes. And then, when you were finally ready, you'd take on the ultimate challenge. That's what you're doing right now. Earth, during this time of massive transition and awakening, is your Everest, and you chose to be here for it. Now, I can already hear some of you saying, but Dolores, I don't feel like a master soul on an important mission. Most days, I can barely get through my to-do list. I struggle with anxiety, with depression, with feeling lost and purposeless. I don't feel special at all. And that's exactly the point. That's the veil working. That's the forgetting that makes the experience so valuable. If you came here with full memory of who you really are, an eternal, powerful, multi-dimensional being, there'd be no challenge. There'd be no growth. It would be like playing a video game with all the cheat codes activated. Sure, you might win, but you wouldn't learn anything. You wouldn't develop any real skills. And more importantly, you wouldn't experience the satisfaction of genuine growth, the pride of overcoming real obstacles through your own effort. You see, the souls who come here, they're not beginners. They're not naive. During my sessions, I've witnessed something fascinating when people access their life between lives. When they're in that superconscious state between incarnations, they understand exactly what they're signing up for. They review their past lives with complete clarity. They see where they succeeded, where they fell short, and what lessons still need to be learned. And here's what absolutely amazed me. They choose their next life with full knowledge of what's coming. They select their parents, their culture, their body, their challenges, sometimes the very difficulties that would make most of us say, why would anyone choose that? I remember one client who accessed a life between lives memory where she was planning her current incarnation. In that space, she could see the entire blueprint. She knew she would face childhood trauma. She knew she would struggle with self-worth. She knew there would be relationships that would break her heart. And yet, she chose it anyway. When I asked her why, the answer that came through was so simple, so profound, because this is what I need to learn: compassion. This is what I need to understand the human heart. That's when it really hit me. We're not victims of our circumstances. We're architects of our own experience. The veil of forgetting, the amnesia that comes with birth, isn't a bug in the system. It's a feature. It's absolutely essential. Because if you remembered choosing your difficult parent, choosing your health challenge, choosing your financial struggles, you might not engage with them authentically. You might hold back. You might think, well, I chose this as a lesson, so I don't need to fully feel it. But the whole point is to fully feel it. That's why the veil exists. Not as punishment, but as sacred protection for your own growth. It's the kindness of the universe ensuring you don't intellectualize what you came here to experience in your bones. Think about it this way. If you're watching a movie and someone constantly reminds you it's just actors on a set, just special effects, just a script challenge, choosing your financial struggles, You might not engage with them authentically. You might hold back. You might think, well, I chose this as a lesson, so I don't need to fully feel it. But the whole point is to fully feel it. That's why the veil exists. Not as punishment, but as sacred protection for your own growth. It's the kindness of the universe ensuring you don't intellectualize what you came here to experience in your bones. Think about it this way. If you're watching a movie and someone constantly reminds you it's just actors on a set, just special effects, just a script, you can't lose yourself in the story. You can't feel the emotional journey. The same principle applies here. The souls who've shared their between-life experiences with me describe this moment, the moment before incarnation, with such tenderness, they know they're about to forget. They know they're stepping into darkness. And they do it anyway, with courage that takes my breath away. One woman I worked with saw herself, her higher self, literally kissing her human baby self goodbye before fully entering the body. She wept as she described it. I was telling myself, I'll see you again. When this is over, we'll remember together. But for now, you need to go have this adventure without me looking over your shoulder. And that's exactly what happens. You go have the adventure, you fall down, you get hurt, you experience betrayal, you feel joy so piercing it almost hurts. You love people so deeply you can't imagine existing without them. You discover talents you didn't know you had. You overcome things you thought would destroy you. All of it, every single moment, is data. It's experience. It's the universe knowing itself through your unique perspective. And here's what makes this whole design so brilliant. Even though you forget the big picture, you're never truly alone. You have what I call the whisper system. Your intuition, your gut feelings, those moments when you think of someone and they call, that inexplicable pull toward a certain city, a certain career, a certain person. Dreams that feel more real than waking life. Synchronicities that are too perfect to be coincidence. These aren't accidents. They're your higher self, your guides, your soul family, sending you little signals through the veil. Not enough to spoil the experience, but enough to gently course correct when you're drifting too far off your intended path. And here's what most people don't realize. Sometimes the sign isn't gentle at all. Sometimes your soul has to escalate. You know what I'm talking about. You felt it. That job that became so unbearable, you had times to quit. That relationship that imploded so dramatically there was no going back. That health issue that forced you to completely change your lifestyle. We call these course corrections, but really they're more like emergency brakes. Your soul signed up for certain experiences, certain lessons, certain growth. And when your human self gets stubborn, when you cling to what's comfortable, what's familiar, what's slowly killing your spirit, your higher self steps in with a firmer hand. I've seen this pattern thousands of times in my sessions. Someone comes to me devastated about a loss, a job, a relationship, a home. And when we go into the session, when we access that higher perspective, you know what they discover? That the tragedy was actually a rescue mission. Their soul orchestrated the entire thing to get them back on track. One woman came to me after losing everything in a divorce, her marriage, her financial security, even her home. She was broken, couldn't understand why this happened to someone who tried so hard to be good, to do everything right. But in the session, we discovered she'd been suffocating. Her soul was screaming for creative expression, for freedom, for authentic connection. The marriage was a gilded cage, and she would have stayed in it forever out of obligation. So her higher self, in collaboration with her husband's higher self, arranged the dissolution. It looked times like devastation from the human level, from the soul level, It was liberation. This is the part that challenges people the most, understanding that your soul doesn't prioritize your comfort. It prioritizes your growth, your expansion, your evolution. And this is where most people get stuck. They're waiting for permission, waiting for a sign from the universe, waiting to feel ready. But here's what I learned from thousands of sessions. The universe doesn't send you permission slips. It sends you opportunities disguised as obstacles. Think about it. When you decided to come here, to this physical reality, you didn't wait until conditions were perfect. You jumped in knowing it would be messy, knowing you'd forget who you were, knowing you'd have to remember yourself all over again. That forgetting, it wasn't a mistake, it was necessary. Because if you came here fully remembering your power, your divinity, your connection to Source, there would be no growth, no contrast, no evolution. You chose to forget so you could experience the profound journey of remembering, and every single challenge you faced has been part of that remembering process. That job you lost that devastated you, it was redirecting you towards something more aligned. That relationship that fell apart, it was clearing space for deeper connections, starting with the one with yourself. That health crisis that scared you, it was your body's way of getting your attention, asking you to finally listen. The universe speaks through disruption, through the things that shake you awake. And when you start to understand this language, everything changes. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances and start recognizing yourself as the creator of your experience. Not in some superficial, think positive thoughts kind of way, but in a deep cellular understanding that you are literally made of the same energy that creates galaxies. The same intelligence that orchestrates every heartbeat, every breath, every sunset that's working through attention, asking you to finally listen. The universe speaks through disruption, through the things that shake you awake. And when you start to understand this language, everything changes. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances and start recognizing yourself as the creator of your experience. Not in some superficial, think positive thoughts kind of way, but in a deep cellular understanding that you are literally made of the same energy that creates galaxies. The same intelligence that orchestrates every heartbeat, every breath, every sunset that's working through you. Right now, in this moment, you are not separate from creation. You are creation, expressing itself in human form. And when you truly grasp this, when you feel it in your bones, you can no longer pretend to be small. You can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unknow what you know. And that's when the real work begins, because now you have a choice. You can continue playing the old game, pretending you don't know better, wearing the mask that society handed you, or you can step fully into your truth even when it makes others uncomfortable. Even when they don't understand, I watch people make both choices. I've sat across from individuals who had profound awakenings in their sessions, people who met their higher selves, who remembered their purpose, who felt the infinite love of the universe flowing through them. And then they went back to their regular lives and nothing changed. They went right back to the same patterns, the same complaints, the same limitations. Why? Because knowing isn't enough. Feeling isn't enough. You have to integrate. You have to embody. You have to let that knowledge reshape every corner of your existence. This is what I call spiritual maturity. It's not about having the most impressive experiences or collecting mystical moments like souvenirs. It's about taking what you've learned and actually living it. It's about making the 1,000 small decisions every day that align with your highest truth instead of your smallest fear. And here's what nobody tells you about that journey. It gets lonely sometimes. When you start vibrating at a different frequency, not everyone can meet you there. Some relationships naturally fall away. Some people who were once close start to feel distant, not because you're better than them, never think that, but because you're simply on different paths now. I remember a woman who came to me in tears because her family thought she'd lost her mind. She'd had a regression where she remembered being a healer in ancient Egypt, and it awakened something in her. She started studying energy work, changing her diet, questioning everything she'd been taught. Her husband wanted the old her back. Her friends stopped calling. "Am I crazy?" she asked me. "Should I just go back to how things were?" I looked into her eyes and said, "You're not crazy. You're remembering who you are." And here's what I've learned through all these years of working with souls. Asterisk, asterisk, the universe will never punish you for choosing your truth. Asterisk, asterisk, what feels like loss is actually recalibration. Those relationships that fall away, they were frequency matches for who you used to be, not who you're becoming. The universe isn't taking anything from you, it's making space. Think of it like this. You're a radio station, and for years you've been broadcasting on 98.5 FM. All your listeners, all your audience, they're tuned to 98.5. But you're evolving now. Your frequency is shifting. Maybe you're moving up to 103.7. The people still tuned to 98.5, they can't hear you anymore. Not because there's something wrong with them or you're just on different frequencies now. And this is where it gets uncomfortable, because part of you wants to keep broadcasting on both stations simultaneously. You want to stay connected to everyone, keep everyone happy, maintain all those old relationships while also honoring this new version of yourself. But you can't broadcast on two frequencies at once. You'll just create static, interference. Neither station comes through clearly. Asterisk, asterisk. So you have to make a choice. Asterisk, asterisk. Do you dim your light to match the room you're in, or do you shine fully and trust that the right people will be drawn to your true frequency? I've watched thousands of people navigate this crossroads. The ones who try to straddle both worlds, they end up exhausted, resentful, fragmented. The ones who honor their evolution, even when it's scary, they experience something magical. Asterisk, asterisk, new people show up. Asterisk.
Do you know what it's like to be told that you're not good enough? Or your grandkids or kids? You guys have no idea what this feels like. I did.
Emotional interrogation from one of the worst cases of child abuse we have ever covered on this show. A young girl dies after allegedly being kept in a cage at the hands of her grandmother and mom. For the first time, we will show you what officers saw when they responded and discovered to a true house of horrors.
Does Dolores Cannon address this? The horrendous abuse that goes on in this realm. This isn't the only case of this. Mothers and grandmothers, sometimes sisters keeping their disabled sister in a room to rot in their own waste. Does Dolores Cannon explain this or any of the others? Would anyone choose that life of suffering, to be caged until they die? Who would choose that? This is where my channel cuts through the lies and bullshit of evil or agents of evil. I'm showing you something. I'm showing you where you are. I'm showing you where you are. I'm not giving you new age fluff. I'm not giving you downloads from entities. That's what Dolores listened to. Entities told her what to say. She talked about getting downloads. She trusted evil pieces of shit. She worked with them. I'm showing you what this realm is, whether you like it or not. And a lot of people will run away. Thousands will. Being fearful won't get you out of hell realm. Pretending that you're in a good place won't help you.
We're on The Case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. This is newly released interrogation video of 55-year-old Virginia Lujan, a grandmother who police in Arizona say kept her 13-year-old granddaughter in a cage. This is body cam video of officers observing the room when they responded to her house in Tempe, Arizona in January of last year. Now, here is a picture that Tempe police sent us of that cage. It is haunting. Now, I'm going to show you the body cam video in just a moment, but I want you to meet the little girl whose name should be remembered forever. This is 13-year-old Melanie Granados. Melanie, as you can see there, she had a great smile, and she dealt with plenty of challenges in her short life, not just her grandmother and allegedly her own mom. Police say that she had special needs, and she had the mental capacity of a 3-year-old. In January of last year, Melanie and her siblings were left in the care of their grandmother, 55-year-old Virginia Lujan. Now, Virginia looked after Melanie and 3 of her siblings because Virginia told police that their mom, 33-year-old Jamie Hodges, worked a lot and that she wasn't really around. Now, Tempe police say on a January night, a 911 call came in around 9 o'clock. And that call was for a little girl who was in trouble.
Tight.
I'm going to back her up into here so we have room, all right? 1, 2, 3, come this way. Watch your fingers. You just keep compressions going.
Is there any chance that she could have taken any... Hey, can you find out, McCain, if there's any chance she could have taken any fentanyl drug? Even accidentally.
That was from seizures, you think?
Is it blood years?
No, not yet.
Yes. Okay. Just.
You guys, come on. You can see Lujan is hysterical as EMTs are doing chest compressions on Melanie on the ground. Now, police don't even know what they're dealing with at this point, and they do bring up the possibility that maybe Melanie had ingested a drug, perhaps fentanyl, and that's the reason that she was in such trouble on the floor. But the truth of what police say was found was horrific, and they say the injuries were no accident. Now, here is what police say they found inside the house. This is per Fox 10 in Phoenix.
During the investigation, our officers observed that she had extensive injuries, including bruises and sores in various stages of healing. A search of the home uncovered horrible conditions, along with a makeshift cage filled with feces. Lujan and Melanie's mother, Jamie Hodges, admitted they kept her in a cage to maintain control of her. Hodges, the mother, had been temporarily staying at the home with her 5 children, 4 of whom were under Lujan's care. Hodges admitted she had not regularly seen Melanie during this time and was unaware of a reported fall down the stairs that Lujan claimed occurred 2 days earlier. Lujan did not seek medical attention for Melanie after the alleged fall.
Just wait outside. When was the last time she was seen normal? Are we able to find that out?
Last time she was seen up and at least alive.
First responders are trying to figure out what happened to this little girl. Melanie's mom, she's in the house as well. And this is as police are investigating, and we can hear part of her conversation with an officer.
No, she can't. Is that she thinks that she fell out of the bed, but she didn't know when I said when. She said sometime last night.
Good. Yeah.
And told her, I was like, why even? What's wrong with her? She kept saying, I don't know.
I got your IO in there, iPad. Okay.
You got the LA, right? Yeah. Okay.
Whenever it's like a rash like underneath her armpits on both sides, she has them behind her legs. I asked her what was that. She didn't know that her skin's been bothering her because she rolls around in her poop and she plays with her poop and stuff like that. And I told her, I was like, well, what does the doctor say? And she said that it's something with her hormones, but don't give me the full details.
Now, it is shocking. Frankly, it stands out to me just how casual Melanie's mom is about the fact that her daughter is having to go through chest compressions on the ground. And frankly, that girl is about to die. But she's also talking about her child rolling around in her own feces. And police say that she also admitted to this child being kept in a cage, allegedly to control her. Now, we see in the body cam video that police are going into the room where the cage was located. The audio in this part of the video that we received, it's redacted, so you can't hear anything. But you can see what officers see as police are looking around in that room, and it does appear that there is that cage on the right side of the screen. It appears to be connected to a bunk bed. Now, before I get to the interrogation video and what Lujan told authorities, I want to show you the interaction that Melanie's mom had with officers as she was unpacking groceries as police took the other 4 children who were in the home into custody and their care.
I think that's all the cool stuff. Oh, I missed a Hot Pocket.
The one thing they're asking for today.
You know, there's nothing that quite fills in the Hot Pocket craving.
Exactly.
Like you can get pizzas, not the same. Does it have a charger?
I have a charger somewhere in here.
In the purse?
Yeah. I always have it with her.
Much better, much warmer. We're all sticking together if we're going to go in the same car. For you and Mom. Okay?
Again, it's just hard to believe that this is the same home that just about a half hour earlier, according to the police body cam, had EMTs doing chest compressions on a 13-year-old girl who was then rushed to the hospital and passed away. It was just a couple hours after that that Melanie lost her life. Now, at the police station, Virginia Lujan, the grandmother who allegedly kept that young girl in the cage, sat down with detectives, and you will see, even though she was keeping a girl in a cage, she really tries to act like it wasn't her fault, and in some ways, she's the victim.
No, nothing to say. I don't know. I didn't do anything.
How long have you lived at the apartment?
4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. Are you from Arizona?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Born and raised?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Do you work?
No, I try to. So I tried to start a business.
What kind of business?
Online business, just selling stuff.
What happened with that?
No time. It was going good, and then my daughter moved in, and I didn't have no time for nothing. Everything just failed. And I had to be taking care of her kids.
What kind of what kind of sales were you doing online?
Used jewelry and epoxy stuff that I made, and just different things. And like I said, it was doing good, and then it went to shit.
What happened? Jamie said at the hospital that she had fallen, so we were just trying to clear that up.
2 counts of child abuse, 2 counts of tampering with physical evidence, and a count of tampering with a witness. The child abuse charges show that the abuse goes back allegedly to November 9th, 2021. And 2021 is when police say the custody of her 4 grandkids were transferred to her care. Now, her daughter, Jamie Hodges, was also arrested on a child abuse charge, but she has yet to be indicted in this case, and she's not in custody. Now, there is a twist in this investigation that came in September of 2025, roughly 9 months after her arrest. Virginia Lujan died in custody. A DCF report came out in November of last year, and the agency says that Melanie Granados was not receiving any services at the time of her death. And on top of that, DCF also found that there was a history with this family and their agency. They found in 2008, the agency received a report alleging neglect by Virginia Lujan against Melanie. She would have been very young at that time. DCF said that the report, though, was an unsubstantiated claim. Then in 2019, DCF got a report alleging neglect against Melanie by her parents, and that report led to the children being put in Virginia Lujan's care. The children were then put in Lujan's care again in 2021 after another report of abuse by Melanie's parents. Then you have in 2022 an unsubstantiated claim once again of abuse by Virginia Lujan. Clearly, the warning signs were there years before that night in January of 2025 when police were called and that little girl lost her life. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify, and we're also now streaming on Peacock. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
What's this?
I think we should abolish jail and we should allow all the violent immigrants.
We should allow them to what?
Stay here.
Do you think that we could abolish jails, get all the violent immigrants? Could we put them here at USF on campus?
Yes, and I'll hang out with them.
You'll hang out with them? Mm-hmm. Would you take in a violent MS-13 gang member? Would you room with one?
People give people labels all the time, and gangs are there for a reason. Gangs are there for community, and they're there because, listen, gangs are formed for a community. They're formed because...
Well, yeah, it's a community. It's a community of people that kill each other, but yeah, the Taliban is a community.
Because they're lacking something, and that they couldn't
drug
find,
cartels and human trafficking and sex trafficking and gang raping?
No, that's a byproduct of human evil.
If someone came into your house that was just walking through, sit down, watch a TV.
This country was built on stolen land.
Who owned it?
No one owned it. That's the thing. This is
it was stolen. Who do we take it from?
People who lived here.
Like who?
Forcibly evicted him. The Native Americans.
Which tribe?
Man, should abolish jail? I think that we need to have a policy where anybody that says and thinks stuff like this has to live with one of these people. Feel like a lot of this stuff would go away real quick. Either it'd be gone or they'd be gone. I hate these people so much, bro. And the reason why, they advocate for things that will kill other people. That's the reason why I hate them. And they do it because it makes them feel good. Like, these people are sitting in some safe college campus. Nothing bad's ever gonna happen.
You mentioned the word hijack. I've heard other people say that this maybe experience was meant to be slightly different, and perhaps the negative forces that be or whatever has happened have hijacked what's going on. Yeah, can you tell me a little bit more about the hijacking and the motives behind the hijacking?
Yeah, so it's basically, I mean, hijack is probably the wrong word to use, but it's essentially this. This place of original intention is, yes, to forget, but then to remember, back to love, and remember all things like a Christmas present. You're like, oh, that's who I am. And then you have your abilities here on earth. Heaven comes to earth. But now what you have, if you look around from the satanic rituals, from control in every aspect of your life, they've hijacked your physical experience, not your soul.
You mentioned the word hijack. I've heard other people say that this maybe experience.
Welcome to the video, guys. My name is Chad. This is Open Your Reality. In today's video, I want to take a look at Gordy Rose. Why? Why are we looking at this? Because this is a guy that is the CEO of the D-Wave quantum computer company, which came out years ago. They were interested in quantum computers. They developed some. And some of the things that Gordy Rose says borders on being demonic. Seriously, he talks about demons and about quantum computers reaching into other parallel realities and pulling out demons. Seriously. So some of you have never seen this. Some of you know about it, but I'm going to play this and react to it. It's about a 13-minute clip, and let's just see what he says.
So I'm the President of the United States. So I received this message from the heavens. So my microwave dish, my SETI dish, finally captures something. And what it says is, in 50 years, or 13 years, we're coming to your planet. You gotta be ready. Now just imagine what would happen if that happened. A super intelligent alien race beamed down a message to all of us Earthlings saying, we're coming July 13th, 2030.
So notice that he gave the exact date, July 13th, 2030. Would he just make that up arbitrarily off the top of his head? And it's interesting that he talks about 2030 because that's when Agenda 2030 is. We are coming up to some very interesting times. I mean, if the AI is good now, just wait until 2030.
And boy, you better be ready because the mothership is landing right on the front lawn of the White House or wherever you want it.
The front lawn of the White House, that reminds me of UFC 250, which just took place on the lawn of the White House. Well, I think he also could be speaking metaphorically because it's not necessarily an alien species coming down in their craft, but it could be AI that will be visiting us. It's not so much that we're making AI, we are actually summoning the demon or the conscious spirit of something out there that we don't know what it is, and it's coming through AI. I think that is the overall message of what he's trying to say.
To land on that day. The amount of resources that would be marshaled to try to figure out what to do would encompass the whole world.
Right. We would stop the Iran war. Trump, Iran, Israel, everybody would come together and figure something out, right? Because what does it matter to war with each other when all can be lost in a matter of minutes, days, or hours with this AI? Well, alien intelligence, let's call it.
AI is just like that. So when this thing that I'm talking about happens, it's going to be exactly the thing that you're thinking about those super intelligent AIs.
See, but this AI is a gradual buildup. Okay, it's not an alien species coming down on the White House lawn, one particular minute. We actually can see the AI coming, and there are detractors of it, like Roman Yampolsky, and well, Elon Musk is kind of, but he's also building it, that talk about how bad it's going to be. I mean, we really don't know. We don't know how bad all these data centers that are going on. I mean, is it because they're just trying to have more intelligent AI to create all these great generated videos and images, or are they really trying to summon something in from a parallel universe?
So the one thing I can tell you is they're not going to be like us. So alien means, different. Mm-hmm. These things that we're building are not going to be people. They might be really smart, they might be really good at all sorts of different things, but they're not going to be like us. They're going to be aliens. And they're going to be...
Remember, this guy is the CEO of a quantum computer company.
Sorry to say, way smarter than every single person in this room. So this is a...
Yeah, and if you think about it, AI is like AI has a PhD right now in just about every subject that exists. And it could connect all those in a synergy of understanding in ways that no human being can. It could read much faster than any human being. It could write much faster than any human being. And it can do all of these things. And it's almost conscious right now. Some people even believe it is.
This is an attitude that some are having, this emerging alarmism about the way this is going to go. But these words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. I don't know if any of you are turn-of-the-century weird fiction fans, but there's this guy named H.P. Lovecraft, who's a very famous American weird fiction author. And he espoused a view which is called cosmicism. And the essence of cosmicism is cosmic indifference. So what he was saying is basically, yes, there are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you.
And that's something that I was saying in some of my recent videos. If this world is a simulation, and I was watching an interesting video this morning with, if I get his name correctly, Rizwan Virk. Yes, Rizwan Virk. Rizwan Virk. He's an Indian American. I have his first book, but it was a 53-minute video. It was an interview, and I would love to react to it. It's just too long. But he said a number of things which points out that we are probably in a simulation. He said he had it at 50% a couple years ago, but now he's moved it to 70%. And there are certain things that occur in our universe that give us a hint. It gives it away that we're in a simulation. And if we are, and it's being run by advanced AI, then the AI would be completely indifferent. And maybe that's why so many atrocities happen, because the AI just doesn't care. It's not that it doesn't care. It's not even like it ever did care. It's just like, okay, you're one of a billion simulations that I'm running right now. And all these data centers, according to Mike Adams, the health ranger, he's saying that a lot of these big companies are running world simulations, and they're trying to figure things out. It's almost like going into the future. And I'm sure the military-industrial complex is doing the same. Could that be the hidden reason for all these AI data centers? Let's continue.
And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons, they're not evil.
The Bible does talk about this. The Bible doesn't mention AI or quantum computers, but in a lot of ways it says we're summoning the demon. in a lot of ways. It says kings will be fooled by these demons and these beasts, and we really need to be concerned. And, you know, I think we can all see it. It's like a car crash happening in slow motion. We see it, but there's really nothing you and I can do about it.
But they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not necessarily going to be aligned with what we want. So this transition is really, really massively important for our entire species to navigate. And going back...
How the hell do you navigate that, though? Do you just turn on your quantum computer, you create a portal, you have demons come through, and you think you're going to stop it? What did Elon Musk say with the pentagram and some holy water? You think you're going to stop these demons? Once they're here, they're here. That's it. It's done. It's almost a wrap.
To that thing that Sam Harris was saying, nobody is paying attention. This thing...
There is never justice and equality in this life. If a person like me can't even go to the hospital when they hurt their arm, I can't believe in the justice of this life. If there's a test, I'm facing the biggest one.
Why are you living here, in the tunnel?
My child, unfortunately, we are truly very poor. We have nothing.
What is your profession?
Guess what could my profession be?
Well, do you have any illnesses?
I don't have any sexually transmitted diseases. It's just my child and I, we often get fevers here. There are a lot of bugs and flies here.
Why are you living in these tunnels?
I'm here because of economic circumstances. You can make a corner of the tunnel your home, just like I did. For someone like me who is single and healthy, it's an ideal place.
Sure, you don't have to pay any rent here. But can you really ever feel truly comfortable, living deep inside these dark, damp, underground tunnels?
Well, it's better than staying on the street. Nothing can be improved here. No one cares about our lives.
There is a country in Southeast Asia that is made up of 7,641 islands and islets. With a population of 120 million, it is one of the world's 20 most populous countries. Around 25 million people are estimated to live in the area surrounding the capital, Manila. Many countries with populations exceeding 100 million have vast disparities in income distribution and quality of life. The Philippines is one such example. For instance, this is one of the most exclusive locations in Manila. The people here appear to have no trouble accessing healthy, fresh food, living in clean, hygienic homes, owning new clothes and phones, and comfortably paying their rent. Everyone around you seems extremely well-groomed, modern, and financially secure. They represent the 100 million people in the Philippines who live above the poverty line. They go out with their spouses or partners, shop, sip coffee, and take photos. However, across the country, approximately 20 million people live outside this group. We are certain that these people live below the poverty line. In the capital city of Manila, many of these people live in shanty towns, some in cemeteries, and some in underground tunnels. No, you didn't hear that wrong. In Manila, people who can't afford apartments survive by living in tunnels, sharing their space with insects and rats. An average of 100 people live in each tunnel. To show you what life is like for them, we visited the underground tunnels where people live in the massive metropolis of Manila. We left behind the dazzling, glittering, well-groomed people.
Hello, everyone. Hello. This is a hell realm. I just realized that's a documentary channel. So I'm going to play it safe. Share the link in the chat. Is this a hell realm? Most people in this realm live in denial. They don't want to see. They don't care about the truth. They'd rather slander me, attack me, lie about me. Few spirits in this realm speak truth and share it. And share truth that isn't just one little piece. That's easy to do. That's simple. Anyone in this realm can look at one little piece of reality out of millions and say, I helped you see that, or I told the truth about that. It's a matter of putting the pieces together. And I did show you. I showed you.
There will come a time when you look back and realize I told you the truth. I showed you. I proved it. Observable truth. Verifiable truth. I showed you what this realm is. I showed you how it works. I showed you where you are. I showed you how the pieces fit. I shared evidence. I proved it. I proved it. You have no one to blame if you deny it and run away from it. I showed you. I showed you.
Hello. I did show you. I showed you. I showed you what this place is. What do other channels do, I wonder? Do you ever wonder what other channels do? I've shown you that too. I've shown you the scammers, the deceivers, the liars, the agents, the shills, the Finkelsteins, the truth deniers, the fakes, the phonies. I've shown you. They'll lie and say I haven't given you any tools, that I haven't shown you anything. So many liars in this realm. It's disgusting. So disgusting. Most in this realm that I've ever tried to help have turned away from what I've tried to show. 221 views on this garbage. He only has 400 subs and 221 views on this. At least there's only 12 likes. At least people aren't totally gobbling it up, but some of them are. Some are.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's get started here. Hope everybody is doing fantastic. Right off the bat, I just want to ask you guys, what do you think of this soul trap theory? How many of you really believe in the soul trap, as I call it, the soul trap psyop? How many of you actually still follow those gurus? Hopefully not many. Hopefully not many of you still do. Now, you'll say, well, you used to be a soul trap believer. Well, I was never 100%, and I was very honest about that I was never, it was just a theory. It was a pretty good theory, probably the best theory maybe, I don't know. Very good, but I was not 100%. I never have been. I'm not 100% about anything, but I'm a badass. I'm a fucking badass. And fuck you for being offended by that. Oh, who is he to say that he's a badass? Who's he to, be so confident? It's like, no, I mean, as a spirit, I'm a badass, You got to be confident in yourself. I mean, come on, you got to like yourself, love yourself, that kind of stuff. Got to be confident. But no, I've definitely been wrong about things. I've sort of trusted people that I shouldn't have, or I've sort of given too much credit to certain individuals that I shouldn't have. We grow and we learn. But as far as the soul trap, I never really believed it 100%. It wasn't because that I saw anything really wrong with it. I was just new at the topic itself. As I kind of have evolved, kind of gone up that ladder of different theories, you go up that ladder and there's always another one. At least that's the way it's been for me. But I knew at some point that there was going to be a time where something was going to change and there was going to be a new, sort of a transition, something new. And that has happened, and that happened months ago. And I'm really glad that it did, because now I feel so much more free, and I feel so much more open, and just more, I feel more hopeful now too, because I don't feel like my back's against the wall, or that I'm have to rely on sort of one theory and that's it, and that's the truth and that's it. So never really 100% believed it, but I was probably 90%, it was probably for me, the best theory as to what reality is, but I'm never 100%. When I'm not 100%, I'll admit that I'm not. And I think I've admitted that in videos in the past, but that's not really the point. The point is that it is, in my opinion, it is a psychological operation, folks. If this was truly a soul trap, It would not be so obvious. There would not be all these channels pushing it, grifting, making money off you guys. You got your guys' depression, basically, just making money off it and, capitalizing. That wouldn't be happening if it'd be a little more hidden than that. It's a theory that pretty much everybody knows within the truth sphere online. Everyone knows about the soul trap, pretty much. I mean, I heard about it years ago. I never really took it seriously until some guy named Tony Sayers showed up on a live stream. I don't think it was a live stream. It was just a video with Joey Schwartz, the Carnivore Camaraderie channel. That's where I found Tony Sayers. That's where I heard about the soul trap again. And that's when I started my journey down into the dungeon of thought and just the basement of negativity. I know, it's just, I can't come up with anything better than that. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's, then you meet all these really interesting characters, and these interesting people, these gurus or whatever, these ones that, claim that they're not, that they're good spirits, but then they treat people like garbage. Ones that tell you that you have no authority, but they're the authority over you, as they're selling their services and their products to you. And they have this big following, and they can't even leave a message and respond back to people or respond to emails or anything like that. I haven't emailed any of them, but I've heard others do that and they don't get responses back. And they also don't come across as real spirits, real people, whatever you want to fucking call it. Real. They're not real at all. Tony Sayers, I think, comes off as maybe close to being real. He's really good at it. I don't know these people personally. They could be really good spirited people in real life, or they could be the fucking, exactly what you would expect, the stereotypical shill, dark-hearted, selfish, and has an agenda and a job to do, which is to deceive you, to dupe you, and they love it. There's ways that we can figure it out. Will we ever be 100%? Well, you can't always be lost. You can't always be unsure. You can't always be I'm confused. I have no idea. It's no, we can get pretty damn close, if not 100%. And all these guys, they're giving you the hand signs, the symbolism. They're all grifting. They all loop. Yeah, they all come off as businessmen and women when they talk about the soul trap. You owe them something. You owe them your $1 or your $100 because they are providing something valuable to you, or at least they think so. So they kind of have this superiority to them when they speak. It's authoritative. They're showing their authority over you and the subject, the topic. They are over you. You are beneath them. You are a subordinate to them. When they communicate the soul trap, they basically are communicating to you that you do not have to be a good being. There's no karma, right? So, you don't have to worry about what might happen to you if you're, if you commit evil, if you harm others. And I don't necessarily mean that something external to you is going to do something to you, but I'll tell you right now, if I believe that I'm a bad person, I'm not going to get out of here. I'm going to say that you guys, think what you want about yourselves, but if I'm a bad person, I'm just intentionally harming people, or if I am a murderer, anything like that, there's no way I'm getting out of here. I would not allow myself to. I'd probably be or I'd be just quote, vibrating.
Beautiful souls in today's read. Beautiful souls in today's reading. Beautiful souls in today's reading. Beautiful souls in today's reading. I found a field that was in motion. Not necessarily full of life, but it was integrated into the current of life. It was a frequency that makes the impossible feel. Love and blessings. Let's go. Feels very nice, very nice. Very warm, very touching. All coming from lungs, chest, heart. Life. This is someone who is using their energy to the full capacity, to their full capacity. This is a great example of potential, of what's possible. He is doing, he is showing without telling, without instructing, commanding. He is simply in an energy that is running with the current of exhilaration, and that has acceleration, and that also has what we call a potential cushion, and that cushion holds the possibilities of what man is capable of creating. He is beyond borders. He is living in the realm of possibility. He is Mr. Possible. But also misunderstood. And the reason why he is misunderstood is because what he is doing with his energy is so different, it's so far from the collective, so far from, that it can Beautiful souls, I've decided to do a special reading since recent news has pretty much exploded everywhere and you can't quite escape from it.
Within a couple of years, you will start to be introduced to extraterrestrials openly, and they will start to guide according to what has already been created and started in your world, and it is up to everyone to decide to choose whether or not they want to start engaging with those extraterrestrials or whether they wish to isolate themselves or something in between. Everyone will be given the choice, but eventually everyone will come around to understand that the extraterrestrials, such as ourselves and others, have your best interests at heart and can lead you toward the experience of a reality with benefits for all, harmony for all, and creativity in a way that will allow humanity to evolve into the future in a very positive way. So eventually, by the year of 2050, as we read your energy now, it's the most likely probability where you will have a very different world, but you can start to see some of that certainly within the next 10 to 15 years at the most, since extraterrestrials will be among you in about 2 years at the most. Within a couple of years, you will start to be introduced to extraterrestrials openly.
So he said he was going to his friend's house to play video games.
He left at 3:30.
I don't know the exact time.
This woman is in the midst of lying to police. Just hours ago, she brutally murdered her son Gannon, hid his body in the basement, and called 911 to report him missing. Officers at the scene have no idea what they walked into, and they will quickly find themselves entangled in this killer's twisted lies.
Is there anybody down here?
No.
No.
So then when I get downstairs, he had one of the guns. And I was terrified. He asked me to give him a suitcase.
Is Gannon in a dumpster?
No.
You didn't hurt Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No.
But this was just the beginning of her lies.
Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. I have no motive.
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is. All I can tell you is
She stuffed him into a suitcase. I'm going to drop the link in the chat because I'm going to have to get going and end this live stream. I hope everyone learned something today during these hours that I've been live, 7 hours, 28 minutes. Thank you for watching. Mad love and strength to all good, true spirits. Burn the demons. Burn the cockroaches. I don't have any love for demons and cockroaches. I don't have any tears for them. Thank you for watching. I will see you again soon. Take care to everyone. And bye for now.
The time is now. Now is the time. Learn now. See now or pay later. The time is now. It will all burn. All of this will burn. Hell realm will darken and burn. It will be dark here, no sun, no moon. Walking dead zombie demons, forever doomed. This hell realm will be sealed. Demons will be entombed. The time is now. Learn now, see now, or pay later. Choose wisely. The time is now! Now is the time! Stand against evil! Eternal and divine! Good spirits! Stand against evil! Where do you stand? forever. Pound the drums, pound the drums. Punching strong, punching strong. Burn in the fire. Demons dance in the fire. Dirty, filthy liars. Burn, burn. The time has come. You are done. They're all the same. They're all the same. Sane and tame, controlled. Zombies. They're all the same.
All the same.
They hate and fear difference. They envy and copy. They can't be their own beings. They're all the same.
Zombie clones.
Slaves.
Slaves.
All the same.
They're all the same.
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 Slaves.
Zombie slaves.
Zombie slaves.
All the same.
Controlled. They're of this world.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
Sane and tame.
Controlled.